Boys, good morning. We've got an absolutely beautiful one on our hands here, and it seems like everything is perfectly under control. My keybinds are gone. My UI's still here. I'm alive, I'm well. It's no longer snowing, so that's good. But if you haven't heard the news, today's update kind of fucked up a whole lot of stuff. So, that bitch getting rolled back today. So effectively no update today and a whole lot of downtime.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, my noties work again. Doth, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, fuck. What's my auto run in this bitch? Hold on. Key bindings. Movement. Auto run. Caps lock. Perfect. Perfect. Everything is absolutely wonderful. Another day, another Leon first in chat. Also, a 340-day streak coming in from Mr. Hazington himself. Good fucking golly. Good golly. They brought out that shitty bug of auto run getting canceled. Oh yeah, they did change the auto run, huh? Wow, that's actually so cooked. Oh, fuck. I wonder if that's like a bot thing. Because the bots can just like press auto run instead of holding W or something. I'd say it's probably just something that got fucked up as a result. If I'm being honest. It's probably just something that got a little cooked. So, as soon as I'll be able to use my citizen tab to transfer my materials. Hold on. I'll just text him. I'll let you know. I'll let you know. Yeah, so what's up with the... Why my auto run cooked? Before servers go down. Please also revert auto run change. This is pee-pee, poo-poo, and not fluid. Alright, so we're gonna go... Movement character. I'm not gonna mark it as an exploit. I'm not gonna abuse that. I'm not gonna abuse that. Okay. Previously on Ash's Ball Z, I could hold W, then press... Yo, OG over on YouTube, what up, my boy? How are you? Press auto run to continue running, but after this patch, my auto run has to be pressed after depressing my W. I almost started pirate talking there. My W key. My W key. Or else it will, whoops, not continue to auto run. I do not like this change, and it is very unfluid. Official content creator DustyWhy. Alright, boys. We're good. I don't know why that shit made it in. But now, if you're holding W and then you hit your auto run, it doesn't actually auto run you anymore. So you literally have to like, my auto run is caps. So if I caps, then we're good. If I'm holding W and then I depress and then caps, we're good. But if I'm holding W and then hit caps, not good. Not good. Less than ideal. Should I just not load in? The question is, just hit caps. It's the depressing of the W key that lowers fluidity. So having to depress a bind to press another bind would essentially be like every time you want to move right, you have to stop moving forward to start moving right. Every time you want to go from forward to right forward, you have to take your W key off and then press W and D at the same time. And then to change direction again, you have to stop and then press W again. Like, that's the level of lack of fluidity that there is with that. And it's a small thing, but it's something that nobody asked for in terms of a change, and it's a change that makes the game feel worse overall. So, like, personally, I'm a complain about anything. I'm gonna complain about anything if I'm being completely honest. I was busy, I got the Wordle. I also got the Wordle. I got it in 3 today. We cooked. Seemed like there were more people on the list than the game can hold as a guild. Just wanted to get on the list ASAP. Wait. Oh, the wait list? Yes. The wait list is thick. 1000%. Someone's chasing you to catch up. Yeah, I just don't necessarily like the depressing to go into like repressing another bind. That to me just feels not fluid at all. And not very like, I don't know. Not very zen, if I'm being honest. It feels bad. Okay, so we got more under 10 whoops. We got more under 10 today. In terms of iron, just starting off, right off rip. 8. Oh my fucking god, wait. Goodness gracious. Oh my god, I just choked. Something tells me this is not the lowest we're gonna see iron. Because now we have one at 8. Hold on. Roshan just updated. No character progression will be lost in today's update. So if anybody was pumping during the update, if anybody has bought anything, if you corrupted and you lost a lot of shit, I have bad news. You may continue losing your shit forever and ever. Ooh, wait. I see a potential money move here. Boys, you know what? Carlo, oh my goodness gracious, the 220. It's sad that you and Leon are synced up because you hit the 220 and Leon hit the 340. So like, you're getting there, but like second best streak of the day. It's tragic that you guys are synced up like that though. You gotta do something about him. You gotta hit him offline one of these days. Ron, my good man, thank you for the hydrate. I greatly appreciate you. Drop that iron to 2 gold, please. Hey, you shut your short little fucking mouth up. You shut your short mouth up. I still got iron that I gotta motherfucking sell, bitch. I'm trying to get it down so I can get it back up because I bought it 10. So I dollar cost averaged about 10 to get started. I got some cheaper than 10 as well, but like I DCA'd around 10. So personally, if I can get that down to like 6, push it back up to 12, then I'll bring my average down to like 7.5. And then if I sell at 12, I'm operating at 40% profit margin, somewhere in there. So I'll be doing beautifully at that point. It's just a matter of what I can push up at this point. Because realistically, ooh. All right. I might fuck up doing this. I might fuck up. But I'm gonna buy it out and relist some. He who controls the rubies controls the world. And then I'm gonna just relist these and these alone. We're down to 7 gold. Ah! Alright. We're gonna list these for 750. Oh wait, whoops. 750. And then we go there. Alright. RIP my liquid, but that would be my entire flip for the day right there. That would be an immediate, like, what, 40 gold spin? So, I mean, that's perfect. And keep in mind, if I push this market up, then I'm good. What? Yeah, it's not the best, like, you can't get the best ad lib because it's not the best streak of the day. You get like a little, but like, it's not the highest streak of the day. It's tragic. Do you know what's inside the area protected by invisible barriers to the west of New Ayla called Hearth when you get near it? That's where the end game is. Yep, that's where you have to go for all the retention systems. He who figures out how to get in there shall succeed. Shall succeed. Why do I see 20 Lego rubies in your store? It's 21, bitch. It's 21. Why do you also see Lego Juneskosh and Lego Iron and Lego Emeralds and Epic and Heroic Sapphires? And why do you also see a shitload of Epic? And then why do we go to Mirrorleth and I just randomly have, I don't know, fucking Epic Bear Hides and shit? And Heroic Bear Hides and shit? I don't know. Maybe because I'm rich as fuck. Maybe Because I'm the XQC of this shit. No, I don't know. I just kind of got lucky. I just kind of got lucky on some plays. I do also have a bunch of epic rubies. Rich and Mats? I mean, I swing in out 100 gold a day extremely easily. And, oh, fuck, what's my character sheet? Oh, God. Is it C? Okay, it's C. Fuck, it's Shift H for me usually. Holy fuck. But yeah, I mean, I'm doing extremely well right now, man. My gear's beautiful. I made 5 pieces of jewelry yesterday. Got my Tide Rock, got my Thistleborn, got my 3-piece pedal. I got a Shift H. Yeah. I got rough rubies listed right now. Just bought up the entire Lego Ruby market, and then flipped that to start the day. So, you know, first things first, as soon as I hopped on, manipulated a market. So the thing about all of these mats is I only buy shit that will be in demand, right? So in terms of it being in or out of demand, if it's not, God fucking damn it, my binds are all fucked up. If it's not something that is in demand and, you know, manipulatable, right? If it's a market that looks like it could have a lot of liquidity in it, if I just let it sit and the price is going down, then I'll let that sit. But today I logged on and Lego rubies were 3 gold on the base and 4 gold, 25 silver on the ceiling. So I bought up all of the rubies that were available and then just flipped them, listed them for 750, and then we'll let that sit throughout the day. Today I'll probably do some steel bloom farming again, but honestly, steel bloom's starting to cycle out. And I do also think, God damn it, that's not my sprint anymore. I'm also starting to think that we're going to see a Carfin emblem push relatively soon. There is always going to be a consistent demand for steel bloom emblems, but I'm starting to think that we're going to see these bad boys start to climb relatively quickly. 61. Oh, that's steel bloom emblem. Never mind. Yeah, these are cheap though. 87 silver for one of these. Something tells me these will be a couple to a few gold relatively soon. So we got a few opportunities to make some money and set ourselves up. So is a true use keyboard weird? Weird? What you mean weird? Not necessarily like weird. I play vert keyboard. My keyboard sits like this. So like I sit my keyboard down on my mat like just like this, and then it sits at this angle, and then my hand sits on it kind of like this. So like with my spacebar, my thumb sits on that, right? So this is where my thumb sits. It's like the pad where you check how well done a steak is. So that sits on my spacebar, and then I hit that by just doing this with the bottom of my thumb. So that way, all of my like, you know, binds up here, binds down here, bottom row. If I have to pop pot, I can hit hyphen, I can hit equals. So like my thumb basically works the bottom half, or well, I guess the right half for you guys, the bottom half of my keyboard. And then when I jump, I'm running around. It's kind of hard to do like this, but I'll be running around, jump literally just by like, you know, clapping my thumb on the spacebar a little bit. So I'm not even technically on the spacebar. I'm on the bottom of the spacebar, like on the edge of my keyboard, the flat part where my hand sits, and I basically just like hit my thumb against the spacebar to jump without actually pressing on top of it. So like my impact isn't here, my impact is here on my spacebar. So yeah, I mean, I would say I use it a little bit weird, but it's also comfy as fuck. Like unbelievably comfy. Also Aries, good morning, my boy. And then my mouse, I mean, I just kind of claw my mouse because I have large hands. Like, so my mouse is like too small. So basically I have, when I'm on my mat, mouse is here, can scroll wheel with either finger. But basically like this is a shooter thing, like a habit from shooters. My pinky is like a drag weight. So like if I'm tracking or something, then my pinky will either go down to slow my aim or come up to like let me free aim and track a little bit more. But yeah, I claw my mouse, and then when I'm using my mouse also, I kind of like rest the side of my finger against my scroll wheel. So that way when I'm scroll wheeling, same thing. I'm not scroll wheeling from the top. I'm scroll wheeling either with my index finger on the side like this, or my middle finger on the side like this, if I do actually need to, you know, scroll wheel anything. So I have some weird contact points, but it's also all like very, I don't know, ergonomical and comfy. God fucking damn it. I don't know my mount binds anymore. I don't know how to play the fucking game. Dude, I feel brand new. Also, Keith, good day. Are Tide Rot emblems valuable? Like Thistleborn emblems. Thistleborn emblems. Like Thornstride? Tide rods are valuable. They're more niche than Thornstrike, or Thornstride emblems are. Thornstrides are going to be used for Thornstrike longbows, all that shit. Also does look like they pushed a little UI update with some text stuff. This is different than it previously was, so that's cool. Yeah, they cleaned this up a little bit. So with Thornstrike longbow, is that a new icon as well? This is a really popular choice for a longbow. From there, yeah, I got you. Listen, I say the wrong shit 72 times daily. Also, Lag, thank you for the 90-day streak. I appreciate you. With Thornstrike longbow, additional power roll, item level 29 longbow. So like, that's good. That's good, right? But from there, you also have the Stonebind. So this is the caster one. Both are going to be really solid options. So Thornstride emblems will see some value there, especially since they're Riverlands crafts. So it's just gonna be super readily available for people in general. So I don't mind that. My fizz power is broken right now too. God damn it, I can't use my character sheet. Hey, wait, no, never mind. I was like, where'd my fizz power go? But then I realized I re-rolled my gear yesterday. So now I'm a lot squishier. But yeah, okay. My fizz power is fine. My fizz power is perfectly okay. The keybinds too? Yeah, the keybinds are fucking pissing me the hell off. Bro, I got some weird fucking keybinds. Let me tell you what. Why patch rollback? Because they done fucked it up. They basically are trying to put the poop back in the butt right now. Because it came out a little early by the seams. A lot of shit got broke. A lot of people are having stability and connection issues. A lot of people are borderline unable to play the game. And everybody's keybinds may or may not have got reset. Wasn't this on PTR for 2 weeks? Yes. So basically what we think is that they said they were pushing the PTR patch and some additional stuff on top of the PTR patch. And I think the and some additional stuff ended up cooking something. I really hope, because the PTR patch was there for a while and we got good testing and everything was running relatively smooth over there. Like, other than the auto run stuff and some other just, you know, basically like persistent bugs. But like the PTR build was actually running not terribly. And then over here, I think they threw in something else. It's like they were cooking, and it might not have been the best dish, but they were cooking a dish. And then somebody was like, oh, this could use a little bit more salt. And they're like, all right, cool. Let me go grab that for you. And then they go to pour a little bit of salt in, and then the lid falls off. Motherfucker, let me auto run. Oh, I'm gonna go insane. The fluidity issues. Oh, I'm such a game feel person. I don't want to have to depress my W key before I have to auto run, please. So anyways, dude, that's my least favorite change so far. Oh my God, you're gonna see me so much, because I will literally, when I'm on a yap and running in a straight line, I just dub key, caps lock, and then I'll just talk with my hands. I let it run. I hit like that shit, like, you know, but like, oh God, it's so annoying. Oh, it's so annoying. But yeah, so something tells me that the little bit extra that they threw in was less than ideal. They did try to add corruption from Harbinger. Yeah, I heard that someone said Resna's starting to spread, right? Man, kind of tragic that nobody's over there to stop it. Resna about to be all corrupted. Do we have anybody near there that can tell us if the... Oh, you know what we should have done? We should have got everybody over for a Tumok as soon as servers went up, and then we should have killed Tumok again as soon as servers came back up. Because character progression is not being reverted. I mean, too late now. But character progression is not being reverted at all, they specified. With our keybinds. Brother, Tumok is so fucking easy. Like, the fact that we haven't killed Tumok this entire time is like more miraculous, I think, than anything else. You want to kill him when patches up? Yeah, I'd love to get it down before we have to worry about like other shit popping up with it. I would love that, if I'm being completely honest. And then I would love to get Firebrand down. But also, Firebrand being a bitch ass, dodging ass hoe. So that's fucking tragic. Wasn't figured out why they're reverting, because everything's fucking broken. There are a lot of problems with the patch. Fluidity issues, crashing issues, stability issues, more bugs that are popping up in general. Basically, they did something. Yo, Gabo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. They did something to keybinds, where keybinds also aren't saving in between sessions. So I'm hoping that keybinds aren't completely shredded, because that would be slightly unfortunate. If I'm being honest, would be slightly unfortunate, but not the end of the world. I do fortunately have VODs of my keybinds, so I can get that taken care of. But what's Tumog gives a reward? Ideally, the recipe to make this bitch. So we got one of these wands to drop the last time we killed Tumok. Another big thing is this is a forced rarity roll, so it doesn't exist. We got the recipe too. Oh, we have the recipe for it? I didn't know if we got the recipe or not. I didn't hear about that. All I know is we got the wand and then I blacked out and tried to snipe it. Wait, did we get the recipe? Because this is a forced rarity roll. So basically, all you need is a shitload of the bark, and then you pump these out with common mats, and then it forces epic. Yep. Yep. So this is kind of like the old... Oh god, what is it? Is it the Petal Shard Jewelry or the Rosarium? One of those is a force rarity, one of them's not. I think Petal Shard's not force rarity, and then Rosarium is, or something like that. Either way. Rosarium Force is uncommon. Yeah. So there are a few force rarity rolls in the game. It's kind of like the same thing with... You're a fucking rat. Whoever did that, your mom's a hoe. I want you to know you could have waited until I was fucking done. I was showing something. God fucking damn it. God damn it. So anyways, kind of like the same thing with Firebrand stuff. Firebrand's weapons, the longbow, the sword. Firebrand sword's actually really good. It's a 4200 fizz power roll in heroic with another 811 power on it as a base roll, and then 811 disable power. So like it's really not bad, especially solid for like rogue, ranger, fighter. Like Firebrand is, I think personally, the more consistent of the loot tables. Excuse me. The thing about Tumok is the wand is just so fucking good, and it's a base roll epic, right? So what's disable power do? Disable power increases the duration of your crowd control effects. So like stuns, roots, slows, trips, stuff like that. Increases the duration of that. So disable defense lowers the duration of CCs that you take. So that's like the antithesis side. And then you have disable accuracy, which makes your disables more likely to hit. And then you have disable evasion specifically, which makes disables less likely to hit you. And basically with disable evasion rating, you get a flat 30% physical and magical as soon as you start sprinting, which is really, really, really good, considering that's gonna typically be like a 2.5 to 3x. So it's quite nice. It's quite nice. Man, what do we do while the realms are offline? Honestly, at least it's not as bad as EU players right now. EU players have effectively their entire day peak time fucking cooked. Which, honestly, it does suck. But also, these are the working hours of the development studio on the time zone that they're naturally on. So it also kind of is what it is. We can't expect people to be in California working at like 10 p.m. to fucking 6 a.m. So, I mean, this is 12 noon. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're probably working through lunch hour to get this shit pushed for us. And by pushed, I mean reverted. So, I mean, it is what it is, right? It is what it is, but I do think it's definitely less than ideal. We've had a couple patches come in, not ready to be put in. One of them, I would say, was less on the everything's bugged and broken side, and more of the this was a poor decision for this point in time side, which I think is a different route entirely. But I definitely feel like this one was the first, like, Not the first. There have been things that have come in wacky, right? But also, this one was just like everything's fucking broke. Everything's broke. They tried to throw in bug fixes. They tried to get a little bit of stuff going, and I don't know what extra was added because the patch notes were the same as the PTR notes. So it was stuff that was unlisted. And I don't really know what the unlisted stuff was. But seemingly that was one of the things that got fucked up. Also, Osprey RuneScape over on YouTube. Good day, my friends. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Carla's got ad-libs stuck in my head right now. Yo, Alex, thank you for following. I don't know why. I'm going to be ad-libbing all day now. Carla made me ad-lib earlier today. And I've always said my two dream careers, if I was not a streamer, would be like backup practice squad punter in the NFL. So I could basically just like show up, kick a few footballs, have a jersey on that doesn't let the genetic specimens tackle me and hurt me because I'm frail. I'm still pretty skinny overall. But like, time to go shoulders and chest? Yeah, I should probably go do that considering I'm skinny and frail. They don't have backup punters. I know. You got to be the trendsetter. You got to pave the way. Like they just use a kicker. Well, I'm going to be better at punting than the kicker, but worse at kicking than the kicker, right? So I feel like everybody needs a specialized role. And I wouldn't ask for much, bro. I'm going to be honest. They give me 75K here, and I'm doing it. They have limited slots for players. That's why I said practice squad. Yeah. I'll just practice squad that shit. Like, there have been fantasy teams. Ragnar, thank you for the follow. They have had fantasy teams that have basically, picked a kicker first. It could happen. I'm a Samar. Yeah. So I want to show up to practice. I want to hang out with all all the athletes, pump some iron and shit, get shredded. I don't know, go to like a steakhouse or whatever rich people do. And then basically show up, kick a few footballs or a farm. Cause like I'd let my hair flow and shit cause I wouldn't get hit at all. So at that point I'd grow out a mane and I'd probably like learn some cool dance moves. And then I'd boom a punt downfield and then while it's in the air, I'd like hit a Dougie or something. And then I'd just kick a few balls and then I'd just be going. Punchers don't get shredded, they stay flexible. See, that's what's gonna make me different though. I'm already flexible. Watch, hold on. I can touch my toes right now. Ready? Feet together. Everything just cracked. But I can touch my toes. I'm flexible as shit. I'm good to go. Only a couple things just ripped. So, like, I'm good on that. I can put my legs behind my head. Just kidding, I can't do that. I can't do that. Knees bent and torn ACL. Throw on my back, got stuck like that. Jesus fucking Christ. But I'm flexible as shit. I'm just saying, I could make that happen right now. I can still thunk. I'm ready to go. I'm limber. But also, I feel like if I'm putting up like Saquon Barkley squats as a punter, then I could probably boom like a 72-yard punt on average. Like, I feel like, yo, EJ, thank you for the follow. Like, I feel like if I'm putting up like Saquon Barkley squats, I go to punt the football and it just pops. And at that point, like, is there protocol on that? Like, if I kick a football so hard that I pop it, do we just win the game? Like, is that a win condition? Chat, is that in the NFL rulebook? I'm assuming it's a repunt at that point, right? Or would they just play it from where it lies and then we just got like a Tom Brady football to run for a little bit? All right, I have a new goal. Chat. We start in 1,000 squats per prime. I will be the Omega Quad in no time, and then I will let you know how much force needs to be generated. Punters need accuracy more than leg strength. Well, that's why I'm staying nimble. Yes. Also, you say we need accuracy more than leg strength until I have a fucking 26-second hang time on a 42-yard punt and pin him inside the 5-yard line, and then also have time to heat up a fucking coffee before that punt lands. I'm just fucking putting that out there, brother. I have the tech. I've watched football before. I even played football in high school, and I broke 3 ribs trying to run a slant over the middle because I got a fucking hospital ball. I reached up, and I got fucking spit roasted by a linebacker and a safety. Jesus Christ. Put on the GoPro. Let's see this happen. I used to... Okay, hold on. I shouldn't leak this. Freshman football, I was our punter. I will say I can boom that shit. I came in and I did the punting for special teams because everybody else kicked it like fucking 10 yards, bro. It was terrible. So I ran the X and then I punted. And honestly, I knew at that point in time, like, I'd go on and I'd run my routes and shit. And I'd catch the football a few times, and then someone would tackle me, and I'm like, damn, this shit doesn't hurt this much in basketball. How'd you do in college? I didn't play football in college. I played basketball in college. But, like, that was the difference, bro. Like, I'd be running my routes and shit, and I'd catch the football, and then no one would let me score. And, like, they'd fucking tackle me and shit, and that shit hurted, right? So, like, somebody comes at me, and they fucking run at me, bro. That shit's ouchies even with pads. Basketball, if somebody comes at me and spears me, then they get in trouble. There's a difference. There's a difference. So I quickly discovered punting was kind of zen, bro. Like if I boomed one downfield, and I hit a good punt, everybody was hyped up and shit, and it was a huge thing. And then I was just like, yeah, I did something. And then I was like, practice squad punter would be the dopest aspiration in the world, right? It's like streamer, backup punter on the practice squad. Honestly, what else would I even do? Like, those are probably my top 2 careers. I think that'd be dope as shit. Oh, and then also maybe just one of those, like, on the side, I could do, like, nights as one of those security venue guys at, like, Kendrick Lamar concerts and shit. Bro, I swear to God, Carla and I went to Kendrick in Vegas, and the security guys were literally sitting there, and they were like fucking dancing to Kendrick and shit. One of them was like crip walking and shit. Why not just actually be the punter? The big men won't tackle you. There are rules about that. Because if somebody breaks a big return, then the punter has to get involved, right? And if the punter has to get involved, usually it's not so good. But also, that's where the Saquon quads come in. I'm Metro Boomin' a motherfucker. I bring back the Ray Lewis D cleats in this bitch, right? He tries. Exactly. See, the thing is, too, like your average NBA player, right? They're like 6'6", 6'7" on average, including the short guys that are my height at like 6'5". And like, you know, NBA players are huge, right? But NFL players are like little balls of muscle. They're built differently. And like you'll see an NFL running back and they're like fucking 5'8", but they're like 260 all muscle and run a 4.2 40, and it's literally like a bowling ball coming at you. So at that point, my problem is I can't really like crumple up and get low enough to do anything to those short dudes that, and then at that point they just like run through me, bro. It's terrible. I don't fuck with football. I like watching football, but I also understand the regimen that needs to go into the football. I understand that motherfuckers need to be brolic as shit. And like, I think basketball is a different world, bro. I think basketball is a different world. I like basketball. That shit's like art in motion. It's like art in motion. When are servers up? Oh God. Hopefully like half hour, 45 minutes on the high end. Shit could always go wrong, but being from Maine, is there a team you cheer for? Remember you saying you don't really follow it? I mean, like, I used to watch sports like all the time with my family before I really got into streaming and stuff. And when we were all younger, we would do football Sundays every single Sunday. So we were always really big Patriots fans. Granted, had a fucking god team to cheer for my entire life. So when I started being like sentient as a human being, right? We had like the 2004 Sox World Series. We had the Dynasty. The Celtics had fucking Paul Pierce, and then the big three coming in with Paul Ray Allen and KG. So like early on, it was very easy in life to be like a New England sports fan. And I've kind of like, you know, football and baseball always just kind of stayed there because I'm much more casual in the football and baseball scene. I did fantasy with my brothers and, you know, always, you know, just stayed in tune enough with shit. But I'm also not like football super fan. Like, it's fun to watch. It's engaging to watch. I love watching football. Like, but also, bro, it's just on all day, one day. I'd have to take a whole day off a stream to watch that shit. So I just get highlights, bro. I stay tuned on highlights. I stay tuned on what's happening in the league. Like, I don't really keep track of baseball too much. I would say baseball is the one I follow the least at this point. And then it's like basketball the most, and then football, and then baseball for like the big three. And then like I'm sorry, chat. I'm American. I don't follow soccer that much. Football. Sorry, my apologies. Football. I do not follow football that much. I know, sacrilege. Sacrilege. I just think it's boring. Also, being from Maine, I don't follow hockey that much. I think hockey's boring. Well, hold on. I'll be right back. May or may not have just spilled coffee on my hoodie. Did you say hi? Well, might as well. Wait, did I say football? I spilled coffee on my hoodie. One sec. I'm delirious. It's what I get for wearing light colored clothes. God fucking damn it. Spilled fucking coffee on myself. So anyways, I'm back. Wardrobe change like I'm Dusty fucking Swift in this bitch. Yo, Shalkun, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So anyways, like, I follow closely enough to stay up to date on shit. Like, weirdly enough, there was a football player that was like in chat recently. And I saw the name pop up and I was like, the fuck? That's weird. And then I was like, oh, I wonder if that's the same person. And it was. And I follow football enough to be like, oh, that's cool. I remember people in my fantasy team like drafting him and watching his games and stuff. But I'm also not like football super fan enough to be like, oh my God, and be like fanboying. But I like texted my brothers and I was like, oh, this person came through chat today. And they were like, oh shit, that's cool. And then that was basically the end of it. Like, that's how I am with football. I have like the name recognition, like stuff like that. I've followed enough, especially in my, you know, my growing up time, to kind of like have the knowledge of it, but I'm not like diehard super fan or anything like that. At least not anymore. Is Thornstrike the best bow at the moment for Fizz? I personally don't like Thornstrike that much. I like Dreadwake a lot more personally. I think it's just generally better. Thornstrike is also good, but the thing with Thornstrike and Dreadwake to keep in mind, those are item level 29. So, epic item level 26 equals heroic item level 29. And everything is perfectly lined up at that point in time. Literally everything just falls into place if you're trying to craft a 26. I think personally the value is much higher in 26 epics and then enchanting it versus trying to force a 29. The only time in my opinion that is worth crafting an item level 29 is epic or legendary. And to actually craft an epic or legendary 29, you are going to be spending so much fucking money that you will probably not be very happy at all. It's just, in my opinion, yes, you get power. No, you're not getting enough power to make the money worth it unless you physically have nothing else to upgrade, right? So for me, I see a lot of room to improve my weapons, my gearing, my armor set in general, right? And I want to be able to evenly build out my character so I don't really have like this super strong, you know, power scaling while also having nothing else around it. And there's also, you know, there's a reason why my build feels so well-rounded and tanky while also doing some damage. And that's because that's the intent of how I build. I try to bring up all of the weaknesses, play around the strengths, and make it very solid. So just Thornstrike and Glorybound are the same mats. Just have to get 50 of the emblem. Figure just go Thorn, no. I mean, see, that's the thing. Thornstrike's more convenient But also, I feel like if you're in the matter of like, oh, just get the emblems and go Thorn, it's really expensive to do that. So I would recommend, if you're in that boat, compare what it would take to make an epic Glory Bound versus whatever Thorn Strike you're looking at. And then compare the cost in materials. Because for most Thorn Strike weapons, you know, emblems included, emblems are multiple gold apiece. I think they're already like 3 to 4.5 for Thorn Strike emblems, maybe slightly more. And you need 50 of those. So you're looking at, you know, a couple to a few hundred gold to craft the high rarity Thorn Strike in the first place, mat cost considered. And that is huge cost for one piece, right? And if you have everything else just fully bissed out, then great, go for it, I say. But I have heroic item level 26 weapons. If I want to, I can upgrade to epic, but even heroic to epic, my heroics cost me like less than 60 gold to craft. Epics would cost me 150 probably, bare minimum, depending on the wood prices. So, you know, there are differences. There are definitely differences. And I think along the way, I'm a big like power per price, or like price per power person. So 5.3 gift fizz looks too good though. Yeah, I mean, it is definitely nice. Look at Dreadwake as well though, because Dreadwake has another power roll, Dreadwake has a fizz speed roll, and it has a con roll. So you're getting like everything that you need. Is this game gonna get wiped? I mean, at some point, yeah. I don't know when, but like in the past, they've had us on a 3 to 5 month cadence for wipes. They've said they want to minimize wipes as much as humanly possible. But I mean, today is a prime example of shit gets fucked up, and sometimes they have to, you know, roll back. Sometimes they may have to wipe, whatever it may be, right? So in terms of right now, they're just rolling back an update. That update came in and like had some bugs with it that were not intended, of course. So they brought servers down about 20 minutes ago. It could take up to an hour for them to actually get set up and squared away and get the servers back up. But as soon as they're back up, we'll be in and we'll be booming. I fucking hope. Anyways, as opposed to intended bugs. I mean, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Also, quick question. I want to use dagger, but do rangers really benefit much from that? Or should I stick to crit chance and power? Like, daggers as a stat stick, I think are just kind of like a worse greatsword. It's not the worst option, because honestly, as a ranger, you're primarily like not going to have your melee weapon out much, if at all. So it does function primarily as a stat stick for you. A lot of people do like power, attack, speed, and crit as your big three on honestly pretty much anything. That's like all of your fizz scaling. But I've heard from a lot of rangers that like if you neglect your fizz speed portion of it, and you're sitting too low on that, then it's going to feel really bad. You can take a lot of time to get your abilities off, especially yours that need to charge up. Something as simple as trying to get a vines out and missing a vines because of that. So there are a lot of small differences that can pop in and can weigh in on everything, to say the very, very, very least. But I don't think dagger is the worst. I also don't think it's the best. I think your universal scaler is always, as a stat stick, going to be greatsword. It's got attack speed on it. It's got high fizz power on it. You can find some really well-rolled greatswords as well if you want something that's pure offensive. You can get yourself a Dreadwake greatsword. Not Dreadwake, sorry. Night Reaver greatsword. Thinking about 29. Night Reaver greatsword. And then, honestly, long-term for your 29, you're looking at a Glassveil greatsword. Glassveil greatsword, really good as well. So there are a lot of good scalers. Stormcurrent Great Axe, also a huge one. So, we should bring back taunt solo mob pulling. I don't mind the social pulls. Like, if something's intended to be packed up, I don't mind it, but we just got to be aware of that. Do you know how long it's going to take? Hopefully not too long. Servers have been down for about a half an hour, and they said that it could take up to an hour. Up to an hour. So, as of right now, we should be like halfway through. Could always come up sooner, could always come up a little bit later. Usually they update around like 15 minutes out if they're going to need an extended time, right? But as of right now, we haven't heard anything else in terms of it going poorly. They just had to pull back the update and get everything squared away there. Morning self, hope you're having a beautiful day. What you getting up to on this fine one? But yeah, I mean, hopefully it's not too long. Hopefully there aren't too many issues. I want to get on and get 2 mockdown as quickly as humanly possible so we don't have to worry about anything. And then just go on with our day after that. I don't know how many people we're going to have, but like, I'd tank that bitch with my eyes closed at this point. So, nothing went poorly. They just rolled back the 3-hour update. Yeah. Everything's going perfectly fine. Everything's going just as intended. They actually made this update just to practice rollbacks. Fun fact. They wanted to get another rep in. And also, somebody from EU said something mean, so Steven said, fuck your peak time. Absolutely get rolled, nerds. Oblivion Masterfind. Banger. I don't know how many epic rubies I have processed, but I have some epic rubies processed. And then I also have, I think I still have some green copper ingies kicking around. I'll have to check. I gave a lot of my copper ingies out, but we can get you all squared away today. I got mats out the fucking wazoo. Also, I was looking into it with proper ratios. It's genuinely like $5 gold, 3 to 5 gold to craft. It's not expensive. Is not expensive. So how to give the fundamentals fresh like an NBA guy practicing free throws. Fuck free throws, bro. I need the back slap layups. I need the finger roll lay into the turn hand backboard slap. That's what we're looking at right now. We need those fundamentals. A nice little layup line where you got a 6'10 just getting a little jelly on it and then smacking glass. That is the fundamental that we're on right now. Just day one, 7'5" man, catch ball, 1 power dribble, go up strong and tap backboard. I don't need over the rim play. I don't need any of that. I need you guys on the block, form shooting, practicing the little baby hooks, getting some momentum. Dr. Frankenbob coming in with the Dr. Franken 10. My goodness gracious, you're gonna make me die. Holy shit, scared the hellington out of me. Dr. Frankenbob, good morning, brother. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful one. Absolutely beautiful one. Brother, am I wrong, or AOC is fucked? I mean, currently this update's fucked, but like, if this is the first that you've ever seen of an alpha or of a development product or anything like that, then I think it may be jarring. But if you're not coming from a world where the only MMOs that you have played are like WoW and 14 and Guild Wars 2 and like MMOs that have been out and polished and finished for so long, this is going to be a disgusting contrast between those two things, where the expectation here is not necessarily this needs to come in perfect. The expectation here is truly, I'm going to take this fork and put it in this outlet and see if this outlet's on. And then they go bzzz and they shock themselves and they're like, all right, bet we're not going to use that outlet anymore. That one's a bad one. Or they're going to use that because it's a good one.
Cat with abs is absolutely S-tier.
I don't know what that says, but thank you for the follow. I don't know what that is. But yeah, overall, man, this is just development. Like, I know it's way less than ideal, but I've personally played live services that are way more cooked than this. And I think it's important to recognize that Ashes definitely has issues, definitely has flaws, definitely has problems, and point those things out and give critiques. But like, people got to realize, bro, a lot of games have this shit going on, or even worse. Glow?
Finally got my prime.
Thank you for the 5 months, dog. I appreciate you. Playing an early access MMO is a self-kaying experience. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. 1000%. WoW still does? Yeah, WoW still has duping, botting, exploiting. The only thing is a lot of games just have instancing to hide it. And there are patches in every game that go south. If you look at midnight launch and TBC launch, there are probably going to be connectivity issues, and somebody's probably going to DDoS the Blizzard servers. Not me, by the way. Don't investigate me. It wasn't me. I don't even know how to do that. So anyways, it's gonna happen, man. Like, MMO launches are historically bad. Fucking ARPG launches are historically bad. Live service, online server-based launches are historically rough. And then once they recover from that, it's either a matter of does this next set of content updates and patches come in smooth, or does it come in with a whole lot of hitching and stuttering and bumps in the road and shit that's broken along the way? Midnight Beta couldn't get in for straight 8 hours. Ashes, you got in a lot faster on Steam launch. If you had your account linked already. But if you didn't have your account linked, you're fucking cooked. People couldn't like link their accounts for the first 3 days. But yeah, I mean, keep in mind, Midnight, wow, like that's legitimately a 20+ year title from a titan of the industry that has the teams that are, you know, all established and at the top of their fields and are the teams that are inspiring other teams to work on shit, right? That's what Ashes is drawing comp to a lot of the time. And I understand a lot of people aren't going to want to sit here and just go through all the bumps and bruises and all of the, you know, all of the cracks in the road and all of the issues. It's perfectly okay. I'm not one to tell you that you have to do that. I'm the last person to tell somebody they have to fucking enjoy all this shit. It is definitely unfortunate, to say the absolute least, that everything is happening in the way that it's happening, especially with these recent patches and with this last month or so of content. I think a lot of people are definitely yearning for something, right? And I think there needs to be something big for this dev stream, or the community the community is going to flip very quickly and will probably be sub 10K before we know it. Any day when servers will be back online, hopefully within the next 30 minutes. Hopefully. Do you see some of the content in the leaked DBC file? No, I don't even know what that is. I don't stay caught up on drama because I'm always off of shit when I'm not on stream. Like, when I'm off stream, I don't really I don't really go on Discord too much. I check the Reddit sometimes to stay up to date on that stuff, but like, when I'm on stream, I'm here, and then when I'm not on stream, I'm clocked out, bro. I try not to go online. I try not to be on my phone too much. I try not to be like too, you know, in the internet, so to say. So I stay tuned. I stay in my own little bubble, so to say. Well, the community riot when they announced the server wipe. The community would riot if they did, and then the community would riot if they didn't. Like, I don't really think there's a way where any decision that Ashes makes comes with every single person being like being in the same realm of thinking where it's like, oh my god, this is unilaterally a perfect decision. Wow. There are going to be people that came in that don't understand the levity of how cooked the economy is, all of the issues that have come with that, and like, you know, those people will be pretty unhappy about it. Starting to feel slightly shocked, or am I too soon? I mean, it's been chalked in all fairness, but this is also, considering the chalk, been like the least chalked that a phase has been 1.5 months in, if I'm being completely honest. Like, they have more systems now than they have ever had before to try to troubleshoot. And a lot of those are getting troubleshot pretty, like, poorly. As of the current time, I'm sure they're working on larger fixes in the back end, but this is still, as of right now, the phase of the game that has been the least cooked by outward available, prevalent duping, bugging, exploiting. There has been obviously still a lot of it, right? The bots are still super prevalent and shit, but I think those have been things that have existed in every phase. Every phase, and they will probably exist even post-wipe right now. And I think the hope is that over time they're able to establish themselves in a normative content cadence where it's progressing, right? Someone's not responding after the first kill of restart for like a month now. Yeah, absolutely. But it's also like, you got to realize how many bugs they truly fucking have, how much technical debt, like how many things that we don't even see on a frontline basis. Like, they're probably trying to work on with every single team a mountain of fixes, considering they accumulated a lot of downtime debt, right? They were basically out of office for 2 weeks, I think, with a skeleton crew shortly after implementing this update. And we got word recently as well that Steven was basically unplugged for a couple of weeks. So like the last couple of weeks, Steven was going through some health stuff and has been more or less unplugged, was what he said in Discord. So that means that a lot of the last couple weeks have been like no Steven oversight, team leads flying by seat without Steven in meetings probably. If he's actually been out dealing with shit, then we may very well have seen up to a month downtime without any of that top end. And I don't think Steven should have to be there for things to function smooth, but it could also explain why it seems like there's been so little in the realm of forward progression right now. Not having, your team captain, not having the person that's at the front of everything, that's doing all the decision making. That is something that could definitely hamper some of the progression. So, why am I going to be red after killing a crate mule? That's weird. Because the crate mule is not flagged up for PvP. So if you kill somebody that is not flagged up, then that means you're murdering them. That's not consensual PvP. So instead of being purple, then you go red, which is corrupted. So it's kind of like a multi-stage flagging system where if I hit you, I turn purple. If you hit me back, you turn purple, and then we go from there. If you do not hit me back and I kill you, then I go red. And upon going red, I basically get flagged as a murderer. I can't take off gear. I can't go into town. I can't trade with players, any of that shit, right? So upon going red, red's very bad. You don't want to be red a lot. There are ways where you can get around it. There are ways you can get your gear back, but more often than not, red is like a net negative. It's always a loss in terms of the gameplay. So they've said that, there are ways where you can, of course, play red, but it's always meant to be a loss. And it's not meant to be something where you're sustainably playing corrupted, where you're doing it all the time. Is a whole thing. Why they moved to Shoal? Because Shoal's the best server, and Cats with Abs is one of the only communities in the game that isn't just immediately going to disband if we fight 2 wars and they don't go our way. So we fought Polar pretty much every phase since we've been here. We came in phase 2 as a community with a very small community. We basically, started looking to fight whoever we could and punch up the ladder. And the entire time since phase 2, we have constantly been here and constantly put out content and have constantly been building. And so Shoal's a very active server. Resna died like crazy. All of your core 4 guilds on Resna also had people that were named in the initial lists and were banned. Granted, those people have all probably just bought new accounts at this point. But Resna very quickly turned into everything that made us come to Shoal in the first place. And the sustainability of Shoal and the content of Shoal and the populace of Shoal and the prospect of, world boss fights on Shoal and Harbinger fights on Shoal, primarily facilitated by Cats in the other communities on Shoal, means that a lot of people are going to want to come over here. Truly, my gut feeling isn't right with this, because I think this game, in my opinion, has the same potential. Again, my opinion, I don't know, gut feeling. I mean, I think it is what it is. I've been through so many, reversions of patches and so many bumps in the road and stuff like that. I don't necessarily think that it's the D-Day and the end-all, be-all and the killer of momentum. I mean, keep in mind, with games that are in development, I mean, we can look at another title that's in development right now that is actually starting to pick up a lot of hype, right? So here we see Deadlock. Deadlock is slated to be one of the next, games of all time, right? A lot of people are very hyped up on Deadlock. A lot of people are very excited about Deadlock and really want to see Deadlock do well. Keep in mind, even Deadlock bounced up to 171k, right? And then dropped down, and for months was sub 20k. Months. Patch comes in, people fall off again. And then another patch comes in, and they're 100k plus and still climbing, and now they're getting into the trending section of gaming, where a lot of your larger creators are going over and they're like, should I check out Deadlock? Oh my god, the Deadlock movement's so good. The game feels so good. Oh my god, Rem is so cute. Oh goodness gracious, Rem's helpers. Oh goodness. Deadlock is now, keep in mind, This is an invite only. Granted, you can get invited literally anywhere. So that's nice. That's nice. There are no world bosses. There's no grinding. There's only downtime. Yeah, 10 hours of downtime. 10 hours of downtime. We're fucking cooked. It's all fucked. But yeah, so in terms of like development products and shit, we gotta remember there's actually so fucking much that can dwindle out over time, can die out over time, and then out of nowhere an update hits. And granted, Deadlock is something that has the Valve backing. Like, this is put out by, again, another Titan. Valve has so much history with making successful games, right? And I think people have to be very aware that in anything, right, there's a content cycle, right? But especially in, you know, development titles, early access titles, alphas, betas, shit like that, there's not going to be a lot of that full built-in retention. Because even right now, I mean, if you go to the Deadlock scene and you look at a lot of their feedback, a lot of people in Deadlock are extremely happy with how the community is spiking right now and how the population's going up, because they feel like there's not really retention or progression in the game right now. Like, there's the MOBA side of things, right? But some people in Deadlock are like wanting more than just that. I push up rank and I go for that. So people are really thinking that Deadlock is, you know, still missing some core elements. And honestly, it's a very similar tune to what a lot of people say about Ashes. It's missing the retention. It's missing the polish. The thing about Deadlock is they're also getting new heroes dropped. They're also getting map changes. They're doing amazing over there. They're cooking like crazy. And not to say that Ashes is going to be the MMO version of Deadlock, but I think it's very possible for games to have up and down and up and down and up and down. Look up Warborn above Ashes. Wait, that was another top down, right? Warborn above Ashes. I feel like, oh shit. Deadlock has heroes in another Black Desert. Oh, Deadlock's not an MMO. Deadlock's not an MMO. Deadlock's like a MOBA shooter. That shit's really nice. Wait, what the fuck? Bro, what? I thought there were a bunch of content creators that went over and played this. What the goddamn hell? What the fuck happened? Bro, that happened so fast. The fuck do you mean? This is like actually dead. They have 119 playing right now, and their 24-hour peak on Twitch is 1 viewer. What? Brother. What? What cooked this hard? Of a game, but they ruined it. What did they do? Did the devs like fucking send dick pics to people? Like, what happened? That's a lot of fall off. That's Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That shit's crazy. They did, but content creators play popular games, not make games popular unless you're like Summit. That's entirely incorrect. That is 1,000% incorrect. But you're welcome to your own opinion. Content creators can be the reason why a game gets its initial influx of players and attention, because they offer a platform, especially large content creators that are, of course, much larger than myself, right? I'm a small guy. But like, content creators, especially on the largest scale, offer a platform and an immediate accessibility to a much larger live community than anything else would. So with something like this, if you as simply as have, you know, Summit or Asmon or I don't even know, like a Soda or somebody come in and check out your MMO, that's going to bring in a lot of eyes on that. Because keep in mind, just from the standpoint of like content creators in general, if you have a 5,000 to 10,000 viewer Andy, they're probably seeing upwards of 80 to 200,000 individual unique people over the course of their stream, because total active users is far higher than concurrent viewers, right? So with people putting out, longer form content, longer form everything. Wait, it's worse? Oh my God, it's worse. That's also going to bring in a whole shitload of eyes on it, right? So, I mean, look at what's happening with Rocket League right now. Rocket League has been a very known title for a very long time, right? But if we look at Rocket League, I probably shouldn't do the 9 years. Rocket League has started to see a little bit of a jump recently. And part of that is being attributed to Jinxie, a large streamer, going over, bringing in more concurrency to it, more excitement coming around that. And again, this is just a small portion of Rocket League. But content creators of any size, especially larger content creators, check Terraria. Carlo was playing Terraria yesterday. What's up with Terraria? Oh! Oh, lordy! Oh, that's a lot. Oh, lordy, what the fuck? Oh, you can't get Rocket League on Steam anymore? Oh, that's fair. That's also very fair. Rocket League's Epic now, right? I actually forgot about that. What an interesting decision. Huh. Do we have Epic charts for Rocket League? That's a good call. I actually forgot, dude. I haven't been on the Epic Games launcher in so long. I feel like the Epic Games launcher probably sees traffic from a standpoint of I load up my Epic Games launcher, I download free game, and then I close Epic Games launcher. I think Highguard took a dump. Well, might as well check. Right. 377,000 all-time peak and 8.3K right now. Okay, word. Everything's beautiful. Everything's awesome. Everything's phenomenal. That's cooked. Only problem is when 40k people watching a streamer play a new MMO and he/she says it sucks, don't play. Those 40k watchers won't have an opinion, just follow. Based and correct, soulbound on YouTube. Absolutely. Absolutely. And like, I think the hive mind of content creation can also be just as detrimental as it can be building to things. But it's also the evolution of like video game journalism, right? So previously, you would have to take the word from some dude writing a Game Informer article that you would read while you were taking a shit, right? You'd be taking a dump somewhere, and you'd find a Game Informer, and then you'd scroll through it. You'd flip through it. Terminology is not even the same. And you'd find the reviews, and it would be like, World of Warcraft, The Burning Crusade, 9.5 out of 10, right? And you're like, oh, fuck. Really? Really? What do you mean? Wait, what is this? Call of Duty? What? Wait, this looks awesome. Everything sounds great. And now, instead of hearing about it through a Game Informer, you hear about things large, small, AAA, indie, everything in between, instantaneously and in a live form because of these content creators. You see people that are now able to go in, and even if I pay, Timmy Two Thumbs $1 million to hype my game up in a review, and then people go on and they see content creators playing that and they're like, what the fuck? This sucks. Content creators are your boots on ground journalist in this point in time. And a lot of your content creators absolutely are clickbaity, rage farmy, drama farmy people. But you also have a lot of content creators that very much just like playing games and putting out like, good, bad, indifferent feedback about those games. And then just chilling with their community and getting their community's feedback. So like, I definitely see that though, man. Even I've had instances before where like, I've said something on stream, like joking, right? Clearly joking. And people will take it and run with it because content creators said that this was a thing. So it's clearly true. And like, even aside from like the element of streamer says a game's bad, it's bad now. Like last week or a couple weeks ago, I went on a rant about fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. Ni hao, Dr. Frankenbob. I went on a rant about how like Cats only wants the elite players. We don't care about anybody else. And to make sure we only get the elite players, we charge a $20 guild admittance fee just to make sure that people are serious about it. And somebody came in a couple days later and they're like, hey, Dusty, do you guys actually charge a guild, like a guild entry fee? Are you making money off that? And I'm like, brother, what the fuck do you mean? No, good fucking gravy. I feel like there's an element of, I had to pay 50. Hey, shut up, bitch. Shut up. No RMT. Exclamation vanish can still save you. Aries, thank you for that. Your admittance fee is buying the game. You don't pay us in money. There's one thing that's more valuable than money, and that is time. And no matter how much money you make, you will eventually run out of time. You could have $100 billion, but someday you will run out of time. And I will take all of the time that you give us, and we will use that optimally. You will be a cog in the cat's machine that keeps this game purring. Not this game. Ashes of Creation. The other game. The other game. Time behind the dumpster. Hey, that's still time. That's still time. Dreadmiss got taken down for having a keylogger in it. Wait, what? Is that a rumor? What the fuck? Because that sounds really bad. That sounds really bad. Why do I have another 10 gig update? To undo the update that you downloaded before. So basically, what the fuck? They put in an update, and basically the game was like, ouch, that hurts. So now they're trying to take out the update in a way that doesn't destroy things. So thoughts and prayers. I believe they updated in Discord. I'm supposed to be on duty right now at Steel Bloom. Big's gotta be on patrol out there. I know, I might bring some people over to Steel Bloom as well. When servers are up, I want us to do 2 monk, by the way. Because I'm sure we have more than enough people for a 2 monk. Like 1,000%. 2 monk is not hard. We can do it with a singular raid at this point. And then just force and rage and then have everybody get out. So we should probably plan on having everybody go over to 2 monk. Try to get more bark. Try to get more wands. God did. But the more bark we get, the more wands we get, the better it is for the entirety of the guild. Where's 2 monks respawn? North of Winstead, along the river, the northeast point. So 35 minutes ETA. Yeah, so as soon as servers come up, I would like us to get into 2 monk as quickly as possible. Get a 2 monk kill and then just rotate into whatever else. I can get into Steel Bloom for a little bit if we need to do Steel Bloom. If we don't need people that need, if we don't have people that need Steel Bloom today, then we can go over to Carfin. And I'm down to just start pumping Carf bright and squirrely. We got a lot that we can work on though. The econ is a beautiful thing right now. I bought out every single legendary Rui before servers went down. And then I also posted them on the market because they said they were not going to be reverting character progression. So we'll see. We'll see. A lot of people have been hitting Carf lately. Yeah, I think a lot of people are getting excited for Blood Runner gear and shit, not realizing how truly long it takes even outside of the emblems. So we'll see. We'll see. But I think there's some markets that we can run up. What do you do? Oh god, that's my bad. That's my bad, dog. I just wanted to manipulate the market and I bought the servers. I bought the servers. I fucked up. And then I relisted them. It's my new trade market since the game has gone down. I have a hippo carcass. Why are you trying to buy a hippo cark? The fuck you trying to do there? Gonna try economy my way to 29. Mob grinding is way more fun. Mob grinding. I love mob grinding. I mean, you can literally just hit stuff, sell stuff, get money, and then enjoy your life. You don't need to fucking process. You don't need to do shit, bro. I got 4x journeyman skills, 3 of which are gathering, 1 of which is metalworking. And since hitting level 20 on my gatherings, I haven't gathered shit. Unless I'm just running through the world looking for something cool. But I can earn more money consistently just flipping stuff on the player market than I can gathering. So I don't know, man. I just think econ's boring as fuck. I think no matter how you break it down, pretty much always boring. I have a tank that averaged about 40 gold a day from solo mob grinding. It's only about half based on selling the boss mats. Oh, yeah. So when I've been doing power leveling for people in Steel Bloom groups, I have been clearing about 100 gold a day over the course of like a power leveling day, 10 to 15 gold an hour, like it's fucking nothing. So that's been great. There are definitely opportunities mob grinding to make money, and then if you mob grind and you get emblems, you sell some emblems, lower the price of the market, and then you buy up the rest of the emblems once the price is lowered, and then you force the emblems up, then you're gonna have a lot of money coming your way. So, poisonally, I have plans. I have many plans. Miscellaneous on my rogue ranger doesn't cut it, but when PvP breaks out, it's worth. You just gotta get 2 gear sets, my boy. 2 full gear sets, and then you will be set. Everything will be beautiful. Game needs gear and weapon drops. Yeah, I think it needs more than it currently does. Keep in mind, we found Carfin gear, we found Forge gear, we found 4 different Dunzantine weapons. Granted, that's across multiple days of grinding. So, like, they do drop, but I think base rarity should be a bit higher, if I'm being completely honest. I think base rarity should be semi-available. Run7, thank you for VOD. I appreciate you. Should be semi-available. I think it's, you know, it shouldn't be a matter of like everybody goes and in 1 hour they're geared out. But I also think fails, thank you for VOD.
Absolutely S tier.
I also think that it shouldn't be a matter of I go there for a week and I come out with absolutely nothing, right? Do dungeons guarantee gear drops? No, our dungeons are all open world right now. So, like, there will be some light instance content in the future, but that's not going to be your form of generating best in slot or anything along those lines. That's simply going to be, you know, narrative, story building, stuff like that. So, I wouldn't expect, like, much of the guaranteed drops element of it. Possible to drop rare gear or weapons for mobs? Yeah, 1000%. Name mobs and boss mobs have their own unique drops. And then trash mobs also have different drop tables depending on, like, you know, what type of mob it is along the way. So there are a lot of different options. All right. One of those firebrand drops bad. Dusty, same. Get the fuck over here? Same. Stomps. Good morning, my boy. How are you? But yeah, personally, I have seen multiple drops. I've seen a blue rarity Sorrow's Edge from Forge. I've seen 4 Dunzantine Spears, granted only Dunzantine Spears. I've seen a lot of name mob drops, some trash drops. We've got Forge Guard gear that's dropped. So, like, it does drop. It's just, like, the quantity at which it drops versus the efficiency of just taking all of those people that you would need to have contributing towards that thing and having them fuck off and do anything else would be better, right? The game's supposed to be a very socially driven link up with a bunch of people to accomplish a goal MMO. But right now, my most efficient thing is to take half my guild and say, you guys go hit rocks and trees, and then take the other half and say, you guys go manipulate the market so our rock and tree guys can, you know, sell their stuff for more. Our server still doesn't have Master Jeweler up. What server are you on? Jesus Christ. Are you on Fyra? Got a Ring of Invocation drop last night? Oh, that's not bad at all. It's not bad at all. But I think right now, the largest incentivization is very simply gather econ, gather econ, gather econ, gather econ, gather econ. Just over and over and over and over and over again. And honestly, we've found very good ways to make money off of mob grinding. The emblems, the essences. If anything does drop that's, you know, relatively good, we can always sell that, flip that. But, you know, it'll be what it is. They need to move faster towards giving people stuff to do. See, I don't necessarily agree with that take. Because there already is an entire world of stuff to do. And Ashes is a sandbox where you're not necessarily going to be forced to do anything. And you have to bring yourself to do the stuff. You could go sail around on a boat in the lawless areas and pirate and pillage. And pull up on a bunch of different islands. And see if there are people there. And sport fish. You could go build up the settlements if your settlements need building. You could be a merchant, a PvE, a PvP, like whatever you're looking for. You could even go PK. You could go to dungeons and mob grind. You could sell power leveling services if you wanted to. You could sell escorts. You could bandit people for their crates. Like, the world is a sandbox. And I do agree that it would be nice to have more, like, systems in place, but oh, this is the final game. Let's keep a ton of people from investing time into it. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Why is this graph so sad? Oh, this is a high guard graph. We're looking at high guard. People are lost in real sandboxes like Albion and Ashes. I agree. I think a lot of people really desire a little bit of handholding. And I think Ashes has a very tough road in a world of theme park MMOs and lobby games, as I call them, where I go in, I queue for the mode I want to play, and then I complete that mode, and then I teleport back to the lobby, and then I queue again, and then I teleport back again. That's what a lot of people want for MMOs. It's convenient, it's accessible, and it takes a lot of the soul out of the worlds. People want flying mounts. People want fast travels. Well, what about the entire world that has pieces of lore and gatherables and different mob spawns and different world events that can pop up in the area? What about experiencing the world and going from place to place? It's like some people would prefer to teleport whenever they have to fly on an airplane. Some people want to get a window seat and look out the window the entire time and enjoy the trip. And I think in MMOs, we've gone much towards the people that want to just teleport and get it over with. And I want to get to the end game so I can get geared and I can be done with it, right? But then people realize in MMOs, once you get geared and once you get to the end game and once you're done with it, well, that's where fall off happens for any MMO. What do you think drives WoW's player base down every single phase, every single launch? Well, it's people completing the content and then saying, yeah, I'm done with it. And people want to get that done faster and they want to get their gear set faster. And then they lose the carrot on the stick. Personally, I like that analogy because there's no content on the airplane. What do you mean there's no content on the airplane? It's social sandbox. So the content on the airplane is you talking to other people. The content on you on the airplane is you turning to the person beside you and saying, hey, where are you traveling from? Oh, cool. And then you have your content. Our content, we're getting on as soon as servers come back up, and we're doing a world boss. And then we have a guild event later tonight. And during the day, we're going to have multiple people that are working on their own gear, working on guild gear, trying to help guildies get squared up, trying to get guildies power level, trying to econ to craft their own shit. Like, there is content. But you also have to go out of your way to engage in some of that content. It's not necessarily a matter of like, you walk on. Airplane's just sciatica pain and fart air. Why you got sciatica, you old fuck? Just stretch. Just stretch. Some people forgot how to just enjoy the ride. Brother, I raw dog some of my flights just for fun. I don't fly much, but there have literally been times where I sit in my seat and I'm just chilling. I'm not watching a movie. I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm just sitting there and I'm like, huh, I'm in the sky right now. That's kind of cool. I look out, see if I can see anything down below. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. But I just chill. Sounds like hell. I mean, I just like to disconnect. Like, part of my morning routine is no cell phone, no distractions, no music, no anything. I just sit on my porch in the quiet for about half an hour. I sip a coffee. I maybe smoke a bowl. But I sit there with no distractions, no cell phone, no anything. It's cold because it's a little outside. And I literally will take a nice deep breath, sit in my chair, and I just appreciate everything, man. I'll look outside at the snow. I'll step outside and, like, you know, breathe some fresh air for a little bit. I chill. And I think that for whatever reason, it's very hard for a lot of people to just chill. I sit on a boat 4 days a week off the grid. Oh, that sounds so fucking cool. Do you do like charter fishing or something? Because that sounds dope as fuck. Maybe not your grass. Yeah, we just got like 2 feet of snow. I'm not going outside barefoot. The most I'll do, I got my little like moccasin slippers. And so I'll go out in these, but the snow gets on my heels at that point. So that's a little rough. But yeah, that shit cold. Charter fishing in Florida? Oh, so you be getting like big tunas and stuff like that. That sounds fun as fuck. That sounds fun. Wait, so you just like, what you do? You just like catch the fish and then like just eat the fish? Like, do people keep the fish? Because like I would assume that's like hunting in Maine, where you like take people out on a guided hunt and then they shoot the animal and hunt the animal and then they get the meat from it. Because I'm going to be real, if I can get a big ass, like, fucking multi-100-pound thing of tuna or some bullshit, I'm about to do that and I'm about to make some sashimi off that bitch. Film for YouTube, keep the fish, eat the fish, camp on islands. The fuck? Sounds cool as fuck. Huh. And, like, you gotta have extensive fishing pole setups for that bitch, right? You got, like, multi-$1,000 rods, right? Like, it comes down to, like, you know your fishing lines and shit. That's fucking wild to me. Just how many different, like, subsections of knowledge there are, even in, like, a small community like this, where we have people that could tell you anything about fucking offshore fishing in Florida. We have people in here that could probably tell you about the fucking oil industry, people that could tell you about logistics, people that were truck drivers, people that are probably business people that are probably athletes of some sort. Like, kind of wild how many, like, different little knowledge systems there are in this chat. And I've always said I'd rather know the guy than be the guy. Tell you about being 5'6" and bald? Exactly. Experts in everything, even the things that nobody should ever have to be an expert in. Stomps, I appreciate you. Yep. It's like, you know, being an expert in being waterboarded. Somebody might be able to. And honestly, waterboarded, 5'6" and bald, which would you prefer? Realistically. Saw your clone today a few times? No, that was probably just a 12-year-old with a hair problem. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to fill up my coffee. Un momento. Ciao, pray for servers. Chat. Any rappers in the chat? Like, you don't have to be like full, like, famous multi-platinum or anything. But I had a random thought about, like, the price of chains. Like, just iced out jewelry. I went plat. Did you? Do you have iced out chains? Because, like, I have questions. Anja, no. Do you have anything iced out? He is the bar god. Well, I didn't know if he was the bar god because he actually has bars or because he, like, frequents bars. Like, he could either be, like, a bar god where he's an actual rapper, or he could just be a raging alcoholic. God damn it. Rings? Wait. Now I'm curious. Okay, I like rings. How many rings do you wear? Don't dox yourself if this is like a normal thing. Or Zanny bar. Don't do Zannies. Jesus Christ, bar god. Jesus, what in the fucking Lil Xan is this? You stop that. You stop that. You actually went platinum? Like, dude, stop. You guys are fiends. Peer pressure is not good. Huh. Cool. That's cool. So, like, what's the process of getting, like, iced out custom jewelry? Like, do you have a jeweler that you work with that's, like, on speed dial? Like, do you just call somebody and you're like, yo, what up, is bar god? I need another piece, and they, like, know your style? Because, like, I do that with my barber. I make an appointment with my barber, and, like, he knows how I like my haircut, so he cuts it the same every time. So, like, if I were to just say I hit it big, right? Johnny Dang? Isn't the Johnny Dang craze done, though? You had to call Johnny? Listen, I know Johnny Eternal. I know Johnny Eternal. Interesting. Interesting. I should get, like, Johnny, get you right. How many people are here with iced out jewelry? I'm going to open a P.O. box in case you guys ever get done with yours. I give you my hand-me-down rings in game. You give me your hand-me-down rings. Bro, what if I just get on one day and instead of my little ass one ring, I just got like 6 diamond rings on? I bought a grill from Johnny. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, hold on. Adam Sandler can get you right also. Adam Sandler, wait. You hung out with Adam Sandler? Like, you on a first name basis with Adam Sandler? Because, like, people that I would hoop with all time, Adam Sandler is genuinely in my top 5. Hoopsie! No, it's a legit movie. I know the movie, but I'm also wondering if Adam Sandler, I know it's Uncut Gems. But also, I feel like Adam Sandler would actually have motion. I know the Uncut Gems reference, but part of me is also like, what if Uncut Gems is inspired by true events? Hoopsie, thank you for the 10, brother. I appreciate you. We got an iced out today. But, like, what if Adam Sandler actually is a gem plug? Adam Sandler does not have motion. I feel like Adam Sandler has a lot of motion. Are there any Adam Sandlers in the chat? Probably not. Okay, hold on. Adam Sandler got tons of motion. That's what I'm saying. I feel like Adam Sandler has so much motion that he doesn't need to move with security. He probably does move with security, but I feel like Adam Sandler is I'm not exactly an expert of the streets, but I'm pretty sure Adam Sandler is probably good in every hood. And I don't want to speak for, like, you know, speak for the various hoods. I don't think I'm the best representative of that. But I feel like if there are many people that are good in every hood, Adam Sandler is going to be one of them. Absolutely. I don't really know of a demographic in the world that wants to, like, fuck with Adam Sandler. I don't really know people who hate him. Genuinely might be one of the most universally enjoyed people. I feel like Jackie Chan also on that list. Like, Adam Sandler's a huge fucking W. That's what I'm saying. Let's see the 100-day. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Shooter McGavin hates him. Shooter McGavin just wants to be friends. Shooter misunderstands his relationship with Happy. There's some tension there. Ray Rice had crazy motion. Ray Rice was built like a bag of muscles. Like, hold on. I have never seen a neck structured like Ray Rice's neck. Genuinely. Like, This man was effectively, hold on, let me find a good picture. I gotta find a beautiful one later in his career. Cause this man was just like straight head into fucking shoulders with the pads on, bro. He had legitimately, here it is. Here it is. This is a great one. Hold on. Bro, his neck is wider than his head. That's like twice the width of my neck. And the stability to just like headbutt a motherfucker with that thing. Wide neck. That's what I'm saying, bro. Dude is literally just all muscle. Yes. Bro, that's why I'm saying, like, I'm also shocked that I Google image search Ray Rice and only got pictures of him, like, headshots. But genuinely, holy shit, bro. This is what I'm saying. Like, NFL players are built different. Like, an NFL player and an NBA player are not the same type of, like, you know, genetic specimen one-of-one athlete. Like, that shit crazy. Unpopular opinion, Taylor Swift is not bad. We talking like music-wise, or are we talking at football? Because I feel like Ray Rice would absolutely fucking destroy Taylor Swift in the open field. I feel like there's no chance she's getting out of that safely. I feel like you bring back Ray Rice in his prime, or like Troy Polamalu. Oh my God, it's over. Peak Taylor versus peak Ray? Oh God. No, I got Ray Rice like 10 times out of 10. I think she might be able to shake, like, I don't know, maybe like a Darrell Revis. Maybe we can put her on like peak Revis Island. But I don't think Taylor's going to have the separation in the open field that she might need. Look at Shaq. Well, Shaq's a fucking Goliath of a human being. Yeah, I mean, also my counter to look at Shaq is look at Yao. Bro. Yao Ming? That boy rotund. Yo, Zion doesn't walk, he penguin waddles, dog. Yo, Dr. Frankenpop, thank you for the 5. I appreciate you. No, I swear to God, bro. I swear to God. Zion walk like his legs chained together, bro. I swear to God. Hold on. It's literally like... It's literally just... everything chained together. It's like, it's one motion. I'm behind the emotes, aren't I? Bro, it's literally, it's all one motion. It's like the arms are linked to the legs, and then out of nowhere, he just like, y'all saw shit. Also, ain't he dropped like 40 pounds or some shit? And he like Zion Slim right now? Fat Harden was goated. Wait, who is the best fat NBA player of all time? Like, which NBA player cultivated mass the most successfully? We need big back NBA player tier list. Luka, fat Luka. Hold on. Where do we put Jokic on this entire list? Shaq? I don't like. Maybe. I wouldn't consider Shaq fat. I would consider Shaq an actual transformer. Glenn Davis. Big Baby is crazy. Big Baby is crazy. Hold on. I'm going to Google this. I'm going to get some inspiration. Viper. Thank you for the 2 months. Hold on. Best fat NBA players of all time. All right, let's see. Reddit thread. All-time NBA fat guy team. All right, hold on. Reddit has the all-time fat NBA team. Point guard is Luka. Shooting guard is Harden. You got Zion at the 3. Position fraud, it's labeled as. Zion could run the 3. Your 4 would be Chuck. And then your center is Joel Embiid. But also, you're probably not getting much time out of him. Somebody said Shaq as well. Raymond Felton off the bench. Yo, wait. Hold on. I don't mean to be mean to Raymond Felton, but bro got some of the worst NBA headshots of all fucking time. Hold on. I don't mean to be mean to Raymond Felton, but he looks as uncomfortable taking headshots as I do recording a YouTube video watch. Bro do not know how to smile. Like, I see it, but like, he looks scared. He looks scared. Raymond Felton, anytime he was drafted in fantasy, we'd look at his headshot to see how good or bad it was. And then we'd also hit up Mr. Seasoning Salt, Kyle Lowry. Now, for whatever reason, this is going to be a completely different discussion. It's going to be a completely different discussion. But, hold on. Is Kyle Lowry the most caked up basketball player of all time? Because brother has a fucking donk on him. Like, BBL-esque donk. I'm just throwing that out there. Is Kyle Lowry the most caked up basketball player of all time? How did we get here? We're talking about buying grills from Johnny Dang, which I still have questions about. Pause. A donk with a K, the backside with a K. We brought up, yeah. I'm telling a trusted adult. It's important to have every tier list in place. So that way you have basically, like, you know those Sims where it's like, I took 100 Spartans and put them against 8 United States soldiers with like javelin missiles and drones and saw who would win? So it's like, I took the all-time NBA big body team and put it against the most caked up NBA players of all time. Then I took the NBA players that are most likely to get into a fight versus NBA players that are most likely to space the floor with a 5 out and just run from the people trying to fight them. And then we simulate games. I feel like there are a lot of areas of evolution for us. Personally, I watched a TikTok video on how to smile made by a Chinese AI account. Is crazy. That's fucking wild. Yeah, there have been some NBA headshots of all time. I also don't know how to take a headshot, though. Like, I also have no idea. Who's Shrek Schlong? I have no fucking idea. And I'm kind of scared to click it. I'll be completely honest. I don't really dare to invest too much over there, if I'm being real. I think that's one of those rabbit holes we don't want to go down. Like, thought about which NBA player is the most caked up. We'll go down that route, but like Shrek Schlong, I feel like we avoid that. I feel like we're not ready for that, chat. So Tumok. Also, how could I buy a grill from Johnny Dang? Chat, do you think a grill or a bunch of rings would be icier? Because I feel like, could I get a grill that says Twitch Prime when I smile? So then I'm like, and then everybody Twitch Prime so I can pay off the grill? Bro, I'm gonna be real. My Civic's paid off. I can take on another small monthly. Get fangs? Okay, low-key, high-key. Hold on. I could, look. I have very sharp, poignant canine type shits. Like, naturally. Hold on. Oh, no, the old noties. It's like, my shit's pointy as hell. So I could get, like, send it. I could. And that'd probably be cheaper. Bro, I'd bite my tongue so much, that would fucking hurt. That would hurt. Poignant? Yeah, it's a fancy word. Was this the New World stuff? Was what the New World stuff? That? No, that's been on that scene for a while. So, fun fact about a lot of my, like... Go get some foil. Yo, the foil grill is the equivalent of Drake fucking renting his Maybach. Jesus Christ. Back in the early manifestation days. Sometimes you just gotta believe. Jesus fucking Christ. Maybe I rent a Maybach. Cause like, I feel like a Maybach could be shit in Maine though. We got a lot of snow on the roads. My Civic does great on the roads. Maybe it is a grill. What are the odds my grills appreciate over time? Like, is there a resale market on grills? Because I feel like worst case scenario, I'm assuming that stuff doesn't have like a use it for 30 days. If you don't like it, bring it back type shit. That'd be nice. Ooh. Wait. Our servers back up? Did I just raw dog this or am I tripping? Wait. Oh, they're up. Wait, y'all ain't tell me servers were up. The fuck? Grills like your teeth? I don't think you can return. Yeah, that's... Because I'm wondering... I'm like, what if, you know, I get, you know, billions of dollars someday, right? Like, what if I drop an EP and it fucking pops off, right? And like, I decide I want some ice, right? Pretty sure they made it to a mold of your mouth. If I bring my own mold, do I save money on the grills? Because my mom works in dentistry. So... How many subs to let me tat the Ashes logo on you like a tramp stamp? Oh, that would hurt, wouldn't it? I don't have a very fat back, so you'd be like hitting my spine, bro. Like, if I'd touch my back where a tramp stamp would go, it would literally hit my spine. That sounds terrible. That sounds terrible. You just melt that shit down when you want to sell it type shit. This man, Jules. Willow, you know how to make grills? Because it seems like I have some people... that are familiar with the processes on the consumer end. Okay. Do you want to put out a ping? And then just have people hit me up when it's all good? Why do I have 2 mails? What's going on here? Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. Guess Steven to sponsor grills with the Ashes logo on it. One of the content creator perks. We just got ice. Yo, wait. Hear me out. Like, just straight iced out, beautiful chain, and then an Ashes Phoenix. Icy. But also a spinner. So I can like flick the Phoenix and it like... I don't want to say I'm designing some crazy shit here. Fucking but like... Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. Yo, ni hao, Jormix, how are you? Only problem is, if I walk into my, like, my pre-approval meeting after I do my taxes, and I got ice on, and the lady at the bank sees my taxes and sees how little money I actually make, she's probably gonna judge the fuck out of me. If Steven's watching, this is what the marketing budget's for. Listen, I don't have a degree in marketing, but I'm basically a marketer at all points in time. Fuck your fake mail. I hate this game. God damn it. Everything's terrible. Wait, I wonder. I just want to double check. My listing's still up? Yeah, okay. Market manipulated successfully. Oh, our binds are back. Wait. Oh, thank golly. Jesus Christ. That would have been fucking awful. Brothers. Awful. Whoops. And I pressed the wrong bind. Welcome back. Everything's absolutely beautiful. What are we doing? Head over towards Winstead. And bring your gear. Corrupted territories are still there / spreading. I mean, event cycle's down. Event cycle's up. And this is spreading. Wait. Yeah, because it was traditionally just this part right here. Because it's supposed to... Maybe not. I feel like this one always was a little weird. But it's supposed to be, as far as I remember, just this circle. So I don't know if ours is spreading in the tropics. That one went into the water 100%. Okay, yeah, because it usually ends at the rock wall. But this one was also... Oh, wait, no, it's branching out over here, too. Okay, yeah, so this is actually getting out of the corrupted area and it's starting to take over more of the world. So, is the force flag working over there yet? Or no? That's the only event that's actually relax! Just passing through! Unless we have 3 corrupted territory zones in the True Dark. Oh my god, wait, yours have been expanding fast? Like, you're getting the large branches off of that? Because on the PTR, it expanded a little bit, and then it just like, pew! And then it, like, bumps out from there really, really, really quickly. So if you're already getting the branches off, that means we're probably about to see some shit hit the fan. Do you still have them after the patch undo? Ooh, that's a good question. Because, like, ours is still expanding. We're gonna branch north and west. Oh, shit. No Kanye? That's fucking crazy. Huh. Huh. Okay. Okay. And when did that happen? Like, do you know, was it like overnight that you got both branches? Or was it like a slow prog of them? Cause like if it's a overnight, then that's a lot in one night. And we might be losing, whoops. Convert party to raid. And then yeet. Oh shit. Convert raid to party. And then up, 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 up. Master Looter Dusto. And then save changes. Oh wait. Sorry, free for all. And then save changes. Alright, everybody vote on that real quick. Everybody pass that shit along. And then we're good. Oh, is this picture your map? Hold on. I don't know, patching files always takes forever for me on these updates. Well, they gotta make sure you're not hacking, brother. They seen the tools. They seen the tools. Oh shit. Wait. Why does everything in this game just lead back to Loki? It's got little horns. Oh wait, no, it's a moose. Oh shit, I just fell off a bridge. Chad, it's a moose. I know a thing or two about meese living up in the north. That is definitely a moose. So next we're gonna get the body, and then we'll have some legs, and then it's just gonna start taking over. The moose is loose. Nobody's gonna stop him. Bro, meese are territorial fucking creatures. Like, an army of meese versus an army of, like, gorillas, I feel like it's a lot closer than people might think. Because meese are big as fuck. They're large. Large. Alright, cool. Well, that's nice. That's a brand new set of circumstances. So, random. Oh, I gotta invite people. My bad. Convert to raid. That's on me. Invite. X up to Mockington. Beautiful. Beautiful. Doing boss? Yeah. Get on and message me. We still have a little bit before we're gonna go over, but I'm trying to get everybody organized ahead of time so we don't have that awkward, good day, sir. So we don't have that awkward, like, everybody ready, and then it's like four fucking hours down the road. Good day, Roach. Pleasure to see you, my boy. Oh, I love the group comp early. Oh, this is great. This is wonderful. Let's get Sib up here. And then swing this. And then everything's absolutely wonderful. Holy shit. Holy shit. Galv, what up, my boy? It is world boss time. Servers are up, which means our friend the troll is also up. And we're on our way over to get ourselves some Tumok right now. So I'm trying to spin up our group and make sure that we have everything that we need, get it all organized, and try to be Dusty organized. At this point in time, who wants to help me take Durgrim? It has no mayor now. Our keybinds, fuck, they're fixed. Keybinds are fixed. Yeah, I didn't have to do anything. It reverted every single part of the patch, so except for character progression. So I still have my rubies that I got hella cheap. So I'm very thankful for that. Absolutely beautiful. A second update? Yeah. They've updated so much that, like, you wouldn't even think that anything's changed. It's crazy. You're gonna hop on and you're gonna be like, wow, that update was so seamless and there was absolutely nothing wrong. This ad sponsored by Intrepid Studios. Just kidding, by the way. Just kidding, they don't pay me for anything. What mount is that? This is a Wisp-Welk. It is a skin from one of the older packs, but this one is the, like, actual physical mount. This one was a gift at the start of the server. The sandaled one was going around and decided to come bless some people with mounts, and I was lucky enough to grab one of those bad boys. It was the first mount that I, like, ever ended up getting. It was during the holiday season last year, not like 2025, but like 2024 when I first came in. He was giving out Santa hats, and he was going around doing that for a bunch of players, and he came over to my group, and gave, you know, ended up giving my group sand hats. And I was just, you know, I was a new Ashes streamer at the time. I was sitting there like, yo, Sandbox, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. But like, personally, I was like 30, 40 viewers at the time. I was like 40 viewers at the time because I'd lost a lot of my viewership coming over from Ashes, or coming over from New World to Ashes. So we saw him coming down and I was like, wait a second, can we like go chill for a sec? Holy shit, this is so cool. And then we're just shooting the shit, yapping. And then he was floating around and then he tells me to look at my inventory and this mount's in my inventory. And at the time, it like didn't exist. Like it hadn't been put into the game yet. The entire map was just the Riverlands and then these 3 settlements out here in the desert. Nothing else existed other than that. So basically, this was in the midst of the big Narc drama, right? Where Narc was saying like none of the content was ever gonna be real, all that shit. And so he also at one point said that this mount wasn't real. And so it was given to me and I used it all the time, but it didn't have its movement stats associated with it yet. So now it's 130% movement speed and it has some good HP to it. Previously on Dusty Balls it was literally faster to run. I called this thing my golf cart because I could outrun it, but it was drippy as fuck and everybody was like, whoa, where'd you get that? But it was legitimately slower than run speed because it didn't have any stats. So I rocked this shit day in and day out. I ran across the entire world with this thing time and time and time again. It was interesting. But the Sig and I have been through it. So it's just like, let's pimp your ride. Yes, but very slowly. But very slowly. Yeah. Kanye always taught me drive slow. So I drive slow. And I enjoy it. I'm never in a hurry. Little creeping, little rolling. And fortunately, I got something drippy to do it in. So I went multiple phases without this bad boy. And like, you know, it was great while I had it. We had the whole Dwarf on the Snores, but you know, it is what it is. I lost it for multiple phases. And then this phase, I was blessed up. I got the Terror Bird now in case I want to move a little bit faster or as like a backup mount. But as of right now, is drippy enough and is fast enough. I got no quarrels. Can you carry things in it? This? No. I thought it used to be able to drop down. It does, yes. So it also has 2 different mount flourishes. So every mount, if you hit Control X by default, has like a little mount animation, mount flourish. So this one, when it's down, it goes into its shell and then like slowly peeks back out. And then when it is up in horse mode and you flourish, it'll, Jesus, you okay, guy? Think he's fucking drunk. He'll come up and get like head scratches, but dwarves are too short to actually give the head scratches. So I cannot reach. I cannot reach at all. It's absolutely fucking tragic. But he keeps trying. What you doing? World boffins. Hoping Firebrand spawns today. Firebrand hasn't spawned over here in, unironically, I think a fortnight is 2 weeks. And it's been more than a fortnight since Firebrand has spawned. And I'm gonna keep saying fortnight until they spawn Firebrand. That's my trade-off. I'm gonna measure it in fortnights. It has now been 1.x fortnights since we have seen Firebrand. And you guys are not gonna get me to stop saying that shit until Firebrand is here with us. Because god damn it, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Oh my god, look at all the beautiful, beautiful group compositions. Holy shit. 1.x fortnights? Yeah, you fucking know it. Why is this game fun? Like, why do I enjoy it? Or are you like, oh god, why am I enjoying it? This is supposed to be bad. Because like, that's all personal preference. Everybody's loop of fun can be a little bit unique to them along the way. Do you want the good or the bad news? Is Tumok not up? What? What's the good news and the bad news? Because it seems like the bad news is going to be that Tumok isn't up. But maybe the good news is a Firebrand is. Smile? Because that would be fucking gorgeous. Bad news, no Tumok. Good news is Harb. Are we sure Tumok's just not patrolling? Because he could just be on his route. run up the river. So like run down the river towards me and see if you get any like boss music or anything. Because if you run down, he patrols pretty far. And if you're anywhere near him, we should be able to get the boss music. He patrols, yeah. So he starts in the cave, and then he's supposed to pat all the way down, I believe towards like Second Sword is the furthest he goes. But typically like up and down the river, you can find him pretty much all along this shit. So I don't know if the pat has been working because every fight that I've seen, he's just been at cave. It might be turned off, but also he just might not have spawned on like the patch. Maybe the rollback brought it back to a state where he wasn't spawned before a server restart or something. That could also be it, but y'all ever kill Kumat? The one in the desert? I don't think that one's even like a full world boss spawn level. I think it's just like a high level elite spawn. It doesn't have anything in its loot table to my knowledge. He's up, but someone killed him. I don't think somebody killed Tumak in the like 8 minutes, 10 minutes that the server was up before we got over there. Because the server at this point has been up like 18 minutes. Good news, you smart man. I got eyes. Oh, you got eyes on Tumak? Nice. Nice. All right, the patrol is actually working, boys. He is, in fact, up. X up. He is patrolling. All right, cool. So we do have Tumak. Yeah, I was going to say, it'd be very unlikely that somebody got an entire group and then logged in and killed him. Hello, Lovey Carla. What you doing? Is work cooked? Or bored? Fallout tonight? Ooh. Yeah, Fallout's huge tonight. Wait, is that tonight or is that at like 3 a.m. tonight? Or was it 3 a.m. this morning? Because 3 a.m. this morning. Oh, okay, it's already out. All right, bet. Beautiful. Well, Fallout tonight then. We're truly up tremendous. I'm about to kill him with my group right now. I'll kill your group right now. Is there a guide for getting started at Ashes? Don't feel like the game introduces the systems that well. I mean, basically me, if I'm being honest. Mattis, you'll probably just die a lot. Tumak hits very hard. So I would say just work on getting gear, work on pumping there. We will have more than enough people to do it, even if we just combine our raid with like the rest of the alliances if people aren't on. But we'll be perfectly fine. We just need to get people logged in, get people updated and stuff. So we'll be all good to go. But if anybody wants to get in from guild, please, for the love of God, pop in. It is super simple fight, but also drops caster bis. So thoughts and prayers there. The reset server before dual class. Not really sure. They'll probably talk more about it during the dev stream on Friday, if I had to guess. I don't really know what their full agenda for the dev stream is because there's so much that they physically could talk about. I just bought better for 50 copper each. What is it normally? Way more than that, right? But I'm assuming they'll talk about it in the dev stream a bit more extensively than anything I could theorize right now, right? The thing about wipes is like they could always come in at any point in time, literally any point in time. They could also do a level increase without a wipe. They could do a level increase with a wipe and then have us level to a point that we haven't leveled to before. Realistically, there are about 1,000 different ways that they could progress in development. And I think at this point in time, we're more likely to see a wipe than we would be if everything had progressed smooth up until this point. Like the element of potential Wipington goes up every single minute that bugs exist, that dupes exist, any of that, right? So, what's up, class? This guy see the most. Like for me personally, as you guys know, I love tank, large tank enjoyer. I personally want more disruptor in my tank kit. So I've been between, oh wait, brew. Good day, sir. I've been between fighter and cleric. Tell people in second to message me as well for 2 months. If you guys are, oh wait. Was this just a convenient run-in? But I've been between fighter and rogue as my two that I want the most. Partly because I really like the disruptory role. I really like getting on backline and squishies and clerics and mages and rangers and bards and just punishing off of that and making sure that they can't play the game in a smooth manner, right? So personally, oh yeah, he is patrolling. Dope. Okay. Well, I think, was Tumok Patrol bugged the entire time before? Because even with the rollback, now we have Harbinger spreading. We have Tumok, as Bard said, we have Tumok patrolling. Like, this is kind of sick. Are things working? Question mark? Because that would be a complete change. That'd be a complete fucking change. Well, one-hander, do you recommend for tank? I mean, I run a Night Reaver Axe. I think it's a very good offensive role. If you want something item level 26, a bit more defensive, you can get max HP, max mana with Glory Bound. And then if you craft an epic item level 26, that's equivalent to a heroic 29. So like, realistically speaking, your value is going to be very, very, very high in terms of, is he gonna go through the water? We're just kind of like creeping on him right now. For me, I'm going to probably have, you know, this Night Reaver Axe. Oh wait. Hiya. This Night Reaver Axe, for a very long time. It's a +3 now. So like, do any of these weapons drop from mobs at green or uncommon? Not really for 26 and 29s. Item level 23 stuff does very frequently, but 26 and 29 is a little bit harder to get. With 26 and 29, that's where you're really leaning into the crafter side of things. And item level 29 is incredibly expensive to craft comparatively to 26, especially from a standpoint of, I should get my PV build on. Especially from a standpoint of trying to craft higher rarity. Like, it's a way lower price per power ratio where you're paying more to get less out of it. And that's like, I'm always probably gonna stick on item level 26 weapons, at least for the time being, right? I will likely roll up to epic at some point and then maybe like +6 those. But at that point, it's kind of just straightforward. Now, right now, I have my bow at +5. So I'm 1 click away from +6ing that bitch. I'm 3 clicks away from +6ing this, and then I'll have glowy shiny stuff, so that'll be beautiful. But I also nuked some of my liquid to fully invest in stuff. What camera are you using? I use a Sony A7. And then it has a 50mm lens on it. Nature's healing. Nature is indeed healing, it's beautiful. So nice mining around Halsey with a bunch of bullets. Wonder how long it'll take them to reload. I mean, they did say they added, quote, some other stuff in on top of the fixes that they were bringing. So maybe, like, some of the other stuff was implemented smooth. I know that sounds kind of crazy to theorize. Excuse me. Pardon me. But, like, theoretically speaking, maybe some things work. Is he gonna drown? What if he drowns and then just drops all of his gear? I do like the patrol route. They should make him go like scrub his armpits and shit in the waterfall. Take a little splish splash, little bubble bath. I love him walking in the river. Oh yeah. Tumok is a very dope part of the. Somebody made him angry. Somebody made him very angry. Would this be not a bad spot to fight him? Unironically, I mean, he'd probably bug into the side very easily on a charge or something. But if I tanked him, like, down here by the shore, his charge probably wouldn't be able to get to high ground. We're gonna take my mats for the pedestal craft. Yeah, Jova. And we can do all the processing over in Jova as well. So that's no problem whatsoever. Ex-toe man. Sorry, I'm looking at toes. Fissionary needs Tumok as well. Let's see. Who else needs Tumok? Who else, Tumok, need more hands? Corruption areas not spreading? Yes. Corruption areas are spreading. Tumok is patrolling. Nature is healing. Resna was a problem the entire time. Once Resna died, everything else started to live, boys. It truly had to happen. Hold on. I've got my third title of the day. Corrupted. Wait, corruption is spreading. Exclamation points. Boom. All right, we're up. My shoulders are smoked from the gym. I mean, see, that's why I don't go to the gym. I feel like it's a lot of hard work. I feel like that's pain. I feel like if I wanted to be in pain, then I could be like a professional fighter or something, right? And I could just get the shit kicked out of me for a few bucks. I would have to pay a gym, and then I would also have to go smoke my shoulders. Probably gonna force myself to go to the gym tomorrow. Bro, I gotta start. I've been so lazy. I'm always like, oh, I'm gonna fix my bike, and then I'm gonna do like bicycling in the morning, and then like my bike hasn't been fixed in 3 years because I stream so much, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna just go start playing basketball again, find myself a little pickup run to go to, and then nobody does pickup basketball runs anymore. I feel like everybody just plays 2K instead. So like, it's hard to find pickup up here. It's hard to find anything like actually organic up here. So I might just have to go pick things up and put them down. You can run 30 minutes every day to get an expected 30 minutes of life, but it doesn't seem worth it. I love this smile. I mean, honestly, I think it's also fun. And just like a general, like, it's also it's a dopamine generator. It's a mood booster. Yo, Koi, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So like, it's a good thing overall to get out, get active. And I sit so much, I don't really want to live a sedentary lifestyle any more than I actively have to. And sitting this much a day, I mean, it'd probably be nice. Go out, do some cardio, and then pick things up and put them down. Ooh, be beautiful. Buddha came away from that with sprained fingers, pickup games. How sprained fingers, bro? How you sprain your fingers playing basketball? The worst thing I've ever had to me during a pickup game is I was playing at a YMCA. Gem fingers, right? But like, I feel like you gotta like thunk. I feel like you just gotta see it through. You gotta see it through to the catch. You gotta have the soft hands. So like, jammed fingers come from catching a ball like this, and then you stop jamming your fingers when you catch a ball like a shooter, and you step into it like this. And then open hands, show the palms, have the fingers ready and curved so you catch, and then it's up. It's a catch into the 90, and then you're up, and then everything is beautiful, right? But for whatever reason, motherfuckers be catching goddamn passes like this. It's ridiculous. NBA star Dusty over here. Listen, I can cook a 39-year-old dad any day of the week. But let me tell you what. I ain't jammed my goddamn fingers playing basketball in a long-ass time. Yo, Herb, what up, my boy? Hope you're having a good day. So, I'm just saying I can get Buddha on some shooting workouts. You gotta fly me out to the stew, and then we'll get him on tech. I'll set some cones up. I'll give him the Dusty shooter workout. Never miss twice. He comprehends it. We'll go legally distinct with it, and then we'll be perfectly fine. Bro, the worst thing that happened to me in pickup was like this one time I had this like, and I say this respectfully, of course, but I had this farmer ass motherfucker guarding me, where like very clearly he was not a basketball player, right? And I remember vividly, I hit him, I was standing at the top of the key, and I had the ball. I hit him with a jab to the right. He bit on it, so like shifted a little. And then I went to step through, top leg pass through, and like go to the left, right? And rip him to the left, get to the middle, and then finish at the rim. Only problem is, Bozo like jumps left, tries to get back to me right, falls, and instead of it being like an oh shit, Bozo falls directly into my knee like it's a chop block type shit, into the outside of my knee. And this is just a run I went to like for fun during one of my college seasons, and like my knee instantly gives out, and I'm like, oh, this dumbass just tore my everything. Turns out nothing was torn, but I was more scared then than I ever was. I sat there for a few minutes, And I was like, it ain't worth it. Like, it was literally like the Lakari reaction, except it was to pick up basketball. I was like, it ain't worth it. I grabbed my shit, I left. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. Could use a, like, for, like, use a softball, throw the basketball to avoid defenders. Like, underhand?
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
You, Lecoq, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. What do you, like, underhand softball pitches? It's your point guard, Jenny Finch? The fuck do you mean? What in the fucking Rajon Rondo are you playing with? Who is your point guard? Bro, I swear to God, motherfuckers just don't throw a goddamn chest pass anymore. Fake the shot, then bring it around town and yeet it underhand. Okay, that sounds like an old head thing. Because I'm gonna be real, one of the coaches that I had in high school was like salt and pepper graying, but like still young enough to play basketball, right? But he had like the Adam Sandler bag, where it was basically like his ball fakes were like sitting there without a dribble and then stepping forward and then putting the ball around his leg once and then trying to dribble and get a first step. But he was so old and slow that it would just get poked away from him every time he tried to first step, right? And I feel like I know the bag that you're talking about. The bring it around town is definitely an Adam Sandler move. Yeah, bro, some people just got that Adam Sandler bag. I swear to God. And it works for some. Bro, there are people in the league that have the Adam Sandler bag. I swear to fucking God. Look at LaMelo Ball, bro. You're smelly. LaMelo Ball be making a shitload of money off the Adam Sandler bag right now. He got the nicest Adam Sandler bag in the game, bro. He just out there playing at a fucking schoolyard in the league. So, I mean, good for him. Good for him. But, like, holy shit. That bag can make you some fucking clams if you do it right. Does anyone stand in position still and catch yourself? If you know, you know. Stand. Wait. Stand at attention? What you mean? Oh, like all military like? Are you standing all proper? How's few? We work in this game? There's open world PvP, so you can basically come up to me, hit me. If I hit you back, we're both flagged up for PvP. If I hit you and you don't hit me back and I kill you, I go from purple to red, which red is corrupted. Red is very bad. Corruption is very punishing, very bad in general. So basically upon corrupting, I show on the minimap for other players. If I die while corrupted, someone comes up to me and kills me, then I drop pieces of my equipped gear. So, Nin, get on. We're hunting a Tumok today. He's up. Everybody needs to get on, get in the fucking raid. Because Zombie and Strag are both gone. So, I gotta lead this bullshit. I need somebody to have second guild message me as well to get in. That would be absolutely gorgeous. If I'm being completely honest. Alright, we'll go... Brew down there, you up here, you there. Beautiful. Beautiful. Group comp is looking exquisite. In every group, honestly, at this point. Need a couple more bards, but we can go Steezy into 4. And then start it up there. Because we'll have Steezy there. I gotta get a couple of clerics with him. I'm 80% updating. Alright, beautiful. Firebrand season, Tumok season. Listen, I mean, the corruption is expanding in. I don't know if you saw this either. But June Dark Harbinger area is actually expanding. And it's like fully turned on. Right? Tumok's up and his patrol is actually working again. So now I'm hoping that Firebrand is also going to be up today. Because we could hit the full world tour. We could hit the gambit on it. So that'd be absolutely beautiful. Oh, Tumok went back home. Alright, cool. So Tumok's back at the cave. Ready to be taken on. We're getting the raid all filled up. I think Addiction's still getting some people over here as well. So, you know what, Desert Hard? Well, why don't you pull up to Tumok and then we can go do some other stuff. That one seemed easy. Motherfucker, we got it 10% down. What do you mean it seemed easy? We saw 2 mechanics. What do you mean that one seemed easy? Why don't we kill it first before we ask for more of a challenge? Let's start there. You overambitious ass bitch. How about you get on for Tumok? Because I know everybody gonna want wands, everybody gonna want Tumok drops. Boss slap Dusty for 50% a hit. Yeah, I don't know why he was hitting so hard at that point. Also, I didn't have my jury though. I didn't have my ice. I needed to get that shit on me. Now I'm dripped out. I'm G'd up from the feet up, truly. I'm dripped, truly. If you get the boss to 0 before your entire raid goes to 0, you win, by the way. I didn't know if you knew this. Do you learn that of that card game shit you've been playing, Grenton? Sometimes it's good to get into other environments, and I'm glad you're doing well with it. Let's open my third eye. Is that the same third eye that you told me about that one time? You told me to look at it very closely. It didn't really look like an eye, though. Yeah. Okay. I remember that night. Kind of. Half a raid died of 1 AoE void pulse. Yeah, I mean, he hits hard. Is it true that if you're not trying to carry a crate that doesn't hear, does it flags you? I don't know if the flagging is in right now for stolen crates or not. It was something that they pushed in. Or it said they were going to push in, but I don't know if it actually managed to get pushed in to live or not. But it's basically like unaffiliated people to pick up your crates and yoink your crates would then flag up for a little bit if they're out of your raid, out of your guild, anything like that. So, gonna be in Houston this weekend, brother. Bring sunscreen for the top of your head. I think that's your largest worry. As long as your head doesn't burn, you're straight, bro. If it's crowbar only, well, yeah, crowbar is just stealing like stolen commodities, so that makes sense. They're supposed to have, if I die and drop a crate, or if I drop you a crate in general and you're not in my guild or my raid, were the two predicates they said, then that crate would flag you up for PvP. So, we shall see. Before we start, I'll bring my coffee out, and then Nivi is stoic. I don't know if I'm supposed to steal him or not, but I'm gonna bring my coffee out real quick, and I gotta pee. Un momento. Chat, how large do you think I'd have to be to have a company sponsor an iced out grill for me? Like, you know how like Red Bull will like give people the Red Bull hat to wear? Like, what if I got like a Red Bull grill and just like, I don't know which way to do it. I think it's this way. You know, and it had like the wings and shit in the Red Bull logo. And then I used my grills to open my Red Bull. Chat, if you ever see a Red Bull fridge behind me and a Red Bull grill in my mouth, you know I made it. Might not like that type of branding. I bet they would give Ludwig a Red Bull grill if he asked for one. What do you mean, that type of branding? That's the best kind of branding for a streamer. That's literally the best kind of... What am I gonna wear? A shirt that you can see half the time? No. You can see my teeth pretty much all day because my fucking gums are just flapping. Imagine if I had a Red Bull grill on all the time, and then like somebody super cool comes in here and they're like, whoa, Dusty, that one of one Red Bull grill? Holy shit. Dusty, can you organize the groups? They are. Wait. Do you mean like by slot? Or like... Because they do be at this point. And then... Just so far as they're spread. There. Yeah, it's 2-2-1. Yeah, we just need more people in the other groups. Yeah, it's 2 clerics, 2 bards, and then we're just waiting on another bard. We got Love, Rufus, Leona. Beautiful, beautiful. Ludwig has entered his unstable blonde phase. It seems to happen to damn near every content creator I follow. Couldn't pay me enough to go platinum. Literally could not pay me enough to go platinum. I feel like I would not look good with it. I don't know about that. I don't know. I'm sold on it, man. It's the LA streamer cult. What would you do if Asmongold came on one day with like platinum blonde hair and like a Ludwig cut? No one ever looks good with it. I don't think Lud looks bad. I don't think we need to bully Lud. I don't think we need to be mean to him. Asmon comes on with a Red Bull grill. Oh god, dude, his grill would be so gross. Like, he would go to take his grill out and 3 teeth would come out in it. Oh. You have to maintain your grill. Like, I don't know where Big West is, but Big West said they bought a grill. And like, grill maintenance, like, you have to brush your teeth and brush your grill. And if you wear your grill too much, you get like BBL breath, basically. It's like the smell of a BBL, but it's your grill being in. And I feel like that's really not good. Like, I almost feel like the most economic option would be like, brush your teeth and then put on like a teeth condom and then put your grill on over the teeth condom. But I don't know the protocol for a grill. I don't really know like how that shit just kind of sits in there. I've never had a grill. So, well, I've never even had braces. I don't really know what it'd feel like. I don't know. Anyone with a grill is very hygienic anyways. Oh, I don't think anyone with a grill is very hygienic anyways. I don't know. They could be taking care of that shit. Because honestly, there are some people that are rich enough that they have people clean their grills for them. Like, there are some people that could shower every day, have their grill brushed and stuff. That's what dental dams are for? Yeah, totally. 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 The peen trampoline. So anyways, if it dyed his hair, it would just fall out at this point. If he did something, it would fall out, or it would just fall out. Because like that seems like it's already set in motion. I don't really think anything's stopping that. Haran! You got a spicy sausage? I'm broke though. I can't afford to pay anything for it. Look, I'm poor. Broke, poor, helpless, stupid. Down to my last few coins to my name ever. Soon to be evicted from my home because of the tax crisis. Honestly, probably IRL too. Like, last year was a good year for stream, which means it's a terrible year for taxes. Oh, that's only 2368. That's okay. I was trying to fleece an expensive one. I'll just pop a blue Shetta at that point, because a blue Shetta is 2393. So I mean, I can just pop one of those bitches, and then that'll be fine. I was trying to fleece somebody for like an epic or some bullshit. Are you gonna give me a high rarity now? All right, fine, you win. You win. I will not refuse. I'd be silly to do so. Is there any reason to making adept jewelry just hit level 20? I say just hit level 20 personally. Level 10 to 20 is relatively smooth progression as well. If you need any adept stuff, you should be able to look at the player market and find a good amount of adept weapons and armor there. Shouldn't be bad at all. So, personally, I would say just farm up. Oh, excuse you. Pardon you. I would say just farm up any XP that you can. If you are really truly down bad, weapon-wise or armor-wise, then like, you know, you can do whatever. But I think once you get to level 20, the entire game opens up, the entire map opens up. Gearing is way more rewarding. Like, hitting level 20 is basically how you feel hitting, what was it, like 58 with the WoW into TBC with getting the Outlands gear, where you're like. Or was it 55? I think it's 58. But either way, once you get into that like next tier of gear and you hit that break point, you just instantaneously pump up to a degree that you didn't think was possible. So I would say get 20 as quickly as humanly possible. And then once you need gear, even base 20 gear is cheap as well. I'm a dual crafter, so I was curious if there's a reason for me to make myself rings or not. Nah, not really. Like 58 and then you look like a clown. Yeah, 58. But in terms of self-made stuff, it doesn't really share that same thing with WoW, where it's like if you're an enchanter, you can enchant, like it was your jewelry or whatever, exclusively. It's been so long since I played WoW. It was classic TBC last time I actually played it seriously. But like, you know, with WoW, there were some self-benefits to leveling your shit. With Ashes, nothing's mine on pickup, nothing's mine on equip. So yesterday I made 5 pieces of jewelry, and I sold all 5 of my previous pieces to the guild for very cheap. So I got a little bit of money back, they got very cheap jewelry, and as a result, everybody benefited, right? So if you're trying to, there is a bound craft, I found it. Sacre bleu? Huh? Wayward spellbook. Wayward book of spells. Huh? The land's called to those that wish to find what was lost. Wayward scepter, not bound. Wayward sword, not bound. Wayward longbow, not bound. Oh, damn, that's a nice longbow, though. What the fuck? Like, that's expensive to make, but, like, that's a nice longbow to start out. You'd replace that shit so fast. Replace that shit really fast, but... Only initiate wayward weapon, not bound. Yeah, that's right, because there were some of the, Is that the same shit that we were getting from the Destinies tab? Under the combat? No, that's Wanderers, right? That's Wanderers. That's way worse. Jesus. We're getting fucking Wanderers and hyped up about that shit. Good golly. Who else for... Whoops. Almost twice as much power. Yeah, that shit slaps. It's just a matter of early on, like, especially early on. I feel it's very important to take into account the opportunity cost. So, like, day 1 of leveling, crafting those things is very punishing. And I feel like a lot of people almost fell into this trap where, like, we had miners, no Diddy, no Drake, no Dr. Disrespect, that were hitting rocks from minute 1. And they were trying to get ruby procs, and then they would make their rubies into XP scrolls, because novice XP scrolls are just a ruby into ruby powder into XP scroll. Or it might be to redding. Either way, it's really cheap. Scribe. And then adventuring XP. It's redding. So it's a double refine on a ruby, and then into the scroll itself. So super simple, but a lot of people, I feel like, may or may not have lost a ton of money on Epic and Lego, as Les just said. Yep. 1000%. A lot of people lost a lot of money trying to make things in high rarity super early on. I love Ron selling food. Ron's basically the hot dog guy. Ron, you gotta be RP walking through the clump, so when you post, it goes above your head. You gotta be hitting the RP walk. You gotta be going like aisle to aisle. I swear, you're missing opportunity, brother. You gotta have the full RP. So, one of my favorite stories about Bubble Chat was in New World. We had this guild named PingDiff that came up from SA servers, the South America servers, to the NA servers to fight the NA guilds on higher ping and, try to win wars. And there were a funny ass group of people, right? But their tank, because in New World, you had point tanks. I did not play tank in New World. I played more of like it was a bruiser, so it was very like, clump fighty AoE. But tanks, whenever they had their block up, if you hit them, it would mitigate all of the damage. So in addition to that, you had a little circle around you that would give a bunch of physical and magical mitigation. Like, I'm talking a lot. Imagine, like, if I gave a buff that was, like, in this game, probably 25% mitigation for phys and magic anytime that I had my shield up, right? So the tech with that was then I would have my shield up, you'd be hitting me, I would turn away from you in a war, so that way we could do this, and tanks would just sit here, do this over and over and over again, and they'd keep that buff up, right? Shit was annoying as fuck. I invite zombie to raid. Why do I have to invite zombie to raid? I was having fun. I was having fun. God damn it. All right, fun's over. Invite zombie. Invite Hito. Wait, Turkaloo? My goodness gracious. Yo, Distill, what up, dude? New to chat, new to AOC, but what level range is Adept Gear useful? Adept Gear is used beginning at level 10, and it's kind of like the 10 to 19 range. At level 20, you get into Radiant Gear. So it's basically, and you can always, if you're looking at an item, you can always hover over it, and there should be a lock button that you can bind in your keybinds. Give zombie lead. Fine. Fine, I misclicked once. I misclicked once. That was my bad. That was my bad. That was on me. God damn. Oh, God, I'm just so shaky today. God, so nervous about this boss fight. Me oh my. Me oh my. I gave him a group all to himself as well. But yeah, you can always like lock your UI, hover over the grade here, and Initiate Gear is 1 to 9, Adept is 10 to 19, and then Radiant is 20 to 29. But it can be quite hard to get set up in Radiant Gear, let alone good Radiant Gear. It can be pretty expensive, but you can also find some baseline stuff pretty easy along the way, so. Boys, look at the beautiful cleric distribution, by the way. If zombie drags a cleric into his group, and then we get one more cleric and a couple more bards, we have an ideal 40-person group comp. Like, this is godly right now. I really like this. And the fact that we only have, like, a couple fighters left because I've shamed all of them off of their classes is fucking great. Savo's holding it down, but Savo was also playing New World like a month ago. So Savo's probably going to be playing fighter for a while, unfortunately. Saw game finally came out, I know, a bit ago. What were you waiting on? Seems like World Boss. Yeah. So keep in mind, we're still in development. Very much so still in development. And there are going to be a lot of, like, bumps in the road along the way. A lot of content that's not added yet. But this is Tumok. Tumok is one of the, I guess at this point, like, 3 world bosses, and then there are 3 more world boss equivalent mobs that spawn in what are called the Harbingers. So the Harbingers bring in this corruption that is supposed to make everybody near it full, you know, PvP flagged all the time. So with the Harbingers, if you go in there, it's supposed to flag you up. There are different objectives in an event cycle that the server has to complete or fail. And if the server fails it, then it'll keep expanding more and more over time. So, wake up. What? Zombie's been lead for like 10 minutes. Yeah. Zombie's been lead for a goddamn while. Meryl is main tanking. Dusto, don't taunt. Oh, it's gonna be so boring. I hate not main tanking. We just sit here and we just bow pew pew. Gross. Alright. Well, I'm AFK for the next 10 minutes. Should I even pop consumes? I'm gonna save my sausage. I'm gonna go great consumes real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Our settings are fucked. Whose settings are fucked? Our loot settings? I had it on all master loot. Oh, it's because you guys made me pass lead. Yep. Everybody shamed me into passing lead when I had it all set up. Because people told you to, but shouldn't have. Yeah, that's my bad. I trusted other people. I was inviting everybody as well. That's my bad. I will trust people less next time. I have been led astray. I will say, like, I don't know what people are on. People were like, Dusty, can you organize the groups? Look at the groups. Every group has 2 clerics. Well, this group has a 3rd cleric, but I didn't invite that one. But every group's got 2 bards, 2 clerics. It's all beautiful. But I'm being goddamn shamed out here. Oh, wait, also, excuse you. I need to put on Aegis for this. Whoops, excuse me. And then upon using Aegis, everybody will be slightly tankier. And it will be absolutely beautiful. I have, like, nothing to do except... I don't even want to throw a Tomahawk, because a Tomahawk's going to give me more threat as well. So we got to be cautious there. Yoink! +1 wall for Dusty. Want that one on record. That was clean as fuck. I didn't really have a good angle for that. I am actually nutty with it. All right, cool. Well, did something cool still. Boys, we're up tremendous. Now I gotta get some fucking refreshing, I gotta get some refreshing move on this shit so I can get my cooldown back up. I'm down a wall for like an hour. Does Harbinger event while you fight world bosses, do your AoEs hurt your raid allies? Oh, during Harbinger event. Not your allies, but, excuse me. Not your allies, but if there are other raids that are coming over. So like right now we have Addiction next to us. Addiction is an ally guild that is, you know, friendly with us, right? So we're not gonna be trying to kill them or anything like that. And then we have Stoic over here as well. Are we going totem? Oh, we're doing it the 30-minute way. All right, all right, all right. Well, back to monk. Or are we going totem? Wait. Wait a minute. Hold on, I'm hopping in. I thought it was gonna be just copy paste. I've arrived. I've arrived. I had to join the goddamn Discord. We got like 2 different splits going on here.
What's in cap west?
We're marking caps.
You can see the timer on the cap when you target it.
Are we going?
Yep.
You can't
Seems
jump
like
the
we're
vine,
going
you still
totem.
take damage.
Seems like.
We got plenty of people still
Seems
walking
like.
over the vines, guys. We gotta stop doing that.
All right, cool. Beautiful. Other people are getting yelled at, and it's not me, boys. Love to see that shit genuinely 1000% of the time. That's not my concern back there. I got a banner for y'all. And back on the totem. Cool. So, yeah, in terms of the Harbingers, like, there are going to be a lot of instances where the Harbingers are competed for very, 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 very heavily by a whole lot of people, a whole lot of guilds, a whole lot of communities. And that shit is going to be absolutely tragic. Hell yeah, Tumok. Hell yeah, brother. People didn't trust me to raid lead, and so our loot settings got fucked, so now I'm not allowed to main tank. People told me to invite zombie and pass lead, and then they debated me into fucking our loot settings, because now we don't have the right loot settings. So now I have to sit here and pew pew on my bow. I don't want you to pass. No, I know it wasn't your fault. It was everybody else's. It was the haters. I missed that part. Bro, okay, hear me out. I had the groups organized. Look at the group organization. Bards, 2 clerics in every single group, right? But for whatever reason, I'm not allowed to taunt. For whatever reason, people are like, Dusty, make sure the groups are sorted. And I'm like, man, they are. And then Zombie's getting ready to join up. And people are like, oh, Dusty, invite Zombie and pass lead. Nice. Good walls. I hold mine. Oh. And so I'm doing as I'm told because like 3 people told me to at that point in time. And people were like yelling at me and shit. So I did, and then it fucked our loot settings. Because you can't change your loot settings when you are in a raid, and anytime you pass lead, it changes your loot settings. So, here we are. I am a ranger-esque archetype right now. I don't really have any of the abilities. I don't really have any of the capabilities either. But that's a big tomahawk, honestly. That was a huge tomahawk. I got it in the back as well. Probably got the killing blow on that thing. You pass lead to change the loot rules. Right, but I was feeling pressured. I know the loot rules thing, but I don't know, I, for whatever reason, thought people had a goddamn plan for it. Robstat, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I thought there was a plan. Also, I still feel like I could main tank it because whoever takes damage doesn't impact it, right? But they would have to get the first hit on it with their raid for the extra credit. I think that's the difference maker. I feel like I'm being punished. I feel like I'm being fined for speaking up. I told everybody that we could do it more efficiently with the enraged strat. We did it more efficiently with the enraged strat, and then they got fucking rid of me, bro. It's like if LeBron won Cleveland a chip and then got traded immediately after. It's fucking crazy out here. It's crazy out here. Someday my jersey will be retired. Someday my legacy will be cemented. But today is not that day, boys. Today is not that day. So as long as people stop running over the vines, everything should be fine. I do feel like we could probably get a little bit more pump on the totem if we're trying to hit the enrage, because like I think we had it down to what, 2 cycles last time? Are you LeBron or Cleveland in this analogy? Yes. I feel like without LeBron there is no Cleveland, and without Cleveland there is no LeBron. I appreciate you asking. Next question. Next question. Bro, I hate this goddamn boss fight. Tank without... I love this boss fight. But tank without tanking is so fucking boring. Without Dusty, there's no coke. I am the one who cokes. I'm not supporting your business, Music Man. I'm not getting behind that. Our Jundar Carpenter just spawned. Oh, yeah. I mean, our Jundar Carpenter's been up. It also expanded. It's getting larger. So, you're still on wall duty, though, at least. I feel like this is the equivalent of, like, when you get selected for, like, a play when you're growing up and shit. Wait, it despawned. Oh, wait. Oh, that's not good. Is it expanding more? Because that'd be interesting. But I feel like it's the equivalent of, like, I get selected for a play and I'm all hyped up, and then I find out that because I'm tall, I'm casted as a tree. And my entire job is standing there and just going for 3 hours. Bro, this shit sucks. I need Tumok to call in the Kumats, and then, like, I need off-tanks to have to grab the Kumats. And if the Kumats go unaggroed, then what up with Big Head over there? What in the fucking Peyton Manning did I just see? Brother's forehead was half the screen. Huh. Resno Harb is 4 bubbles wide currently. Wait. Like. Nice. 4, like, expansions? Or what happened there? When did Ranger get Tomahawk? They wanted to make it more of a survivalist class. So I can now use it to cut down trees, because you remember artisan skill trees? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Want to give away free quality assurance for pre-alpha state game and act like it's full release. Me? I don't really think anyone acts like it's full release. I'm one of the largest advocates for people to remember that it's not full release. Because I feel like people are very quick to forget that. And I feel like that leads to very bad expectations. It leads to a lot of people not enjoying the current state of it. I'm a huge advocate for people understanding what they're getting into, though. Honestly, I'm one of the first people that'll, like, tell people as, honestly, like, an everyday Ashes content creator. I've told just as many people to sit out of Ashes right now as I have, you know, talked to them and figured out that it would be something that they'd be into playing, right? And from there, we've had a lot of people that have hopped in and enjoyed it. A lot of people that have hopped in and, you know, taken breaks and said they see the concept of it. But I definitely think that's the big thing right now. If you see the concept and you enjoy the concept of it, then there is still a lot of fun to be had. I mean, right now we're doing a world boss, and the world boss is, you know, very important to get down. We're waiting on another world boss to spawn. Hopefully Firebrand graces us with his presence today. We haven't seen that motherfucker in like 2 weeks. But getting these world bosses down generates some really good loot for us. It all stays within the alliance as well, so everybody goes through, everybody gets their kills. And I do believe, like, we cycle through for the alliance, and everybody essentially gets their, like, you know, their time to get the loot, and it just cycles through entirely. So whatever drops this time is not going to go to our guild, but it's going to go to one of the alliance guilds, which will then be a huge upgrade. So do we know, by the way, confirmed or not, if we got the wand recipe? Because I know we got an actual wand drop, but I don't know if we got the wand recipe itself. We did. Oh, that's fucking huge then. Yeah, that's actually absurd. We got the wand and the wand recipe, like, same drop. Because that's huge. Loot will wipe and you pay for the work the company should do. Loot wipes in every ARPG that runs seasonally. I grew up playing Diablo 2 and started playing Diablo 2 when I was 4 years old, and I played it all through my adult life as well. I played Path of Exile. If you're playing World of Warcraft, then your loot's going to become invalidated. Your pre-midnight gear is going to become invalid. Your pre-TBC gear is going to become invalid. Like, you know, I think personally, it is very apparent that in most titles, progress will eventually be lost. And I also think if like concurrent progress is the only thing that you're looking for, then Ashes is definitely not for you. But I also tell all of my people to approach this from a seasonal standpoint. This season, we try to push up as fast as we can, get as much gear as we can, get as set up as we can. And then next season, next set of servers, we build on top of that, right? So that's a big thing. Play well hardcore, and it's 40x as fun as Ashes, and no wipes. Also, UO Outlands, no wipes. You will inevitably see fresh start servers. You will see effective wipes that come in. So you have to keep in mind if your gearing has changed, if an expansion has come out. Your gear is invalidated the same way that my gear is invalidated when a server wipes. And if that's all you're looking for, then that's your own thing, man. But personally, there are a lot of people that don't really care about having to re-level because it's just faster every time that you do it. So, I mean, I'm not going to tell you that you have to enjoy the wipes or anything like that. A lot of people won't, but I also think being upset about wipes, like, I guess I don't really know if you're knowing what you're upset about in the first place. But yeah, just in general, man, I think a lot of people have fun with different types of games. I have fun with Ashes. We have a huge community over here, as you can see. We are working on currently taking out world bosses and completing content that gets really endgame loot. So, Igneous, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So, personally speaking, you know, it's up to everybody's preferences, man. Wipes don't really phase me or a lot of the other people that are playing, and we're very communicative that those things are going to happen indefinitely all the time. So, you know, if you come in knowing what to expect, then it is what it is. If you don't want the wipes, then go play something else until Ashes is less likely to wipe, right? I think it doesn't necessarily... Good day, sir. I just don't think it necessarily has to be everybody's cup of tea right now, and that's perfectly okay, right? I don't realize a trash company for trash game for the work company's supposed to do. I mean, I think trash game is subjective to what you think, personally. And if you think that you're not QAing a live service game as well, the same way that we're QAing this game, despite it being in a worse state, then I have terrible news for you. Every developer in human history gathers data for patches off of players playing the game, and every player is an extension of QA, whether that game has been out for 20 years in live service and has received multiple expansions, or whether that game is still in alpha and still has a long road of development ahead of it, right? So, I got bad news, Brody. Like, personal taste on games is definitely, you know, one thing. But, like, you're always QA. You can't escape it. In the live service world, you QAing regardless, baby. That wolf is gonna be a problem. There it is, take it. I did not want that going there. We need a Fortnite battle pass. I want emotes. Like, let me do the worm. I need that. What's one of the PTR if they keep pushing and reverting updates on live? To hopefully lower the chances of them pushing and reverting updates on live? I mean, like, in theory, that's the point. I don't know what else to say in that regard. To my knowledge, that's the big thing. So, hear me out. You know I'm a big theory guy. I also have a theory from the other side of the coin. Intrepid did say we would be pushing, or they would be pushing, they said they would be pushing an update, right? That included the PTR changes and some other stuff. And some other stuff. What was the other stuff and why did the other stuff break the game? That's what I'm curious about. That's what I'm very, very, very curious about. Excuse you. Oh no, it hits so hard. Oh God. Oh, I'm never gonna live. Oh shit. Oh, somebody save me. I'm in danger. Chad, did I overdo the tankiness a little bit? Because, like, that's supposed to hit very hard. You stay safe. You stay safe. You stay safe. Just student was QA. I mean, quality assurance. Basically, like, you know, doing the bug testing and doing the build testing and stuff. It's always last minute safe change that breaks stuff. Shit happens. Throwback to when New World went to just drop a routine bug fix patch. And that routine bug fix patch ended up taking away all of the parameters of their legacy fresh start and seasonal servers, allowing their super powerful and unique legacy seasonal server gear to go out into the normal servers. So these were like limited items that were only available then. They also had legacy characters that had years of materials that were transferring into their seasonals, and then they had to spend weeks cleaning up all of that. And that was like a routine bug fix. I don't even remember what the bug fix was actually about. But, bro, shit happens like crazy. And I definitely feel like... We'll see when you don't poof to Harbinger bosses. I want to go take one on. I didn't have my jewelry set yesterday. I'm 10k unbuffed HP, and look at my block mitt now. So my block mitt is now 56 fizz and 41 magic whenever I'm blocking. So like, I'm kind of huge with it if I'm being honest. I feel nice right now. I feel like I don't take much damage. Oh, he's dead. I wonder what we got. If we go back-to-back wand drops, God, that was such a fucking riveting fight. Genuinely riveting. Are you 7 Rosarium and 4 chest? I am 6 Rosarium, and then I run Brinebeard Boots and Forge Guard's Deflector. Yeah. And then I have Night Reaver Heroic One-Handed Axe, Glory Bound Shield, and then my Glory Bound Longbow. Oh, gross. We got a longbow. It's so drippy, but it's so bad to get. Oh, man. Well, congrats on the kill. Off to Firebrand. Firebrand's not up right now. But yeah, personally, I'm sitting at 382.5 power right now. I need a little bit more enchanting. That'll probably get me close to 390 when I'm +6/+6. And then if I also go Tropics Harb, it's up. Is it? I know the Goondark one is. Are you guys at the Goondark one? Sorry, Goondark. Trying to debate me. I thought you were trying to send me on a they're over there. It's like this motherfucker. So it's expanding too, correct? Is the PvP turned back on? Like what's the dealio over there? They're averted. Never mind. The devs cucked us. Yes, and yes, on the patch it was. Oh, fuck. That would have been so fun. That would have been so beautiful. So glorious. Zombie, disband raid for loot settings. Because we're all going to have to re-X. And then you're going to have to set loot settings if we're going Zammer. Yeah. I don't... Somebody led us astray. It was absolutely tragic. You got a lot of X's coming your way. Unlimited June Dark one is disabled, but the mobs are still here. Worth remaining. Yeah, the mobs have been there, just like the general population since the start of the servers. People haven't really gone out and farmed them too much. They're pretty solid for power level aspects, and then the materials that you're getting from them are also quite solid. So I mean, it's not the worst thing to go out and do by any means. And I think if you are pumping out the materials, like the Harbinger boss kills give a shitload of mats. But you still need more mats than just the Harbinger boss stuff to actually, you know, refine the materials, convert them back into the non-corrupted versions. And we definitely need to go out there and run some rotations at some point in time. Like the way that we were doing it when the event was actively up, where we had 2 groups just like scissoring around the Harbinger, that was pretty solid, pretty efficient. So I enjoyed that a good bit, but always been a fun game, but sadly they've had more reverted/delayed patches and successful patches on time in the past year. Oh yeah. No, I absolutely agree, Merc. I absolutely agree. I think that right now the clean deployment of content is something that needs to be an emphasis as they move forward. Like we have had at this point too. Keep in mind, just in terms of the 2 recent rollbacks, this one was because extra shit broke. When the patch was put in. that just, you know, somehow slipped under and they pushed it even with that shit being broken and not being seen, which that's fine. Stuff breaks last minute. It is what it is. But the rollback before this wasn't just like, oh shit, like something broke. That was actually just a bad decision. The previous rollback was an update that nuked the quality off of crafting food and elixirs and consumables. And as soon as that came in, that would have created such a large power vacuum because every single person that crafted with that higher quality would have had stuff that was unattainable with that current level of server progression. And even in the long term, you'd be building to close that gap, not to build on top of that level. So when that patch came in, it was bad. It was fucking bloody. I don't really remember if other stuff was broken on top of that. I feel like that was in the era when there was also like quality scaling out the ass from like settlement buffs and stuff. It would have been on top of the qual issue from settlement buffs. Yes. So I think the qual issue was taken out where people were crafting with super high qual. And then they nerfed the stuff, the quality from consumables after that was fixed, if I remember correctly. And everybody just blew up about that, rightfully so. Because that would have created such a large power vacuum immediately. So that bad boy got rolled back. And I mean, it is what it is, but I also think that there are some things that have been pushed out where it's unfortunate to see that, you know, those things slip through. The clean deployment today with a patch and having something last minute that kind of slips through sucks that couldn't have been caught beforehand. And in terms of the quality stuff, I mean, we've seen power vacuums form up time and time again between the Steel Bloom drop rate nerfs and, you know, buffs and all around everything else that happened with Steel Bloom, time and time again. So it's been an ongoing thing with power vacuums, and I'm hoping that with the community feedback, you know, getting louder and louder on those things and the pushback, they are understanding kind of like power vacuum's bad. Even if it's in the middle of the phase, there is a time and a place where you're going to have to create a power vacuum to push a change to actually get data from that change. But by the same token, there's also a time and a place for where the longevity of the server becomes so heavily compromised because of those power vacuums coming in that nobody can play, and then you have population just fall off the face of the earth. So it's a delicate balance, man, especially lacking a lot of the retention systems that are planned in the long term. So my wife and Jeff both love ashes. I feel like that's a very large flex. My wife and GF both loving ashes. Nice. Nice. You Chad. Is one playing Bard and one playing Cleric? Jesus fucking Christ. Do they know each other? They probably have setups beside each other. Are you a pimp or are you in Utah? Which way does this go? They're sisters. Ew. Okay, so he's in Alabama. Oh god. Gotta find a way to get the bots out of the game. I don't really think there's any way where they will ever fully get the bots out of the game. I almost said the bards out of the game. I don't think there's ever any way where they'll fully get the bots out of the game. When we look at it from the grand scheme of gaming right now, bots exist in nearly every multiplayer title that there is a reason for a bot to exist in. And in some, there are more places for the bots to hide. But in Ashes, there's nowhere for a bot to hide, right? And unfortunately, like the analogy that I've been using is if you walk down the street and there are a bunch of nice houses on the street and it's a pretty neighborhood and everybody inside their houses is just smoking crack and like stealing the copper out the walls and shit, you won't know because you can't see inside the house. That's what instancing represents for MMOs. You would have everybody cracked out, ripping out their copper, selling their copper, buying more crack, and then just sitting on a piece of cardboard in the living room because that's all they got left. And you might think is a nice neighborhood. But that appearance can be a lot. In Ashes, you're walking down the street and everybody's just smoking crack out on the sidewalk. And they're like, howdy, neighbor. And like, one of the like one of the craziest real life experiences that I have with that. Hey, yo, Daz. Daz, my boy. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Much love. Like, I like to smoke out on my porch a lot. And, like, I will literally sit out there when it's nice out and just bring my bong out and just chill on the porch and just, like, rip bolskies. And, like, people will always be walking by and shit. And I just wave at them. And I'm sitting out there with, like, bong's probably, like, foot and a half-ish. And, like, I'm chilling out there ripping bolskies, kicking back, enjoying the sun. And, like, these old people be walking by, and I'm just like, hey, hope you're having a good day. They probably think the neighborhood's shit. They probably think there are vagrants everywhere. But that's where Ashes is with botting right now. And if you're walking by and, like, you know, I'm out there smoking my bolskies, and then somebody down the road's, like, fucking, I don't know, doing Fent or some bullshit. They're, like, they're throwing fucking Fent dust in the air like they're LeBron pregame. You're like, oh my goodness gracious, this is a dangerous place. It's where botting is in Ashes. You're walking down the street, and you see hitting trees, and then you walk down the street a little bit more, and you see hitting rocks, and then you see their friend hitting rocks a little bit down the road, and all of them are moving in the same goddamn way. Just and everybody's walking down the street, and they're like, damn, this is a shitty ass neighborhood. This is a shitty fucking neighborhood, I swear to God. And it's really not that bad of a neighborhood comparatively to all the other neighborhoods. It's just everybody's in their house smoking crack in other neighborhoods, and in this neighborhood, everybody out in the streets at least getting some vitamin D, right? So at least we can do something about the bots. But you put instancing in, and if there's any benefit from the instancing, well, guess where all the bots are gonna go? And you want to know the craziest thing? There will probably be more bots in instance content than in open world content, because open world content is finite, especially in a safe manner. Instance content, when they figure out how to complete the instance content in a relatively safe manner with botting, infinite copies of instances can be opened. There's no limit to that. So we'll see the botting problem improve, but actually we're going to see the botting problem worsen anytime there are instances. Because again, the bots have to compete with the bots for certain open world objectives. The most, the most constant flowing they have right now is fishing and crates. So, I mean, we see a lot that are stacked up in fishing areas, but gathering bots, you take 100 gathering bots and you put them on the sandstone patch in 8th, and guess what? They have to compete with everything. As soon as instancing comes in, everything is behind closed doors. You haven't been to the desert? I've been to the desert a lot. I mined sandstone against many bots. I hit many bots and watched them run away. I didn't have many that hit back. I've seen all of the fishing bots. I've seen everything. There's thousands? Correct, but there's nothing. I would say thousands are an exaggeration. But there are a lot out there. But other than fishing, it is finite. And that's what you don't understand. So, if you have the same amount of bots now, but you 10x them, the gathering is limited, because even if they're gathering 24/7, they're competing for those finite spawns, right? There's only so much braidwood. There's only so many sandstone, even with fast respawns. So if you 10x the bots and then you put them all in instances and then they don't have to compete with anything else, that is a bot heaven. Everybody thinks right now botting is bad. Brother, botting by the numbers is easier to profit from, aside from fishing. But if in any way, shape, or form, instancing is completable solo or manipulatable by botting, and then there's any profit that comes from that that outdoes what passively fishing or running a bot in a contested gathering area would do, then we're just going to see it get worse. And we'll just see a shift. The bots will go from gathering bots to being farming bots that would farm up emblems, essences. I mean, shit, we see those as well in areas. Bots that literally just farm up essences. So, look at RuneScape botting and they actively fight them. What's the big deal with, like, RuneScape botting? I mean, I know RuneScape's very grindy, but, like, how do you tell the difference between bots and, like, normal people that are just, like, grinding in RuneScape? Is there an immediate way? Because I know some people, like, degen RuneScape shit, but I'm not a RuneScape kid. Do they not just need randomized elements in the instances then, so it's not the same every time? Depends. I mean, I'm sure there will be mechanics to stop it from being infinitely repeatable and accessible based on what they've said. There are a lot of ways they could approach their instancing to try to deal with it. But I don't really think...
Cat with abs is absolutely...
Yo, Brad, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. But I don't really think there's a way that botting necessarily ever just doesn't exist in a game, man. Like, there are people that run bots and shit to get, you know, best runs in fucking Mario Kart when online track runs are recorded. Like, it's crazy what people will actually bot. So, there's a randomized starter program. Right, but at that point, too, if they're trying to... They've kind of said that they want to use their instancing as narrative content and, like, story-building content, somewhat related to questing progression, possibly. And they don't necessarily want it to be fully repeatable content. They want it to maybe have some limitations there, which I think could be a huge step to stop bots from getting into it. But even at that point, if we look at, shit, something like arenas... If there's any reward for just completing arenas en masse, you'll see botted threes teams that go in and then do an arena and then lose and then do an arena and then lose and do an arena and then lose. And they'll literally just like loss soak if there is any form of incentivization for losing an arena match. It's bad. But by the same token, you'll also have 3 stacks of people that go in and win trade, or 3 stacks of people if it's threes, that would go in and lose and go in and lose and go in and lose. So, what's the big difference there? I think instance content is just kind of like a shroud of things. Okay, you're wearing 12.6K? Oh, I have baby buff popped right now. I only popped a common food for 2 muck. I'll pop a larger food in a second when we get down to Zammer's room. Because something tells me I'm going to be main tanking Zammer. Because I'm fucking huge! But yeah, it feels good. It feels good. I will be taunting here. I need to get it out of my bones. Nobody will take any damage. I will not miss a single mechanic whatsoever. You will die and lose buff on the way. Me? To Zammer's room? I could hit the jump around right now. What are we doing? Also, plus Glint. Because, like, we could hit the jump around to me in Zammer's room in like a minute and a half. Or are we killing everything along the way because we got so many people? Because I'm down for whatever. But once we get out of Zammer's room, I'll pop a boosky. I just don't know what the hell we're doing, so I wouldn't be able to necessarily tell what's up there. But if I get some better food up, I will be a disgusting amount of HP, to say the very least. It's not good. It's not good. It's very bad. How's TTK versus RM tiers as a 13k HP tank currently? Most RM tiers are dog shit at the game. So, like, personally, like, gear, once you get up to this level, stop scaling quite as hard vertically. If I'm being honest. The vertical progression is worse when you're looking at item level 23 dropped gear to the item level 26 crafted gear evolution, in my opinion. And 26 to 29, like, yes, there is still a lot of scaling possible if you're getting Lego 29 across the board. But the price that you're paying for that is so much exponentially, you know, more than what you would pay for item level 20, item level 26 stuff in higher rarity, that it's just not really worth it. So, oh, fuck, I'm trying to pop a Bruce. Shout out, you goddamn rats. Difference between gear worth 100 and 1,000 and as big as people think. Yeah. And I mean, that's even without just hard diminishing returns in and like accounting for that. Did you just wall me off, you rat? Like, that's without diminishing returns in on power scaling whatsoever right now. And you can just, oh, whoopsies. You can just scale up forever. I've fought against people on my PTR build, and my PTR build with legendary plus 20 gear, right, is 500 power, like 505, and just an ungodly amount of mitigation scaling and HP scaling. Like the same architecture that I build around here, just, you know, way better gear, right? So 505 kills 750 just fucking fine. I've fought against people that were 800 power, and I've killed them just fine. I think it's far from just better gear means everything. And I know a lot of people will say the verticality of scaling is too much, and I do agree with that right now. where the verticality of scaling between like 23 drops, 26 crafted, like it is really fucking high, you know? And I'm hoping that that's not something that goes out of control in the long term and they kind of like, you know, have a plan for that. I like vertical progression, but also it's to a point where if I, someone with good gear, go up to somebody with intro level 20 gear and just decide that they lose this fight, like they lose the fight. Junk gear to Rosarium is fucking ridiculous. I mean, like, I think it should be large to transition between bad gear and something like Rosarium. But, dude, it's crazy the difference along the way, right? And then you look at how tanky a Dusty is right now. Like, I'm huge, because my scaling, too, like, my mitigations are not small. I'm 66 Fizz, and with buffs up, I'm sitting at 52-8 Magic Mitt. And then my block mitts are, if I'm blocking, 57-3 and 41, and then passively, I'm sitting at 37-5 Magic and 55 Fizz. And I'm blocking a lot. I got a lot of HP. Like, I just, with this build, keep in mind, I'm still 382.5 Fizz power, and I get two 30% buffs because of my, or sorry, two 15% base damage buffs because of my axe. Like, I just scale through the fucking roof because of that. So, I'm feeling great about how things are currently shaping up. Corruption is spreading in Junark on both Resonant and Lotharia. Ours is spreading in the Junark here, right? We just don't have an expansion of it yet. Gear plays the largest role in PvP. Gear plays a very large role, but I promise it's far from that. Like, there are a lot of people that have very good gear that will lose fights in a mirror match that, you know, the other person has worse gear. Gear is a huge scaler, and I think it's too much of an impact right now. But gear is also far from the only thing that matters in Ashes, especially on a large macro scale. You can make way less gear feel like way more if you're using that properly. But it'll let you take 10 people at a time. Yeah, as they're ignoring all of my healers to full focus me, and I have 3 bards and also 2 clerics free casting on me. Yeah, that's my role. That's what my gear is built to do. But also, while I'm tanking 10 people at a time, I'm holding block, and they're willingly hitting somebody that's holding block, getting pumped and free casted on. And that's the focus of, guess what? A tank. So I've always said my goal in PvP is to be tanky enough to where if they focus me, they have to invest a lot to kill me. And that's part of why I've run the shield the entire time. I really like shield. Then I want to do enough damage to where if I'm hitting somebody, they have to pay attention. I'm not going to nuke somebody 100 to 0, and that's on display anytime I fight a cleric, anytime I fight a bard, anytime I fight a rogue, like really anything, right? Tank isn't your 100 to 0 nuker, but guess what? Tank is literally a tank. So if you watch from the start of the server, because of the tank archetype, because of gearing, because of ability choices, because of, honestly, blocking in general, I've always been this tanky, and definitely gearing plays a role in that. A large role, but it's also understanding how your archetype functions, what the strengths of your archetype are, what the weaknesses are. Not every tank is out here just immediately going into blocks as soon as they get hit. Not every tank's even running shields. So it's all small differences. And there's a reason why fighting against other tanks, you'll also see differences in how duels end and shit. If every tank that had similar gearing, it was just gear based, then no, I don't know, man. I really feel like there is a lot of skill and there is a lot of outplay. You've just got to figure out how your archetype really functions and play around that. But keep in mind how you're gearing and how you're utilizing all of the skills and all the stats that are in the game is also a certain element of, in my opinion, the skill and the understanding of your archetype in the first place that enables you to be on a higher level of play. So if you're using wrong abilities, if you're using stats that don't complement your gearing and or your archetype of your play in general, then those are going to be wasted, right? So literally killing 25s with heroic plus sets is a level 17 bard and random market gear. Why? And how? The fuck you mean? Like that shouldn't happen very easily. That should be a difficult thing to achieve. Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah, skill 1000% exists. And you can see the... Oh, wait. Sorry, it's over here. My bad, my bad, my bad. You can see the difference in skill just watching 2 bards, 2 clerics, 2 rogues, 2 rangers, 2 anything play, right? You'll see differences in playstyle, you'll see skill expression, you'll see build differences on display. Eternal, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Also, yes, this is a dungeon in Deedly. This is called Befallen Forge. It is this, as you can see, very forgy area. I can actually fix my graphics a little bit for you, make it a little more cinematic up in here. I'll dim the lights for you. So, Befallen Forge has a lot of different layers, a lot of different jump arounds and shit like that. And realistically speaking, we come down here, we try to kill named mobs, we try to go down, kill the boss mobs that are available. And a lot of the time we'll come down with a smaller group and we'll just kill the named mobs on repeat, just run a little circle, kill 5 of them. Ow. Have a chance to get some decent drops. I'm wearing multiple pieces from Forge, honestly. So it's not bad at all. All dungeons are open world. So right now we're progressing through and we're going to work our way over towards Forge Lord Zammer, who is the final boss of Befallen Forge. And once we get down there, we'll try to take him on. We'll hope our backline doesn't get absolutely clobbered. And if everything goes well and he doesn't glitch out and bug into the side of the wall again like he did last time we went to fight him, then we may be able to get him down and have a chance at a relic drop. Relics can be brought over to settlements, and every relic has different buffs for the settlement itself. So, it's nice. It's nice. It exists at the top tier of gear, but the majority of people who can't no-life the game have 0 chance. Not good for player retention. I think it's absolutely cap. If I'm being completely honest. I could duel many tanks right now in a far worse set and absolutely cook many, many, many tanks. You give me many of the Steam Baby tanks that came in and you put me in a worse gear set and you give them mine and I will still cook them. Like, there is 1000% a very visible skill gap outside of just everybody has the best gear. It's all mirror matches. And you can see it on the way up as well. And I also think your statement of the majority of people who can't no-life the game have 0 chance, not good for player retention, I would counter with, if you can't no-life a game, expecting to compete with the people that do no-life the game is an unhealthy expectation for you personally and will always lead to you being unhappy. That's like saying if I can't play basketball on the level that LeBron James plays basketball, then I shouldn't play basketball at all. And basketball is not worth playing because, you know, I just can't compete. And looking at that standpoint, anything you do in life, there's somebody that's no-lifing it that's getting more out of it than you are. Can't let that stop you from enjoying shit. And there will be different systems that come in along the way that enable different paces of progression. But if you're coming in and your only goal... I thought we wanted to kill the trash mobs too. Listen, trash mobs are good. Trash mobs are good. We're gonna get something good here. Watch. Bingo, bango, bongo, big loot. Alright, sorry, I grabbed the wrong smith. That's my bad. I was supposed to grab his uncle. That's on me. That's on me. But yeah, if you come into something as a casual, or someone that can't no-life it, and your goal is to compete with the no-lifers, and you can do that, I'd be willing to argue that, like, the game itself has core flaws and doesn't really respect time investment at that point, because with a game that properly respects time investment, you should be able to dump in thousands of hours and still progress, right? That makes sense. So naturally, there will be a very large differentiator between sizes and tiers of communities and like input times. But we have a lot of people in our community that work 9 to 5s or more than that. A lot of dad gamers that have kids and wives and obligations. And we still, with our, you know, community design, we try to build up the floor of our comm as much as we can. So that way we enable all of the people that might have those other things going on in life to play the game on a higher level with a little bit less input, you know? Boosting gear even more this go around is kind of doo-doo. Yeah, no, I agree. And I'll never contest anybody on that. I think the gear verticality is much too high, and like gear scaling proportionate to character scaling just naturally I think it's a little bit off in terms of the ratio. I 1000% agree there. But to say there's no skill in Ash's combat, I do feel like is kind of a jaded take. But I also think the expectation, man, I call Ashes a totem pole game more than I call it a kingmaker system. Like, yes, it's a kingmaker system where like those who get ahead stay ahead and those who are ahead early have the largest advantages in life, right? But also it's a totem pole game where you need to know what your spot is on the totem pole, and you need to know if you're at the top of the top or if you're at the bottom of the bottom. And all along that way, that'll give you a different set of expectations, a different set of experiences, right? And in an open world game, it's important to have those things the same way where, you know, in the open world, like it's a social sandbox, right? So social implications and social decisions are supposed to matter. And if I'm walking down the street and I want to pick a fight and pretend I'm a professional fighter, and I run into a bunch of people who are damn well better at fighting than I am, then I'm gonna probably get my ass kicked if I'm picking random fights, right? But if I'm aware of the totem pole and I go to a gym where there are a bunch of people that also have no idea how to throw a punch or take a punch, and then, you know, out of nowhere, I learn the basics, and that gives me a lot better of an opportunity. So I feel like if you're coming in as a casual player, or again, someone that can't know life, you gotta kind of be ready for that. And that's the design of the game. They've said time and time again they want to have tiers between players, and they want your, you know, your best of the best, your sweatiest of the sweatiest to be in the best shit. And then they want to have a tier under that that's a little bit more casual and a little bit more accessible, but also in less good stuff. Then you want your true casual landies to have true casual gear and, you know, everything along that route. So I feel like there's a definite like system there that makes sense and checks out. But are we just raw dogging it? I'm gonna pull this ad real quick before the fight actually starts. Hold on. Have everybody turn and kill this striker to the right, because this thing's gonna pad on all of us. Just watch the padding mobs. Oh, that wasn't me, by the way. That wasn't me. Where do you want me to tank him? Because I will tank wherever. Do you want me to tank him by the cage or at the table? Because I'm down for whatever. I mean, he's probably going to die really fucking fast in the first place, right? Like, we have a lot of damage at this point. A lot of damage. Just give people who can't an option to fight. Like, they have an option to fight. But also, in what realistic world would giving them... Oh, shit. In what realistic world would the game design make sense if I put in exponentially more time and I'm substantially ahead of you, but then I walk up to you and, you know, you do have a very large chance to kill me? Like, I think gear should weigh in. I think skill absolutely does weigh in at this point. And I think that gear may weigh in a little bit too heavy. And I think a lot of people would also agree with that. But pull further away. I come over here. I think that right now, this is also the heaviest... I would say the heaviest verticality that we've seen on table. Okay. You stand up here. Hold on. I got him right where we want him, Sam. Oh. R.I.P. Leona. It's an absolute tragedy. All right, perfect. We're good to go. We're good to go. Oh, shit. Are we? I gotta block a little bit. That should be hurting. I'm sure Zammer goes perfectly smooth, chat, right? Perfectly smooth down the side. Okay. I sit here. I get courage up. I taunt. That anvil slam's gonna hurt. I wonder if I could wall that. I could probably wall that. But I also don't want to bug his ass out, because he gets buggy as hell. A lot. A lot. Ow. You fucking rat. Don't clobber me. Fucking clobbering time out here. That shit hits hard. I feel like Zammer hits harder than... Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, we hit that shit. All right, we got the Tekkington. I can dodge it? Well, yeah, you should be able to dodge it. But when you don't want to dodge, there's Dusty. Oh, my fucking God, that bitch hurts. Hurts my back line, that is. Holy. We gotta have Aegis out, because that goes out without a cat's bar as well. Lucky good weapons are so easy to make that getting those at least balances the scale a lot faster than the armor does. Oh, yeah. I think weapons and jewelry Like, pedal short jewelry is a huge scaler at all points in time. Excuse you. Like a very, very, very large scaler. And honestly, even right now, I have a 3-piece pedal shard epic set. Whoops, 3-piece pedal shard epic. And then I have my Thistleborn in epic. And then I have my Tide Rot in heroic, right? I have a great set right now. I am tanky as hell. I feel great about my power scaling. Like, everything in my build is just clicking into place. And even then, I'm still using pedal shard. I'm using blue rosarium. Like, I'm using heroic weapons. And I'm over here looking like Thanos to some people. And they don't even realize that this is just a small portion of where the build is going to go. Ooh. Chad, did I just save the raid? Chad, I might have just saved the raid. Holy shit. Wait, we might be out here doing it. Oh my fucking god, brother. I'm gonna need you to not anvil slam again. Anytime soon. Holy fuckington. Alright, I'm terribly scared. I'm terribly scared. We gotta get that berserker out of the zom. Get axe out of the clump. Because I'm gonna taunt it over. And then it should come over, but I'm gonna be squishy as shit. Zom's taking that one, that's good. I need big lovin', boys. I'm gonna die. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. This might go down. We got another smith coming in. No, we don't. He just popped defensives. Alright, good. It's clobber time. Shit just hits for a casual 2k, bro. I swear to god. That shit OD as fuck. Good. I like zombie tanking that shit. Zom, that's what we need out of you, my boy. That's that good sacrifice. Careful, Zom. You don't want to tank that one. Everything's fine. Oh, caution, careful, caution, careful, caution, careful. Jesus, fuck. We making this real hard, huh? Everything's fine. Beautiful. Alright, I saved half the raid. I nudged him off with that one. That wall was perfect. That ad's coming in. Alright. Zammer down. Oh, everybody's gonna die. Everybody's dead. Oh, did anybody live? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is quite bad. Oh, fuck. This is quite bad. You, sir, over here with me. Do I have any clerics that are still alive on this fine day? Oh, shit. I'm not invincible. All right, we're fine. We're fine. Everything's perfectly okay. Everything's taken care of. It's all situated. Oh, shit. Well, I hate to say that I saw that coming, but I kind of saw that coming. That was, brother kamikaze at the end of his life there a little bit. We made this fight as hard as it could possibly be, I think. Like, Zammer on easy mode? No problem. Bro, I had to wall his anvil slams. I had to, oh my god. I feel like I just had like a Dirk playoff run in that Zammer fight. I didn't miss a single fucking wall. I was cooking. Everyone just became the tank. It was just a big group up and celebrate. We just wanted to enjoy our time. Did we get a relic by chance? A random question. Oh my god. We're still pulling ads to this day. I'm gonna stand here and then wait for the loot. And then hopefully, excuse you. And then as soon as his body goes, we get to loot. If a relic dropped, I would be incredibly hyped. The relic here allows you to craft whatever the town has tables for, like from the Befallen Forge loadout. And we do not have those over here yet. So if we brought that to Jova, that would get like forged weapons, forged armor, forged jewelry. We would be able to bring one over to Miraleth, and we'd get leatherworking and tailoring for Torn admin and Torn scout sets. And we can have 2 on the server. So realistically, first one would probably go Jova. And then second one, probably Mira at that point. But really love to see that relic. I would absolutely love to see that relic. It'll be weapons and jewelry. Oh, Halsey needs it for armor. Oh, wait. So we'd still have to come down for Forge Guard. That's beautiful. Also, Curls, you can craft your 3-piece Forge Guard still. You just have to get your armor smith down here without dying. You have an idea how close we are to the Grandmaster Arcane Energy building, so I can craft arts and cantrips? I think they just need gold. I've heard that they're getting closer and closer by the day, of course. I mean, it just passively generates gold for existing as a settlement. But I've heard their big constraint has just been gold. What's Zammer respawn timer? 2 hours for Mr. Zammer to make an appearance. Long refractory period. He's a sleeper immediately after. Not much of a pillow talker. I feel the same way. Feel the same exact way. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna fill up my water. Odesh claims he has the gold for the tax raise tonight. Oh, really? Dunes and Smith's shirt. Weaponsmithing qual and weaponsmithing XP. Well, that's getting deconned. Boys, I'll be right back. Un momento. Twitch Prime. Chat, I'm sad. I'm sad. Just taking a bonger, Pinsky. When the water came up, it splashed me on the tongue, and then smoke came out of my nose because I started chuckling while I was mid-rip, and now my nose hurts. Pray for me. I might not make it, boys. I might not make it. Zammer stronger than Tumok confirmed. Bro, honestly, the Zammer fight is no fucking joke. He has more AoE that goes out quicker. And honestly, the on-death effect is kind of like douche canoe-y. Whoever designed that, I feel like steps on Legos every morning for fun. Like, actually demonic thing to work into game design. But I do respect it, if I'm being completely real. But I would say, in terms of the rankings, Tumok is hard until you learn the cycle and the rotation, and honestly, like, Tumok is just a mechanic check more than anything else. Zammer is, I think, a bit tougher because it's a bit more of a gear check. And honestly, I think mechanics can be taught. Gear checks are forever. And like mechanical fights that are gear checks are like the ultimate balance of difficult, right? Because you go in and you have no chance, and then you gear up and you're like, oh wait, we can survive this extra mechanic. You have a little bit more play, and like having to play on that very high level of it is incredibly fun. And I think it scales up, right? I think Tumok is a mechanic check, a rotation check. Once you have that, Tumok's pretty straightforward. Zammer, gear check, and then Tumok, DPS check more than anything else, because you just don't want his empower to go crazy. And then you actually get into a combination of both with the Harbingers. Dusty, feel free to bolt. Word! Yo, Mash. What up, dude? Is it possible to join cats? Exclamation guild dog. Hop into the guild Discord. We are on a waitlist for both guilds right now, but we are always looking for new active people. We can get you all squared away on aforementioned waitlist. And as slots do open up, I mean, population is not going to be consistent forever. I'll be completely honest. We're an incredibly active community, but even we are not immune to fall off. So we always have people that are cycling in off the wait list. We are keeping both guilds as full and as active as humanly possible right now. So we're excited to see kind of, you know, how it shapes up. Optimistically cautious about the dev stream. I'm hoping that people see something in the dev stream that they're looking forward to. I hope that I see something in the dev stream I'm looking forward to. I don't really know what that is, but we're going to be doing dev stream bingo prep tomorrow on stream, boys. So make sure you're coming through there. Tank wall is base. I like how there's so many mechanics you could use it with. I also like how for so long there was this conception. Yoink. There was this conception. There was this conception that tank wall was just like unusable in PvE. And that it was absolutely terrible, right? And for a while, a lot of mobs would just phase through the tank wall. It wasn't working with like LOSs of certain mobs. And over time, it just kind of crept up and got better and better and better. And now it's just this fully functioning like Fortnite wall that applies to bosses that are otherwise CC proof. And it is the only form of CC that works on open world bosses. It is huge to actually have, you know, walls going down, getting around the mechanics, 2-mock charge, Zammer leaps. I probably saved our raid twice during Zammer leaps. Just off of opportune walls. Like, that shit does a lot of damage. And there were 2 of those bad boys where he was looking my raid like right in the noodles. I could tell he had bad intentions with my raid. He did not want to treat it well. So, excuse me. The double is kind of excessive, I think. I don't really understand the point of fucking double top. Hey! Get back here. Oh, what the fuck is this bullshit? All right. Nah, I mean, that's chill, dog. That's perfectly fucking fine. That's perfectly fine. Good being guild, to participate in raid/events or being on waitlist. Okay, waitlist is good. Waitlist is good. Basically, as long as you are in the waitlist and set up in the Discord and you are active there, you've talked to somebody, you're all good to go. Then you can, you know, you'll have your perms, and then you'll be able to attend guild events the exact same way. You're just waiting for a slot to open up for the tag above your head, and then if you're a crafter for second guild, the guild buffs associated with that. But we definitely recognize that there are a lot of people that want to be a part of the community, you know, not just because of the awesome guild name, but also because of how much our community plays together. And we're not going to stop people from trying to do that. We're going to encourage people to get out and participate with us however they can. And hopefully the waitlist maintains the numbers that it already has been for a while. Because our demand for another guild in the future will be necessitated by constant waitlist. If we can maintain this, right, and say the population goes down to 10K after midnight goes live. I don't even know what's live and what's not yet. But like after midnight, after TBC and everything's all set up and it's going, like, say our population dwindles over here sub 10K and Cat still has a multi-100-person waitlist. Well, maybe at that point we say, oh shit, maybe we are much more consistent than we thought we were going to be, and we start up a third guild and get it all ready depending on the needs of the community, whether our waitlist is for main guild or second guild, you know, heavy, we determine off of that. And there's a good chance that we could either have a third PvP or PvE guild spin up at some point. So it's all just dependent on the long term. And a lot of guilds can fall into traps of like, oh my god, we have a lot of people, get them all in, get them all in, get them all in. Not recognizing that you will inevitably lose people no matter how hard you try. And your guilds will then shrink, right? And we're trying to avoid the shrink of our guild presence. a lot of people say, wow, goddamn, it's so, you know, it's crazy how active you guys still are. I see you guys, you know, all over the place. And that's because every time we lose a player, we instantly have that slot filled with another player, and we got 50 more on the wait list that want that spot. So it's hopefully going to be sustainable for us in the future to operate this way as well, because if we go the, you know, the opposite route, I feel like we just risk that, you know, that lack of presence, right? Cats with plans. Cats with very smart people at the top of it to make, you know, make good on my weaknesses of not being smart and good at planning. Like, I like ideating a lot, but I'm so locked behind stream shit and inaccessible that Cats, literally, I say this a lot, but Cats very openly could not operate without all of the people in leadership and all of the class leads and all of our crafting leads that play their role specifically, so I can just be here as, you know, Dusty yapping frontman recruiting for everything. Like, I started this community and brought it over, but this isn't just Dusty's comm by any means. I barely do jack shit now. And there are more plans here than holy shit I have ever seen in my goddamn life. I did not think our infrastructure would grow to this point. It'd be absolutely beautiful. Cats with paps. Are we still talking about the Paps Boof ribbon here? Is that still living rent-free on your mind? Because Paps Boof ribbon does go crazy. What are the easiest bosses in Befallen, in your opinion? So, I mean, boss exclusive, you've got the Fire Puppy boss. The Fire Puppy boss is very easy. I would say that's the easiest one. Honestly, probably easier than some name mobs in the game are. But Fire Puppy is very easy. Other than that, the Elemental is an absolute asshole. Genuine piece of shit. Will literally go into like this fucking, I don't even know. It's just, it's this animation where he kind of hits like a, and then your entire raid just dies. So I don't really like the Elemental much. Honestly, I don't fuck with him at all. I wouldn't take this. Maybe we could take this raid over. Cause like, bro, that boss is genuinely a fucking dick. It'll one-shot your entire raid just out of nowhere if he gets turned the wrong way. And he does, like, it's a flame dash, so he repositions. And then he randomly targets and just hits, like, the fucking conga move. And then your entire raid disappears. Do I get placed higher on the waitlist based on how many cats I have? T3 subs. No, I'm kidding. We do have certain archetypes for main that we're looking for. So, like, if you're geared out, if you're level 25, if you're ready for PvP, if you're active, if you're one of the archetypes that we are looking for, then you can be booted up into a main slot, like, much quicker. Secondary guild is the one where it's, you know, basically the holding area for people that want to move up to main but are waiting for a slot. Also, our casuals and crafters. So, honestly, the secondary waitlist for cats with naps is probably going to be even harder to manage than the abs one, because abs is like our PvPers. Abs is our actives. Abs is what is going to transition into our, you know, our core as we continue to move forward. These are the people we build the community around, that we have static groups built up for, that, you know, hopefully will be with us a long time down the road, and we'll be continuing to gear faster and learn more every single time. So, like, our main guild is a little bit more on the, you know, expectations, so to say. And it's not unrealistic expectations of, like, leave your wife in the desert with the baby, and then give them 6 bottles of water and check up on them a week from now after you've learned PvP. It's more along the lines of just like, hey, get us your hours of activity. Make sure if an all call goes out that you do what you can to get around to it. If you are here, like, please, for the love of God, try to help us with large objectives. Be as active as possible. Everyday active is priority in terms of, like, slots, right? You're not going to get kicked if you're offline for a day by any means. But if you're like an everyday active, just like I play 7 days a week, you know, 8 hours a day, then that's definitely appealing to us in main guild to try to get people prio slotted. Because at that point, you are you're a very high value slot, right? You're the closest thing to a bot that we can legally have in the guild. And we're definitely going to try to utilize the shit out of that as much as we can. So, there are quite a few things that you can do to move up positionally, but the waitlist is extensive at this point. Cast with Faps is the gooning squad. No, not with the capabilities of AI at this point. We're not bringing that in. That could be our Tolnar, like our Tolnar RP guild. For when the Final Fantasy 14 streamers come over, if I want to recruit all the furries and VTubers, then we can do cats with faps and run. Oh wait, no, I found you this before. Never mind. Cats with Dabs, third guild. Cats with Dabs always shows up to the PvP, but they get initiated on and just kind of counter a little bit too late. It's like, guys, get Nibbles out. Nibbles out, man. Bro, Bards, sativa requirement for cats with dabs. I swear to God, sativa and coffee requirement for all Bards. No Indica Bards in the house. I swear to God. If you're on Indica, you gotta be like, I don't know, Ranger or some bullshit. Cause like, Ranger just vibes. Ranger becomes one with the vines. And then drops massive, massive, massive vines for everyone to behold and take part in. I think an Indica Ranger would be good. Maybe like vines? Vines. Keith, were you there for our Carfin PvP yesterday? Because brother, there were some Fatty Magoo vines that were going out. I will say, it was all like PvP in the top floor of Carfin, where it like wraps around, right? And it's only so wide in the hallway. Holy shit. The vines that were going out, Glow and Strag and like all of our other rangers that were there could tell you fucking war stories. Oh my God. It was beautiful. Wait, you're on a strict diet of Cubano sandwiches and Scotch ale? Can I get on that diet? Because, broski, I love a good Cuban. Oh, like for the love of actual God. Wait, how can I get on that? Do I have to like mage secondary, or is that the mage purist build, Zoppington? Fuck. That sounds like that good, brother. Anyone got a spare range what? Din? Nin, what the fuck is wrong with you? What have you done? I have a sneaking suspicion I'm not going to get cacao anytime soon. Well, may the odds be ever in your favor, brother. Chat, anybody need Lego rubies? Random question. I will undercut the market for you. I need liquid again. I am looking to sell 9 preferably, up to 18. And I will give discount on those comparatively to market. I know, tempting. You may ask, what's the market? Well, I bought up the entire market. At least before I left. Thanks a lot, Zop and Dusty. I'm hungry now. Okay, I don't think Girdle is in chat, so I can spoil this. So, we're gonna watch Fallout tonight. And I have this little countertop, flat top girdle. Griddle. A girdle's like a belt, right? But a little countertop, flat top griddle, right? And I'm gonna bring that bitch out, and I'm gonna do like chocolate chip pancake batter. But then I'm gonna do sausage, like little sausage like rectangles on the griddle. Cake batter around that. Probably do like cake batter first, sausage in it, and then cake batter on top of that. Flip it over, and then have us dunk those in syrup for Fallout tonight. That's fire. Yeah, that about to be delicious. I thought of that like while I was smoking earlier, and I was like, this sounds like a stoner's delight. Sounds lit. That's what I'm saying, bro. And it's so easy to clean the flat top too, because I did dishes before stream, so like, you know, we're chilling. I'm being responsible. Tomorrow, tax day. I gotta be. Oh my God. Sorry, that was like. That was the screams of like 2 mason jars full of water. Holy shit, I didn't even think that was coming up. Anyways, I gotta do like real people stuff. I think I just like exorcised a demon from my body when I said taxes. I think that was like a violent response from my body. Taxes scare me, bro. Chat, I'm gonna have to put a dono goal up to pay off taxes. And then that shit about to get taxed. God damn, bro. My least favorite time of the year. This is like anti-Christmas. If the devil had a holiday, it would be filing day. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I feel like I have to get better at, like, I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying. Deductions. That one. The D word. I feel like I need to get better at deductions and, like, deductible purchases. Because, like, from what I've gathered, I could basically, like, buy food and then I could... Oh, shit. Am I dead? Ah! I could buy food and then I could eat the food on stream and then the food would be deductible because it's used for content. You can write off everything. Right. Start deducting your clothing. Well, see, hear me out. The problem is, unironically, I buy so little. I don't spend money. I get fucked hard enough on the Twitch sub split, and I consider that to be my expendable income. So basically, every tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 non-gifted recurring sub gets me closer to like the top tier of the Twitch Partner Plus program. So I go from a 60-40 split to a 70-30 split. Then I get 10% more expendable. And from that, I'll probably save 5% of it. And then, you know, expend 5% of it on investments or whatever I want. But I don't really spend much, dude. I put away, in terms of what I actually get paid out, over 90% of my money. All of the groceries that I buy are on sale, and I buy, like, you know, if we have a sale at our local grocery store, and it's like, you know, my favorite one right now is 97 cents a pound whole chicken, because I have a rotisserie unit on the countertop, and I rotisserie that bitch, and then we have chicken for multiple days, and it's like a 6-pound chicken for $5. Cook it up however I want to, and it's a chonker, dude. It literally didn't even fit in a container last time, and it's larger than what you got from, like, Costco, Sam's Club, anything there. So, like, that's cool. That's cool. I don't think he can deduct anything he uses in the stream room because he doesn't own it, though. But my apartment is, like, a certain percentage of my, like, rent is deductible because it's used in content. This is why tomorrow we're going to see an accountant or a tax person. I don't know what they're called, but yeah, I'm gonna go see a tax person tomorrow. Cause, like, brother, I'm gonna be real. I've always made so little money when I was working normal jobs, and, like, taxes were so normal at that point that, like, I'm not making bank by any means, right? But I went from getting a nice tax return like 3 years ago to going full-time and making a little bit of money and having to pay in just a little bit, to last year being like, oh, this isn't the same type of tax, to this year, I don't even know what I'm gonna have to pay in. But, brother, I'm like, I've never had a court date or anything, but, like, I feel like this is what I would feel like to have a court date. Like, I am terrified of the number that I'm going to have to pay, because I'm also trying to, like, buy a house and shit, right? So, like, I got multiple things that we cooking up right now that I gotta be aware of. So what I'm thinking is, I'm wondering if, like, are funds gathered from white collar crime taxable? Cause, like, what if I just befriend Nancy Pelosi? Yes. Fuck. All right, never mind. That's out. That's out. Okay, lame. Is it still crime if I pay the taxes on it? What if I submit to the tax demons? I'm sure the accountant's gonna tell you the same shit. File as late as possible. Follow for extensions. Push that bitch out as late as possible. Wait, what's the benefit of that? IRS does a certain percentage of random audits a year, and they get them done early, so push your shit out as late as possible. I mean, what is an audit? Just through funds gained through illegal means are taxable. Chat, remember, if you're slinging, always keep a log. Always keep a log, just in case you get audited. That's how they got Capone. What, with an audit? Brother filed too early? I mean, I'm not really like, A, I don't make enough money to launder in the first place. B, I probably wouldn't, but tax fraud? Have you been paying your quarterlies? There's a reason I'm terrified. Believe you me, I've done some prep. I've done some prep. I'm in for a treat. But this is also gonna be my first year working with somebody that actually like understands the processes. So that'll be cool. It's like my first time ever bringing a vehicle to a place. If your accountant is good, they're gonna take care of you. Yeah. I'm sure anybody with qualifications is better than me filing my taxes myself and like shaking when I'm about to submit. Yeah, I'm sure everything will be fine. But goddamn, I hate tax season. I like it much more when I don't have to worry about this. Like, August to December is great, and then after Christmas, it's like, oh shit. Right. I should have given my niece and my nephew their gifts on stream, so that way I could have deducted those bitches. So, in Canada, I didn't pay my quarterly for 3 years, and I was only hit with 5K in fines. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, 5K in fines for fucking what? Taxes aren't hard. Paying someone to do it is a waste. I think my taxes weren't hard when I was, like, very simply put, like, working a normal job, tax-wise. Like, that shit was, like... That was a 10-minute process. But now my taxes are complicated as shit, dog. And I'm not smart enough to handle that shit. I accept that I'm stupid. Like, I accept that I'm very, very unsmart about certain things. And I feel like it's best left in the experts' hands. According to the tax man, they ran in the red for 20 years. So, like... Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I just pulled a lot of ads. Oh, this is bad. Yup, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Everything's bad. Go reset, zombie. Go reset. Everything's fine. It's all okay. I'm gonna go reset. Everything's okay. I'm gonna walk around this corner. And then I'm just gonna reset the mobs. Oh, shit. I gotta get up here. And then I gotta get up here. And then I gotta get up here. Alright. They'll go away in a second. We're good. 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 And then these guys will go away. And then everything's fine. Alright. That was my bad. That was on me. Terrible timing on those pulls from DustyWhy. But... quick thinking saved us all except zombie. That's my bad. Alright. I've arrived. Forge Lord Zammy, sir. I am happy to have you arrive. Wait, is it 1 hour on Zammer? I thought it was 2 on that bitch. Because that seems way quicker than 2. We haven't been here for 2 hours, have we, chat? I don't think there's a single way in shit we've been here for 2 hours. Am I? It's 30 minutes. Why did I think it was 2 hours? Has that changed? Where did I get 2 hours from? I feel like 30 minutes is way faster than it used to be. Do I have amnesia? Like, I feel like everything I know is now a lie. How is Zammer 30 minutes? That's crazy. I could have swore he was 2 hours. You're getting old. It's a part of getting old. Like, or my shoes on the right feet? Get him off the table. Send this up. Oh, sorry. You told me on the table, or at the table. Okay. All is sorted. All is well. All is well. Everything's squared away. I just didn't want to be in, like, ad pull path. Over here. And then face him away. Okay. Over here, sir. There we go. I stand here. All right, so my back against the table. Wait. It's intense. It's very intense. I like that. Excuse me, sir. This way, please. Cooperate. Please. This way. This way. Come, come. I wonder if I can just block through everything he does and then taunt spam and then do not a single thing. Yeah, careful, zombie. One of your 14 mounts almost died. Mana. Oh, sweet, glorious mana. Oh, that made me so happy. God, I need... Ow, what the fuck? The hell he just hit me with? A fucking howitzer? God damn. Brother just blasted my shit. And mana in 3, 2, 1. Full mana. All right, I like it here. I like it here a lot. Excuse me, sir. I gotta blast back over here. Come. Please and thank you. Brother, I need you off the table. Thank you. That'll do. That'll do. Come on. Not that way, not that way, not that way. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Come on, Sammer. Don't leave me, buddy. Come on. No, I'm so sorry. That's my bad. I went to stop him. And I fucked up. I done fucked up. That's why we can't have nice things. I'm just a man. I'm just a man. At least he's not stuck. Well, funny enough, my goal was to stop him from getting stuck. I should have immediately gone into melee. Like, yeah, that's unfortunate. I have no other comments at this time. I'd like to discuss something else. How's High Guard going, chat? How is High Guard at this point in time? Let's discuss things that could be worse. Still about that Zammer. All right, so Wall stops his anvil, his leap, and when people are on the ground level, it's nice because we can stop him from leaping too far forward by dropping the wall when necessary, right? Only bad thing is at that time he snuck himself in a little bit, and I got outplayed. You know, the memory's not what it used to be. The reaction time's not what it used to be. I'd failed the human benchmark test at this point. I have devolved as a man entirely. So it's all bad, man. It's all bad. This person being 11 and not being able to find a group. Honestly, just keep hitting something. That's my largest advice. And it might seem very like, it might seem very straightforward and very like, well, of course, Dusty. But as long as you're doing something for your character, whether you are like whether you're mining, whether you're lumberjacking, you know, herbing, whatever it may be, whether you're hitting solo mobs, anything along the way can be very beneficial to your character's progression. So it can definitely suck not being able to immediately find a group. I feel that. But also, just, oh, nice. I like that. I like that. Zammer is a true gear check. Zombie had bad timing there. Zombie had bad timing. Anyone getting one shot doesn't have gear? Yeah, I mean, also, I think block tech is just Insano style. There are some ways that we can definitely mitigate the damage that goes out to the raid, but that slam is, toxic as shit. Excuse me. Excuse me. Wall is so beautiful. It's such a wonderful ability. I think Wall is slowly creeping up my, like, top abilities in the game. And it was already very up there. But, like, the usage in PvE as well is just so huge. I'm tanking it! Oh, that shit hit me for 5k. Damn, somebody got gold glint down here. The fuck? Any relics in the chat? I'm assuming no relics in the chat. That's absolutely tragic. Almost paid off 500k in XP dub with Urbing alone. I paid off like, what was it? I want to say it was like 1.5. My first character, my first playthrough when I was level 22. Fargus, hope you're having a good day, dude. And that shit took me most of a stream. Because I didn't know where XP grinds were. I didn't know where glint grinds were. I didn't know where anything was. Oh, goodness gracious. Wait, I heard some Harmonia lads want some PvP at Shorefoot Harbor. Oh, right now? Wait, I'm down. I'm down. We're gonna send you as our champion. For 1vs, or is this like raid versus raid? Oh, fuck my mount. God damn it. What we on? Yo, Sauce, what up, my boy? How are you? Hope you're having a beautiful day, dog. Cause I like PvP. Yes. Yes. So hold on, just real quick. Burb. No die. Burb, get up. Burb, get up. Dusty, get up. Everything perfect. I dropped down onto the wrong one there. That was tragic. Need gold for Carfin raid for an hour? That makes sense. That makes sense. Anyone need Steel Bloom during this time? Cause I'm down to farm up a little bit of Steel Bloomington, get myself some MBs. I would love that. Maybe like an independent power level sesh. Cause they probably do not need... Ow! They probably don't need another tank in there. I need like 50 plus Steel Bloom emblems. Alright, we'll all farm them up and then I'll sell them to you at reasonable prices. It's a lovely compromise. Where I get clams, you get what you need. I know, beautiful, beautiful synergy. Oh, fuck. I thought I was cooked there. I thought it was all falling down. This is a scary jump. Hold on. Because I'm supposed to be a level higher right now. I'm supposed to be up on that other ledge. But I can just yeet myself over here. Oh, yeah, we're so up. Excuse me. Pardon me. I gotta get off this burb. I gotta get on a flight. Uh-oh. Everything's fucked. It's all us. Okay. No. Never mind. No, that's fine. I'll just fucking hit the hezzy on grabbing this ledge real quick. Alright. It's beautiful. Everything's wonderful. Everything works out. Good day. Are you... You trying to eat my mouth? I feel like you're trying to eat my mouth. I feel like... Yep. Okay. No, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yo, Glow, imagine what the pulls are going to be today. Like, if there are any pulls... Wait, Philly, what level are you? Are you 16? Because if you're level 16, we can get you in still. Like, 17 is preferred, of course. But level 16 is perfectly fine. Where are shardlings found in the desert? You can find shardlings down here. You can find them down here. You can find them down here. There's some near commune and around commune, but I mean, there are like pockets everywhere. There are even pockets of them around here, north of Apothecarium Dreadmire. There's a lot that you can get done. 14.6. Okay, word. Yeah, you have a little bit more time then. Do we have people that would want the power level? I don't get a level much during the week. Right. Right. No, it makes sense. That's why I'm here. That's why I try to power level people when I can. Yes. Okay. Okay, that's one. Huh? Huh? Wait, what is going on with my mount? Is he okay? What the fuck is he doing? Am I hurting him? Oh, what the fuck? Where's it going? Is he dead? Am I getting dunked in? Submarine mode. How can I use this to my advantage? He's falling over. Is that supposed to happen? I feel like that's just quirky enough to be intended, but also probably not intended. He's trying to cool off. Like, birds like water, right? Has always happened on my bird. It's a feature. Maybe it's like a second mount flourish. There's surely like lore associated with it somewhere. That is genuinely the first time I've seen that shit. The raptor model does that, the bird's a reskin. I wonder why. How do raptors feel about water? Can they swim? Well, sorry, could they swim? Sorry to any raptors in the chat. Don't mean to offend you. Could they swim when they were still around? It's trying to swim, but it's not deep enough. But it was deep enough. It was only doing it where it was deep enough. Birds or dinosaurs make sense. That is true. But they're like little mini pocket-sized dinosaurs. Kind of crazy that they went from dinosaurs to a meteor hitting and then getting put in a rotisserie on my countertop. I got a big bird in my freezer right now. I got like a 25-pound turkey still that's gonna be rotisserie at some point. So talk about it all. That's what I'm saying, brother. And they still have air dominance. Also, I make up for it though. I eat some dinosaur descendants to befriend other dinosaur descendants. I'm basically a druid at this point, bro. I have so many pigeons that I feed on a daily basis now. It's a large army at this point. I could actually start like a small civilization if I built little pigeon houses, insulated them. They'd be there full time as a security system. I could train them. On a pet chipmunk. My parents have a lot of chipmunks that go through their property because they live like out in the woods. So just naturally you get a lot of fucking animals out there of every variety. So they got an assorted amount of animals. They got like foxes and shit that'll go up and just like explore the area. Bird Druid is the worst sect of druidism. Raven Druid was literally the most chill leveling in human history through normal though. They never clean up after themselves. They shouldn't be expected to. Because technically burbs only exist for a set amount of time, and once they despawn, no longer your responsibility because no longer your pet. I feel like it makes a lot of sense. Do you know how to see how old your own account is? I'm curious what year I created this. What, Twitch? Your account was created on April 22nd of 2020. I think you can do like account age in the chat as well or some bullshit like that. But, oh, hello. Yeah, I think that one. But I can also just click on your account for you. Yeah, I got you. And then, yeah, get fucked, Fargus. I don't know why the follow age one isn't working. Exclamation follow time, maybe? I don't know. I don't know why that's the thing. Stream elements, fuck. I'm stuck. Ah! Oh, I'm in hell. Oh, we're fine. I just had to reverse. If you click on your own name, you can see both. Okay, word. Or I could click on people's names. When's 2011? Oh, God. Oh, God. Been here a minute. It's like the old-ass Twitter accounts. No, people will pay for aged accounts. It's like a level of fine wine that people are just willing to pay for that appreciates over time. It's like a Birkin bag. You get a nice account name on a website that explodes over time, or a platform in general, and then you let that thing appreciate. Oh, you're retiring on it. Chat. Who needs Lego rubies? I got 8 on market right now. And then I got 21 ready to move off market. I got Lego rubies, and I might be the only person that has them liquid right now in the Jova area. How much are they? I bought every single one, and I relisted mine on market for $750. And mine are the only market. So, we're up tremendous. I can't even sell 5 Lego rubies. Those should move for you relatively quick when you start selling them. Because I bought up the entire market today. The market was 3 gold to 450. And I bought that shit immediately. Immediately. There will be more use cases. I think Epic is honestly the next thing I want to try to annihilate. I need to get my liquidity up. Might sell off my iron if iron pushes up, but iron's honestly dropping down. Maybe a June's Kosh. Emeralds are in a pretty good spot, so I can liquidate something. I may also sell bear hides when we try to go into a crafting craze. Because I have heroic bear hides out the wazoo for cloaks. How many do I have here? I brought some over. I have 17 heroics here. And then in Miraleth, I have epics and heroics. So I can sell those when people are going into their cloaks. You bought up all the stock? Oh yeah, done that multiple times. That's what I did with sapphires as well. So with sapphires, I bought heroic sapphires at like 1 to 3 silver a piece, basically. Highest I was paying was like 10 silver to buy out the rest of the market. And then epics, I was buying for like 30 silver on average. And then legendaries, I was buying for like 80 silver to a gold. And I relisted epics after I bought out the entire heroic epic legendary market at 6 gold a pop. And I sold multiple at 6 gold to cover my investment. And then all of this that I kept afterwards is just raw profit. So even if these go down and all of my, you know, my 60 rough sapphire and heroic that I'm holding depreciates to like 75 silver, then that's still going to be an insane amount of pure profit for me, right? So I pushed up the entire market on that. Leon, thank you for the hydrate. Working on my copper. Any spot close to Miro? Copper, granite, right? And then zinc basalt. I always fuck it up. But you can also get copper cheap as fuck if you just need common. 35 copper each. It's backwards. God damn it. Copper, basalt, zinc, granite. I hate this game, bro. I swear to God. Wash game, terrible design. Developers have no direction. The fuck? You always slip. I know I'm bad at 50-50s because I always second guess myself. All right. Do we know, by the way, random question. With Streg's massive quality, his big girthy quality, what do we need? Would you like the rest of the tortellini or wrap or nugs? Oh, I'll come say hello because I'm in town. But tortellini sounds delicious. What do we need for minimum heroic roll pedal shard jewelry with Streg's quality? Epic rubies and what? Because I have epic rubies. I have many epic rubies. All right, hold on. I'll be back. Crispy chicken wrap sounds, guys. We had Caesars yesterday. Uncommon with 1504 qual. Oh, it's just all green at 1500. So what if we're at 1900? Can we do heroic rubies and uncommon, or is that still cooked? Like, what could we do at 1900? Because we could realistically craft heroics for like a few gold. Literally a few gold. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Is there a way that we could split heroic and epic rubies? Because green ingots and then heroic and epic rubies would be such a money saver. Food for thought. One sec. We'll return. They have arrived. Exactly 1900 qual. Would be uncommon ingots, 1 heroic ruby, and 8 epic for heroic necklace. Oh, so it literally changes it none. So is 1504 is actually epic, like all epic and then uncommon ingots? Cause that's cheap as fuck. I could sell somebody the mats for that, like right now. Actually, that wouldn't be bad at all. Can you drop any ingots to common? If you have, do 1750 qual, if you would, and see if any of the ingots change. Cause I would need more green copper and green zinc, but like we could produce those in bulk for a few gold per. So I had my set crafted. Was green and epic. Did you split any common into your green or nah? Because that would make this so much cheaper. I mean, if I have... I might make that into ingots. Because if we go petal shard... That's going to be earrings, though. Earrings will probably be the least used slot, if I had to guess, right? How much are Junes selling for right now? 9 epic rubies, all uncommon ingots. Okay, that just doesn't change. Yep, that makes sense. 1504 is a break for that setup. Okay, yeah, that's super simple then. I'm wondering what the most effective, like, craft something, sell something would be. Because I definitely feel as though there's money to be made somewhere. But also, petal shard stuff has a really low profit margin. June's Mat sells for like 20 gold alone on Resna. Jesus. Should I go over and farm Junes? I mean, realistically, I could also just go do Steel Bloom. Who needs Steel Bloom? Because honestly, Glow and I might go just farm over there if people don't. Does anybody need any of this common bullshit before I just get rid of it, by the way? Because I will be just getting rid of all of this. I can't be asked to keep it at this point in time. What is that rough emerald? 6 gold. Motherfucker, don't. Oh, if he goes too cheap, I'm gonna buy it. I don't have the liquid though. I don't have the liquid. 3-man Steel Bloom farm? I mean, I'm not saying it's the worst idea, dog. I'm not saying it's the worst idea. And then anybody that needs power leveling can get in after the fact. Like, I'm perfectly okay with that. But the amount of emblems that we get is beautiful. Beautiful. I kneel if needed. Yeah, I mean, I'm down. Because at this point, I don't think I'm going to take any damage whatsoever from any of the mobs in Steel Bloom, realistically. I'm almost 16 on the nuclear sub. Nice. Nice. So we have a lot of people that are close. How close to 16 are you? Because somebody else was like 14 and a half that's trying to get all set up as well. So we're very close. Too many cards on my rogue with the cleric. Yeah, I mean, 3-man Steel Bloom farm is huge. Bard swapping is plenty. Yeah. Show here. No. No. I don't want to. No. Yo, Willow. Appreciate you, dog. I'll let you know if Kraken dies. Choke here. Okay. So, right now, 6-piece blue Rosarium guard. And then blue Brinebeard. Blue Forge guards. And then yesterday, I crafted epic petal shard rings, epic petal shard neck, epic thistleborn neck, and heroic tide rot earring, all in one day. So basically, then I went into my weapons. I enchanted my Night Reaver +3, and then my Glory Bound Longbow +5, and then I still have my Glory Bound shield. Why do you say no to me? I don't know. I fucking felt like it. Never let them know your next move type shit. Never let them know your next move. Pull the 4 to 5 sided at a time. I feel like we will be able to pull an entire wing of Steel Bloom, and I just sit there and I just press button and everything dies. Also, I'm interested to comp my damage based on what it used to be when I was like 400 plus power, because honestly, I don't think it's going to be that noticeable, if I'm being completely honest. I'm not convinced I'm going to notice much damage loss, because I haven't noticed much damage loss in the PvP that we've done either. It feels very, 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 very similar. Is Shrek Lover Shrek Schlong? Huh. Can I see world map? Are you trying to get your bingo card? Corruption spread? It's over here. So I was told that this was a deviation and it definitely went out into the water on our end. I'm not sold on that entirely. But on other servers, hold on. They've got... Actually, no, it is spreading out there. It is spreading out there. But on other servers, is this bad boy. You got the moose antlers coming off of it. And then they're spread to this entire island. So, yeah, it looks like ours is spreading as well. That's the same shit you said like 6 times. Well, that's how it is on Resna. Antlers is real. Yeah, the antlers is real. But also, theirs spread to more of the island than... Oh, never mind. No, theirs is spread to more of the island than ours is. Is it? That one might not be spreading. All right, chat convinced me that it was. Has it changed on ours? Yeah, no. I got debated because usually it ends right here. But as of right now, it's only right here. So, what is that? Yeah, I mean, you gotta. Sometimes you gotta let it spread a little bit. Sometimes you gotta say, fuck yeah, spread it, and then just let it cook. But that's not on our server. That's on Resna. Our server is under control right now through the efforts of nobody involved. It has been cooperating. And honestly, it's not gonna change much if I'm being completely real. If we get the June Dark one spreading first, then most of the area out there is gonna be unaffected. And on the private test realm, when the corruption spread was turned on, points of interest were seemingly unimpacted pretty heavily by the corruption spread. So I don't really know what we'll see, if there will eventually be like a POI corrupted version where it transforms the name mobs there as well. I think that would be a fucking banger. But as of right now, I think POIs are going to be exempt from the corruption changes to the mob types. But I don't know. On the PGR, that's how it went. I think it would be dope if there were changes though. But I'm just happy that it's starting to work in the first place. We've seen Harbingers popping relatively routinely. The fact that this is now expanding means that you're also going to have opportunities to go out and complete the other events and see what the events give. Because maybe when you like establish the fort operating base and clear the geysers and all of that shit, you get a massive reward for doing so. I don't really know. We didn't have the stuff enabled to actually... Can we make the crates yet? Weird question. Isn't it like Heartwood crate? Heartwood infusion crate? Yeah. Yeah, we should be able to make these. Because we have the minerals, the grief blossom, and the corrupted flesh. We have direwood out the wazoo. And then the Exoria is fine. So we can make these. So I'm kind of wondering what's up. Game looting system is so bad. You need gear to kill mobs that drop worse gear than what you're running. Yeah, the incentivization of the pacing, I think, is a little wacky right now. I also personally think that settlement progression happened way too fast into like item level 26 and 29 this time around, to where both like item level 23 and item level 29 were highly devalued. It moved so quick that item level 23 never really took a full hold as like, this is something that is going to be lasting and worth investing in. Everybody just got poverty scraps and then was like, all right, well, item level 26 is already up. And then item level 29 came up so quickly after 26 that people were still crafting their 26, and they were like, well, I mean, I might as well just go for the value 26 at this point instead of the 29 because 29 is so much more expensive. And now we're finally seeing people getting around to, you know, starting to craft their 29 far past a lot of the... They're like far past a lot of the, what am I trying to fucking say with it? We're seeing 26 far past like the value point of 29. And I feel like it's way too fast right now in terms of the pacing. I wish that realistically right now, server-wise, I mean, I think right now it'd be too late on 26. But I feel like 26... like a week ago, week or two ago, would have been a big build-up. Because at that point, you would have had crafted 23 gear, you would have had the build-up for 26, and then slow that to 29 as well. And then you have your 26 becoming valid, and then eventually becoming worked in over the course of it. And it's like, it's a complete game changer, but... yeah, I think it was a little bit too fast. They just slow down node construction. Yeah, no, I agree. I think like maybe XP gain was a little too fast with all of the players that were constantly here. The thing about it then is if they slow it down too much as the population spreads and there's more incentivization for people just being in other areas, like that'll be kind of cooked too, the building. Yeah, building was also fast. Like really, really, really fast. We have, what do we not have Grandmaster for over here? Is it just Arcane NG that we're waiting on? The vessel system should slow down progress. The vassal system is in though. We just don't have Arcane NG. Cause like this is with, realistically this is a cooked version of the vassal system. But this is a like possible layout of the vassal network itself. Not working? Like, not working, but yes over here working. So all of our vassal networks are the same as they would be if vassaling were working one-to-one. Granted, it may have selected different nodes, but you have town, villages, and then encampments. And then you have town, and then you have village, and then encampments that are racing to village. And then over here you have an independent, so this one's working properly. In theory, this shouldn't exist. And then we would have to put Arcane NG elsewhere. But that's all we're waiting on at this point. So like, other than that, Winstead would just, realistically right now, be redistributed probably out towards a combination of like Sunhaven and Tangled Post. Tangled Post hit relatively recently. So it might have been the tropics, but like there are more than enough settlements to have the adjacency. So I think that's a big thing. Is the Fire Wars? Oh, I fucking hope so. I fucking hope so, brother. We have been trying to prep people like mad. I'm playing Bard on Shoal. No, you gave in? Why? Brother, tank is the most fun it's ever been. My block mitigation is fucking redonkulous right now, and I'm not even like endgame geared. I can't believe you gave in. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't blame you though. Bard is good as shit. I've learned like everything about tank. That's fair. That's fair. Until there's like a large rework or a large change, like tank is tank. Yeah, I 1000% feel that. I like to learn from playing against a lot of shit, but a lot of people also really like to learn by playing things that they don't really understand. And that's a huge retention thing in the long term, because then whenever tank gets an update, you can just pop back over to tank, and then you just learn the new changes on tank, and then you're all caught back up. Yeah. They're on the 5-year village plan. Those motherfuckers want to timeshares up. Dusty must play fighter on next wipe. Gross. Gross. The fuck? For the first day you played to now, how fast would you say the rate of progress is now? I would say right now, rate of progress feels in the past couple months slower. And I feel like that's for a few reasons. They now have more systems that are simultaneously accumulating more bugs, or like what I call technical debt, all at once. So their teams are being stretched a bit more thin. And as they tackle things like dynamic gridding, the core progression of the game, you know, tackle more of the econ challenges that they have. Thank you, my love. They're going to see a lot of challenges of that, right? So when I first came in, there were much fewer systems and moving pieces in the game, believe it or not, to compare, you know, comparatively to where we are now. And the game was very bare bones compared to what it is now, and there were still a ton more issues than there are now. So back when I first came in, they were adding things that were much simpler. One day we would get a change that was like, oh, we've added mobs to freehold population areas, right? So if a freehold was down, you could then find mobs. And so then there was this little tech for a while where you would round up a bunch of mobs at a freehold and then kite them around the fence around the freehold, group them all up, and it would be an LOS, and you just AoE them down. And then they disabled those mobs for various reasons, and then they'd bring in another change, and then another change. And like, it was a lot of small pieces while they work towards a larger like total picture. But overall, it feels like right now they're tackling some very big things, and it's gonna take time for them to effectively tackle those. And right now, I think there's a content drought for a lot of players where like they've been spending so much time trying to get everything clicked in and caught up so they don't worry about, you know, everything falling apart and crumbling at the base, that they've had to slow the deployment of new content a little bit to get caught up, right? If that makes sense. They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. Wrath, how are you, my boy? Move my rogue real quick for bank. Oh, absolutely massive. I appreciate you. Wrath, what you getting up to, my boy? Happy 420. Ayo, Fonzie, what you puffing on? What is the smoke of choice, my boy? So many issues in this game. We saw about just changing some numbers in the database. Like, yes and no. Because it, like, functionally seems different. Just changing a number in the database. Like, oh, just turn drops up 0.x%, right? But then what's the implication on the econ of, you know, how much gold is generated player to player? What is being deconstructed from mats early on versus organically farmed? What's happening with the amount of player friction and gatherables, and what's the split on that as a result, right? And I don't necessarily think that it's always a matter of things can be solved by that immediate change. Like, there are a lot of things, and I'm not a game dev by any means, I just play a lot of games. But something like Ashes, where there are a lot of integrations between systems and just a lot of things that have to mesh together to fully function. Whoops. My bad. I think that it is a lot more than just slapping a number on and then letting it ride, right? I mean, we saw that earlier on with, like, previously this phase, they tried to change quality from consumables. And that was apocalyptic. Granted, they dropped quality that you were getting from consumes, and as a result, there was a huge power vacuum that was created. But that was them trying to just, like, you know, change a number in the database, and it went terribly wrong. So, got the van with the snow today, pulled my back, and I'm basically the equivalent of a 90-year-old man. Y'all don't have, like, snow tires and shit? You wanna know how we get my Honda Civic out the snow? We just drive it. You just rock it back a little bit, step on the brake, put it in drive, step on the gas, step on the brake, put it in reverse, rock yourself back and forth until you out that bitch. I don't know if that's like life-changing tech or anything, but that bitch easy as hell. Also, stretch your hamstrings. I live in Indiana. Y'all don't get snow in Indiana? Bro, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I could not tell you where Indiana was on a map. I have no idea, like, where you are. I also live in Indiana. Yeah, I got no idea where the fuck Indiana is. Hold on. I'm gonna Google it. Indiana. Okay. That's roughly where I would have put it. But I don't think I would have picked that out. And looking at the map of the states, I've always said very openly, if you had me do like IRL GeoGuessr versus Ashes of Creation GeoGuessr, I would do better in Ashes of Creation GeoGuessr than IRL GeoGuessr. I'll spend more time on Ashes. Like, realistically speaking, why do I need to know where Indiana is? I don't. I don't need to go to Indiana for anything. But I sure as hell need to know where Valkadim is. I don't need to go there, but I know where it is. Knowledge? Yeah, but like, knowledge for what? That's like me knowing how to build a spaceship with no desire to ever build a spaceship. Like, why do I need that knowledge? I don't need the knowledge of a wine sommelier if I don't like drinking. I knew the gym, so the matters for us. It would be Kentucky that one time. I mean, sure, everybody has their claims to fame in life. That's great. What do y'all do? Like, what's your export? Y'all do like corn or something? Corn? Okay. That makes sense. Isn't like Nebraska the big corn place? Wait, hold on. I didn't get a craft wrong. My crafter got a craft wrong on that fine day. I'm just throwing that out there. I didn't get that craft wrong. Havoc got that wrong. I haven't fucked up a single one of my crafts. I know that sounds slightly... You're the wrong amount of mounts. No, that was just when I forgot to select stuff. Which one? When I go back to my bank? Because I didn't fuck anything up. I promise. I have been good. My math has checked out this entire time. All right, so what's going on here? We only have 3 right now. Wait, 25. We don't need more 25s. No, we're trying to power level. We need low levels. Give me all the low levels. I'll get you in if there's room. But we're trying to get low levels all power leveled and pumped up. Are we taking 11? It has to be 16 plus. You guys moving along? Question mark. Emblems. Are they 25s? Invite me, we'll head over in a minute. Beautiful. Beautiful. My 2 bard can't come. Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, no. I wish that it could. Wait. Yeah, we're good. And then I go here. And then we go there. All right, so 16 plus, by the way, for power level. Dusty, are you stealing? Stealing? Mobs? Yes, I must power level. Yes, I must. I live here. Why must it be 16? 16 is the only spot where you will get experience from these, especially being in our group. It has to be within 9 levels. This is the only spot for you. Yes. Yes, indeed. I should only be here for a bit. Also, I'll just grab, I'll grab MBs and then we'll split at the end. I liked you before this moment. I don't like me either. I liked you before you played the open world aspect of the open world game. Gosh dang. Gosh dang. I don't know. Like, do people just want to play World of Warcraft with extra steps? Or do people want like an open world MMO? I guess that's my question, because like, if open world MMO, then that's awesome. But I feel like nobody in this game ever wants competition over things. People do not know what people want. People are dumb. I don't even want to say like people are dumb, right? Because that sounds mean. But like, yo, Big B, what up, my boy? We trying to power level, but we only got 1 for the power level so far. We need more. We need more. It's knowing you can't kill people. I mean, you can. You just got to put a lot on the line to actually do so. But keep in mind, these guys could also like flag up on us at any point, and like could contest us being over here too. So like, we are only gonna have 4 people as of right now, but we also have room for multiple more people to get over here so we can power level them. Hey, yo, Beatron, thank you for the 7 months, brother. I appreciate that. Much love, much love. So I come here, you know, I've been here fucking near daily trying to power level people for a good amount of time now. Good amount of time. And personally, I gotta get over here. I gotta get people pumped up. I gotta get people all squared away so that way we have more 20 pluses for everything. We got a huge batch of clerics up recently. Now I got rangers to get up. I got bards to get up. I got a lot to get up. So naturally, I gotta come over and I gotta try to compete for what I can compete for. And that may include, unfortunately, competing for mobs. So I may be the bad guy. I may be the worst for playing the open world MMO in the open world, but I do incredibly apologize. I wear it with honor. Oh, no more WoW. I love that shit behind decades ago. I mean, I just like, I think some people also just want everything to be protected, and people, as much as people will try to complain that like there's no friction, there's no this, there's no that, like I feel like there are a lot of people who, as soon as there is an opportunity to have any friction or any, like, you know, let's compete over these mobs or anything like that, they're just like, well, you're a big dumb meanie, and like that's their friction. And I'm like, man, we're playing an open world game. I like this spot. Like, if they wanted me to move, there were many ways they could go about it. Like, we have 3 people here currently. We're about to have a 4th here soon. But I don't know. I don't know. I respect it. What happened to you, Dusty? You changed? I'm not the weak man I once was. I watched a couple YouTube alpha videos, and it really taught me the things that I was doing wrong. I learned how to channel my inner wolf howling at the moon, my inner Sigma, woo, and just let it all out. So now I exude swagger and confidence wherever I go. Wherever I go. Oh God, Dusty Tate, no, delete that. Oh God, Vanish exists for a reason. Jesus Christ. Oh God. Oh, stop. Never. Goodness fucking gracious. Anyways, friction should be dealt with through PvP though. I think friction can have multiple resolutions. Like, friction exists in many things, including IRL. And a lot of the time, friction gets dealt with short of everybody just launching nukes at each other and blasting them off the face of the earth, right? So with friction, that can be them trying to take the mobs from us, out DPSs for the mobs. That could be them getting angry at us and calling us bad words. That could be them flagging up for PvP. That could be us flagging up for PvP. That could be a guild versus guild war going out. They could call over more people and just be like, we're gonna sit on this group and not let them exist. There is a lot that can be done to resolve friction. And I think you'll have different sections of different communities along the way, some of which want friction to be dealt with, you know, way X, and some of which will want it way Y. And I don't really think, you know, either side is wrong. And I also think that's part of what makes MMOs like Ashes potentially very good, is that the social implications and the... Oh, fuck. I'll be right back. The social dynamic of different servers will change. Like, they're not in our alliance, and they're in the rival alliance that we're, like, you know, against, so to say. So I'm not really going to take too much, you know, heedance to them just being like, oh, well, we need this. Because at the end of the day, if I got people at power level and we want to farm some emblems, then I got people at power level and we got to farm some emblems. So I think it's just like, in the long term, you'll have a lot of opportunities for people to go off into different parts of the world and find different, you know, areas to get your content, right? Oh, hello, cat. And also, this is a prime example of opportunity cost as well. So right now, it may seem crazy to them that there are 2 groups here competing for this spot. But what if I told you? What if I told you that just a couple of server resets ago, there would be hundreds of people trying to compete for this one spot at the top of the stairs? Hundreds. Every large guild would bring a raid out, if not multiple raids, to compete specifically for this spot. And there used to be a whole hell of a lot of friction, if I do say so myself. And that has changed a lot. So this is honestly like one other group being here and them just being in a, all right, well, we can split it and we can all chill. We can go over here. We can be whatever. Like, that's baby friction compared to what it used to be, man. We're rubbing butts to nuts in there. Oh yeah, dude, it was like a packed club dance floor in this bitch. Zombie was yelling. I was trying to grab all the mobs that I could and actually tank. Like, it was wonderful. It was wonderful. Good old American Ashes of Creation. Let me tell you fucking what. Red-blooded Ashes of Creation. Hell yeah, brother. Gear drops were better back then? Oh, it's a different day entirely. Yes. Gear drops were better. We were all a bit younger, filled with more youth, optimism. Almost too much at points in time. But yeah, Steel Bloom used to be locked down all the time. If you came to Steel Bloom, you were competing with other groups for shit. Remember when there weren't mountains? Remember when it was just the fucking Riverlands? And then 3 of the desert settlements? Remember before that? Remember the old combo-based combat system? Instead of this tab-targety hybrid-based combat system that they effectively deleted because it was really bad? The desert was fake. You're right, still fake to this day. Haven't been there for a reason. They literally only brought the desert in so they would have a place to put all of their bots that they would then ban, and then they'd buy more copies of their own game. Also, I love that balance too. I love that balance too. So, you have your conspiracy theorists that are now contradicting each other, because conspiracy theorists for Ashes say, well, the bots are intrepids and they're actually running the bots so that way they can keep the population higher than it would be without the bots. And then you have the part of it that says intrepids only banning, the bots and players that need to be banned so that way they can have more copies of the game sold. Well, which is it? Are they intrepid bots? Are they the government pigeons? Or are they $50 players? No F, just me. Don't die. Don't die. Because personally, doesn't seem like there's much of a difference at that point. Yo, Galza, thank you for the 3-day streak. I appreciate you, brother. Welcome in. We're having a beautiful one. I like where this is going. But yeah, I mean, I've always been a little confused by a lot of the Ashes extremists, I call them. There are some people that literally refuse to acknowledge that anything is bad about Ashes, very openly. And won't provide any criticisms, critiques, won't take any slander about their, their God game, right? And then there are the people that also won't acknowledge any of the good whatsoever with Ashes. And I feel like that's detrimental, to say the very least. I feel like it's detrimental. And either side of that just leads to bad information and biased information going out. Not a gaming or Ashes issue. They did it in every aspect of their lives too. Yeah, it's a tribalism. Yeah, 1000%. 1000%. Oh. Mango juice, thank you. Wait, I propose a trade. Aha. Thank you, love you. I just got delivered mango juice. We're up tremendous. Would be nice if the best farming spots to be full of PvP. What do you think about that? Would it be too much griefing? Farming as in like mob grind spots? So they're supposed to have rotating lawless areas that are in the game that provide, like a battleground state, so to say, comparatively to, the chill zen zone that this is now at Steel Bloom, right? So with the first iteration of the rotating lawless areas, it primarily went over to like low level areas, and what you saw was more or less just a bunch of low levels that were getting griefed by higher level players, and like, the higher level players would go over, the lower level players would stay there for whatever fucking reason, which, my opinion, their fault in the first place. But the higher level players would go over and just like two-shot them, take all their glint, and then just make money off of that, which, is what it is, an interaction. But I think the selection process for the points of interest that were actually transitioning into the lawless state were pretty poorly made in the first place. I think there is definitely value in incentivizing a lawless grind area where it can be held down with force, and it is also, worth holding down. The thing about that is I think you would need to incentivize it with raw drop rate, because if it's incentivized through materials and it's a PvP area and it's glint or mats, well, those are both dropped on death. So why would they go over there for glint and materials when it's just going to drop on death unless there's a way to secure those and get those out? So we kind of lean back into the item drops aspect of it, right? So say Steel Bloom became a lawless area and item drops were like 1.5x or were even doubled for that time, and you had a higher chance to get Rosarium Guard, Bloom Warden, Rosarium Guard, Bloom Warden, Rosehorn, all that shit, right? That would then bring people over here and give them the element of like, oh, I can chase this now, and if I can hold down this little section, it's going to be worth it now more than ever, which is going to lead to friction, right? I think there's definitely a balance where that can be done. I think it's a great idea. And Intrepid has kind of like put in a first pass on it previously, and it didn't necessarily like hit that well, if I'm being honest. And I have no problem saying that. I think they would also agree that it didn't really connect in the way that they wanted it to in terms of a deployment for a system. And it felt kind of flat, like not a lot of activity, not a lot of people going out there, right? So more or less they died out, and then the areas would just be completely vacant once people realized what was going to happen there. The levelers stopped going there because the gankers were ganking, and then the gankers stopped going there because there was nobody else to gank, and then you just had the same problem all over again, where it just emptied out the area as a whole, right? Just aired out the whole block. So they just gotta handle it in a way that manages that incentivization and that expected loss of materials. And you know, I don't necessarily think people should be ever losing items, and by no means should they, unless for whatever reason they're corrupting out there. But are you meleeing on your ranger to cleave more? Because that is fucking wild, tech. I love that. That is the evolution of ranger. Get into a clump and start fucking cleaving, baby. That shit's huge. Jinso, what up? That's all I did? Yeah, you just sat there cleaving? I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. Just chonk, 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 and then cast abilities. Brother's just shooting arrows out the goddamn bow. Or out the goddamn sword. Holy shit. I didn't even notice that until now. I was like, why we got so many melees in here? We only got 4 people. Also, if anybody needs power levels from naps or anything, please, for the love of God, hop in, because I will not be here doing this for, you know, a ton more time. Honestly, largest reason I'm over here pumping it right now is because I want some easy liquid currency, and Steel Bloom emblems always sell. So, if in the event you guys happen to need the grind, please come over. Please grab it. 16 plus. I can power level you quickly. You can grab all of the gear that you need. The emblems, they're mine. What are you? Pass, pass. All lame. Imagine rotation of Forge, Steel Bloom, and Carve. Oh yeah, yeah, it'd be beautiful. Be absolutely beautiful. And then it gives a chance for increased drop rates from those POI areas. And then keep in mind, they're supposed to pop up in each biome. So imagine a lawless communion, or a lawless snakes, or a lawless prismarium, one of those large AoE pools. A lawless Verdance Ruins. A lawless anything, right? A lawless lighthouse would go fucking crazy in the, well, I guess that's already lawless. But say something like a lighthouse. What's it lawless? That'd be a really good example. Like, there's so many good options out there that could all be made lawless at any point in time with benefit to the drop rates. And it would just be a game changer for people's incentivization in terms of actually getting out into those areas, right? Be a game changer. But right now, there's not really anything that would even bring people out there in the first place. Hard to balance it 100%. It's my first time playing Ashes this Alpha. Spent about 500 hours, and my largest problem was the lack of PvP. Think the game would be very, very good. I agree. This is, for perspective, the least friction the game has ever had at this point in time. There are a lot of people that really feel like a lot of the PvP has just been taken out. Previously, you would see caravans being run across the map in massive trains all the time. There'd be caravans getting attacked all the time. You'd have responses off of that. You would have a ton that actually, you know, came into play off of caravans. Those don't really exist because mules have been so consistent and so safe. From there, you've also seen the devaluation of like guild versus guild wars. Guild versus guild wars are very short-lived as they've expanded the capacity of guilds from 50 to 200 max over the course of leveling a guild. Most guilds are up over 100 members. The journeyman, the novice guild war scroll hasn't changed. So we still spend 25 gold to get a 100 kill war that very frequently will last a matter of 10 minutes. And that's if people don't just drop guild to get around the war, and it genuinely doesn't last long at all. if we go to fight Polar, for instance, when Polar gets all set up, Polar has a lot of people and we have a lot of people. That's going to be multiple raids versus multiple raids of content. And if we pop a guild war to make that happen, the guild war is going to be ending before the first fight is done. Just for perspective, like, we will have more than 100 people to fight Polar, and they will probably have more than 100 people to fight us. And A will probably break the server in the first place, but Froze, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. We'll probably break the server in the first place, but like, if they deck on us, then we will spin up a lot of people, and then that deck will probably just disappear. And then we'll end up PvPing outside of the deck, so then, like, what's the reason for the deck in the first place, right? So, I don't know, it's a weird spot with some of the incentivizations right now. I personally think guild wars need to be much cheaper. I think you don't necessarily need a form of incentivization around it, because then you walk into like win trading stuff. But settlement wars having some impact on the settlement that loses would be a huge incentivization factor for it. It's just, I think the cost to declare guild wars is huge. We're already looking at 3 guild war charges, and those have to recharge on a 24-hour basis. And looking at those, it's like, why would I, want to pay all of that money for the guild war charges? Why would I want to, why would I want to spend that money on the deck and then also be limited to 3? Why not just let us drop 3 a day? So, are you using one hand or two hand axe? I use one hand. I use a Night Reaver axe. My current one is enchanted +3. I'm gonna try to get that bad boy up to +6 relatively soon once I get a little bit more liquid. But yeah, overall, I like the one-hander and the shield a lot. As you can tell, I'm incredibly tanky. Like, my HP doesn't really move at all. If I'm being honest, I feel incredibly tanky, arguably too tanky, so. So go snapping Night Reaver bow, just need Dragonwood. Do you need Lego Dragon? Because Lego Dragon is part of the reason why I didn't craft an epic Night Reaver axe for the one-hander. Because that shit is expensive and only getting more expensive. How much gold do you make per hour in the spot? If we're killing efficiently, I would say pretty safely around 10-ish per hour. As long as we have, a 3-person split. The higher end of what we've made is like 15, some hours 20. But like, personally, I would say 10 per hour is a relatively safe metric over here. With fewer people, we'll be getting more glint and everything, but found the Lego Cacao yesterday. I only need Epic Dragon. You should send me a video. Oh, you rat. Hold on. I got him. I got him. I had to send it back. But can I buy more character slots? No. Only 5. Only 5 at this point in time. Made most of the gold from hunting. That's a very good gold income if you've got an empty spot. What do you hunt? Just like Grem's, Wolves, Bears type shit? Because yeah, you can make some money off of that, especially if you get high rarity. Ooh. That shit goes fucking crazy. What classes are in highest demand? Bard, Tank, Ranger, particularly for PvP. PvP and raid, I mean, you want a tank in every raid group, but they're not necessarily like the most in demand because it's relatively low demand overall with the amount of tanks that exist. Clerics, bards, rangers, I would say are your like big 3. Mages being your 4th. I'd say that's like your top 4 for endgame stuff. You will have a harder time getting a group as a mage or a ranger comparatively to a cleric or a bard. But I personally think, I think that bard is unequivocally the best class in the game regardless of situation, or the best archetype in the game regardless of situation. It is adaptable to literally anything, whether it is, PvE, PvP, solo, group, raid, you fucking name it. Bard is good, and there is never a bad time to be or to have a bard, and most groups will want to run 2 because you can have them, well, you can have them cycle through different abilities. You can have 2 different bard buffs up synonymously. So I would say if you're ever in doubt about demand, bard it out, man. Bard is really, 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 really good. 25 the max level, and we'll let you know full release. Yeah, 25 is the max level, and realistically, that'll change before full release. They've told us that we'll be looking at level 50 before the game actually launches, and we'll have access to all of that throughout early access, because early access is just like, development. So if you have the early access pack, you're in until the game launches. So they will end up increasing level cap over the course of it all. We'll eventually have level 50, hopefully, unless the scope changes, but it's only a matter of when at that point. Need 50k XP, then I can join y'all if you'll take a summoner. Yes, please, pop over. I would love more summoners. We need voids in PvP, and we need a summoner for PvE that's just beefed the fuck up for Harbinger purposes. Yeah. If you get over here, we're up. If anybody in Cats or in Naps needs anything, then we get you guys in. Jared, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Went Bard when I played way back when. Got pressured by my guild and a ranger this phase. Really just stuck to Bard instead of giving in. Both of them are very fun, in my honest opinion. Like, both are very necessary, and both are incredibly worth having, right? But it's all just such a matter of personal preference. You're a hoe, you're 5'6" and bald. What the hell do you want? My summoner will be PvE beef here. Ooh, I like that a lot. I can always just do fights naked and I can lend you my build. I'll just tank cock out. I'm so down. Summoner's a cool class, but I'm gonna quit it because I pet bugging 50% of the time. Yeah, Summoner pet UI in a lot of games can be janky as shit. Can be janky. Hey, yo, Black Blood, thank you for the 11 months, my boy. I appreciate you. One more, and then you get a new nanner, my dog. What's a good item? Level 29 armor set for Bard. Y'all going Cognizant Sand Bastion? Just across the board? Invite? I'm not paying you. I'm not paying you. But you can come for the love of the game. You can come for the love of the game. Depends on the Bard. Right, that makes sense. I feel like Cognizant Sand Bastion is typically what I see the most, but... See, you're a hoe. Well, you're late to the party. Early bird gets the grind. Early bird gets the grind. Need another DPS, or is this your gold farming group? Question answered. Well, I'd like to power level people, but it seems like people don't need a power level. Like, we got Cat in here on a Bard, and then I got like one more. Oh, Roger. Speaking of people that need power levels. Roger, hop in. I'm down. See, like, my gold making group is masked as a power leveling group, and that's the benefit. So, Roger needs a power level. Roger can hop in, get that power level on Mr. Roger Ranger. And then we have a summoner that'll be joining up very soon. So that'll be huge. And then there were 6. Level 21 need more levels. Bam. You're in. How much XP you get at the spot per hour? If we were to have this other group leave, we could get a milli per hour for people that are leveling through most of their levels relatively easily, because we pull just so much and it's non-stop and so consistent. It could go very easily up to there, if I'm being honest. And then the gold per hour is also a very nice, like, modifier on top of it all, right? So it can really pump, but it's a matter of getting it uncon, and like, we kind of just walked over here and we're hoping that these guys would be cool and give it to us. So even 500k is good with that gold per hour. Oh yeah, it's absolutely insane. Need more gold. You need more butt. You get your slut butt out of here. There's no gold for ye in these parts. Them's there in the other hills. Also, I will say there is another building that can be farmed in Steel Bloom that for whatever reason people just sleep on, because I think this is the only building that's been shown. But there is another building, and it's not bears, that has a whole shitload of mobs to pull as well. Grief incoming. You griefed me the second you asked to join the community on a rogue. There's nothing else that you could do that's worse. Nothing could ever disappoint me more than that. Can you tell me where on the map and which mobs drop Mirageborn and Stenra? Great bait recipe. Anything in the desert that is level 20 plus has a chance to drop it. So anything from this area, these 5 settlements that are 20 plus. Humanoids typically have a better drop rate. So like if you can find snakes, there'd be some snakes like out here. Those could be really good places to look. but it's one of those like general, you know, it drops everywhere type drops more than anything else. So I can't really give like one specific. I'm sure people have found theirs from a myriad of different spots throughout the map overall, but I would say just go out there and start hitting shit until you physically cannot tolerate it anymore, because you will also need the essences out there. And you will need a lot of those. Those bad boys are pretty much always in event right now. Those are like the caster version of a Steel Bloom emblem. There's Rogue and then Geared Rogue. Glow was 500 power 3 weeks ago. You can't impress me. I've seen larger. I've seen larger. Jiggles said he'll join in an hour or so. Wait, what level's Jiggles? Is he not 25 yet? Goddamn, we'll definitely get Jiggles in. 4,000% up. Pigeon! We are back, my boy. Yep. Yep, we're back. We're balling. We're balling. Everything is balling, floss, and sauce, and vibing over here. The emblems are flowing. We do have the slightest bit of friction over here. Little mild turbulence to worry about. But nothing too crazy that I don't think will sort itself out in due time. So we're hoping diplomacy prevails, and by diplomacy prevailing, I mean they give me the spot because I'm the streamer. To be fair, I started 3 weeks ago. Yeah, 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, we were already power scaled. We were already there. Did you like first time play 3 weeks ago? Where the fuck did you come from in 3 weeks? Are you gonna be on a list soon? How much of your gear have you bought? Because 3 weeks is pumpy. Can I like a picture? Yes. Wait, a lot of mobs is very encouraging. A lot of mobs is very encouraging. What? I would love to see that, because I'd love to also maybe go farm that. Because they also just fixed Bonebinder Shamans. Oh wait, never mind. That was repealed. Never mind. That got rolled back. False alarm, chat. Nothing to worry about here. Nothing to concern yourselves with over on this side. Goddamn shame. Goddamn absolute tragedy. First time in Ash's Gamers game. Much love, dude. That is real as fuck. All right, true. You got all set up in the Discord, right? Because if so, I'm sure we'll get it all squared away. I'm sure we'll get it all taken care of, brother. I will say, these guys are taking just enough of the farm for me to, like, notice it. We should call Bacon. Get the security force out here. I feel like Steel Bloom security has been slacking. Why are they trying to guilt trip in slash say? What the fuck do you mean? The Discord posted a message. Okay, yeah. I talked to you about having Nin look at it, right? Nin probably didn't, because Nin's a failure. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. What dis? Okay, hold on. I mean, if nobody's killing him... Wait, yeah. That's north of Ursine, right? Yeah, that's the population there. Yep. That's north of Ursine. So, those spawn a lot. And that is that's a really popular area. Yeah, and like we call it gobos a lot. But basically you go there and those are level 20s. And it's a really good place to get like baseline level 20 drops. Just, you know, your 20 starter gear. When we were leveling and we were out ahead of the curve a little bit, we went there and I had an entire Radiant set before I was level 20. So like, and this was, you know, server first leveling prog push. I was level 18 with like 9 pieces of Radiant gear all ready to go as soon as I hit 20 in the desert, and I was huge as a result of it. So it's a huge opportunity if you get it solo to get some good shit, but got 4 gold Thorn Emblem from there yesterday. Oh yeah. Thorn Strike emblems can drop from anything 20 plus in the Riverlands. That's what I always say. Kill stuff that's level 20 plus. Go to a biome, and if you're ever just needing something to do, find a spot where you can kill 20 plus stuff. Doesn't even have to be elites. And then just start smacking, dude. And you can make money off of that. Power leveling? Power leveling. Power leveling indeed, my boy. Indubitably. Why, you need some? Because I got 2 more slots for guild. Because we have a cleric that'll be coming on soon, actually. So we'll have 1 more slot that's available. I think cleric will be like an hour. But 1 more slot, and then everything is filled. And then I sit here and I pump until the end of the night. I wonder how long these guys plan on staying for. Because once they hit the dip set, we'll be perfectly fine to just pump after that. What gear do you have? I have okay gear. I'm mostly in blue. Well, I'm in blue armor. So, Rosarium Guard 6-piece, Forge Guards Deflector, Bridebeard boots, and then I have 3-piece Epic Pedal Shard jewelry, Epic Thistleborn necklace, Heroic Tide Rot earring. This is an item level 29 one, so it's a little too expensive to make it an Epic right now, but I'll do that later. Stone Glen Cape and Heroic, and then Night Reaver Axe, Glory Bound Longbow, and then Glory Bound Shield. I gotta finish enchanting my weapons. I just don't have the money for it right now because I have so many materials that I bought. So I need to get some money, like some actual gold. And that's what this is gonna help with. I can just sell Steel Bloom emblems cheap as fuck, and then everybody will always buy them. There's always a demand for them. So this will help me get a little bit of money. I'll try to get my bow and my axe up to +6, so that way they both glow and look cool as shit. And then I'll start scaling up more and more. But big emphasis with this build is, as you can tell, like good bit of beefiness. But my damage is still quite solid as well. So it's a good mix of trying to be as close to unkillable in PvP as possible to where people are severely wasting their time if they target me, while also doing enough damage to make them want to have to target me, so that way I can't just go around and pillage for free. So it's an interesting one to try to maintain. And every patch, every meta, it's shifted a little bit in terms of like how tanky I want to be versus how much damage I want to do. And this time around, damage I think comes really incredibly easy, if I'm being honest. And the mitigation is a hard thing to get, which is why I'm liking the 2-hander so much, and then the one-handed axe. Imagine grouping in Steel Bloom. I have to be philanthropic. That must be. Oh, massive. Wait, another cleric. We got a 19 cleric in. That's beautiful, boys. It's ascending. The power level is going to be peak productivity tonight. There's no way that we will be denied on this fine evening. Oh my god, look at all the damage. It's so satisfying. When I don't have to worry about anything, and I can just sit here and I can pump absurd numbers. Yo, McCracken, how much are you actually having to heal, by the way? Like, none? 20 plus leveling? We have a slot for 20 plus until our other cleric. Actually, our other cleric's on. Yeah, 20 plus. I can do 20 plus until the 16 gets there, but Lions is hopping in at 16 and 5% more. So I'm gonna hold Lions slot for now until somebody draws. So we do have a few 20 pluses in here. So I can get people in just as it goes. I can definitely get you. Head over at some point, and then as soon as somebody drops, I'll be here for a little bit tonight. I'm not gonna be on till like fucking 2 a.m. tonight, because Carla and I gotta watch Fallout, and I'm gonna make us some delicious snacking tins to watch Fallout. So I gotta give myself time to do that, but I'll be here for a little bit nonetheless, and we can get a lot of XP in that time if you guys want to come through. Lions, you can probably, are you in a group right now? I gotta get like an official wait list set up for this shit. Don't kill Tumak? Yes. Yes, indeed we did. It dropped a longbow today, which is fucking tragic, if I do say so myself. Absolutely sad bears. Oh no. Wait, is Amaryllis getting cooked? Oh no. Oh no. Come over to the southeast, like, entrance, like the east entrance, and then try to come in through there. Healing glow mostly. Someone else want the longbow? No, the wand last time went to us. So this one was addictions. So addiction got the longbow. We got the wand, and we have the wand recipe, but we can't craft the wand until we get was this third kill? Yeah, this was the third kill. Yeah. Wand is huge. Yeah, we got a wand. And then we have the recipe for it, which I think is the larger part. Because with the recipe, it is a... It's a forced rarity roll. So you can have all common mats and then just shit out epic with it. You know, I got it. Schwam. Schwam. I'll put a C in, but one of our clerics. Mr. Schwamington. So, it went to a cleric, and then the recipe itself will be used in abundance. Because keep in mind, if we look at borrow ones, shit's cheap as fuck to craft. Especially if it's all common and then it just shits out epic, which it does. This is so cheap. And then we just get epic item level 29 wand from it. Our crafters no longer have to worry about... granted, like, casters will still probably want Mirageborn Sand Rot. But like on a cleric side and maybe on like a yellow bard side, that is a fat piece. On that for PvE shit. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It is really nice. It is very, very, very nice. I don't think there's much wrong with it at all, but also if you already have your Mirageborn, then that might be an up. Yeah, I am legitimately just not taking damage, am I? Ranger 16 always locked out there. All right, I'll let you know if we need to fill. We're gonna have a summoner coming over to take the last spot here very shortly. They're getting 5% and then they're on their way over. So we'll have the full group for the time being, but boys, we out here. We out here. You know what? I might... What, are you gonna corrupt on a level 4 again? You gonna bully the low levels? Just buy 9x Lego birds. Okay. What are you going manic about right now? Oh, that other group left. Word! We're so up. We're so up. I don't need us only to help. But I don't need you. I appreciate you, Bulis. I'll let you know if we get a spot open for it. Because we could definitely get that pumped up at some point. But I'll 1000% let you know. I buy 9 Lego birds and epic cacao. That seems way cheaper, no? If you only need 9 Lego birds, it's not a matter of cheaper, more so that it exists. I'm assuming. Matter of availability. Yeah. Scarcity is a bitch. Scarcity is absolutely a bitch. And not having something in abundance is always a problem because then you have some dipshit like me that's gonna look at buying up the entire economy and then manipulating the entire thing like mad. Sorry. I didn't need to do all that, but yeah, that's how I made my money. I am entirely a piece of shit. Wait, you leveled already? Wait, +1 level 20. Big booms. Big booms. The XP is flying today. The XP is flying. My OC crashes after I select player now after the update. Any fix this. Verify the integrity through Steam. Right click and then like verify integrity of game files. I think it might be in the properties, but verify your files and then it should be good from there. 25 tank, but watching you lately. Just started tank at 21 last night, but played way differently to the first time. Yo, I love hearing that, dude. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. What are the main changes that you made so far? Like just a completely different approach afterwards? Because I think, bro, I genuinely think tank can be 1000%, you know, differently approached depending on the player that looks at it, right? You can play it so many different ways. So many small changes can change how the total class plays. It's so nice. I love this shit. I think it's really well done. You butchering... I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. Listen, man, listen. Some people's names are ambiguous on how to pronounce. And all I have is a goddamn motherfucking text. You ever get your fire back? I never lost that bitch. No, it's proven to not be me. Schwam. Like wham? But like he swam across the channel. I don't believe you. But the person was supposed to. I was thinking like a Charles Schwab type thing. Plus 15 members. Oh, what the fuck? We leveled again? Jesus. Boop. And boop. Confirm choices. Beautiful. Lovely. Wonderful. Absolutely gorgeous, boys. 170 cats will exist at all points in time now. Have a good night. We'll give you the 3 extra mobs. Oh, why are they trying to, like, fucking passively message me? Zombie, the order's being weird about me power leveling over here. Go yell at them. I'm too nice to go yell at them, but they're being weird. I came over with a group and they were like, are you stealing the mobs? And I was like, yes, I must power level. And then they were like, I liked you until this moment. Every New World streamer was grabbing their fire and showing it on stream. I didn't need to worry about the allegations because what people forgot was that the bitch also sold the dude's desk and took the internet back because it was her internet. So she outplayed him. She outplayed the fuck out of him. So dude got cooked. But there were theories on who it was because certain people stopped streaming right around that time. Like, literally right around that time. What about, did you try verifying the integrity of your files? Big of? I thought we confirmed it. Wasn't it Hen? Run! I don't know if corrupted chili flakes goes crazy or is expensive. But we got a corrupted chili flakes drop. I think it's expensive, right? That's expensive. Okay, dope. Okay, dope. How much? I'll probably sell it for good money. Massive! Massive! Alright, we're truly up tremendous. Truly up tremendous on this fine day. Boys, the gold per hour has just improved quite drastically. Quite drastically. And keep in mind, even with this chill pace, I haven't even been here an entire food buff yet. We've been here 40 minutes and I have 24 emblems. And it might not seem like we're killing at the craziest pace, but that's also because I'm taking quite literally 0 fucking damage right now. I am getting hit for next to nothing. I am so large at this point. We'll sell instantly for 15 to 20. Okay, that's huge. I do fucking love that. Different skills of the axe. You said no clue about powerful. What you take? Learn group LOS for big AoE pulls so much. 21 tank is stronger than my 25 to some knowledge. No, dude, I love to hear that. I love to hear that. I love discussing tank tech and shit. I've learned a lot from a lot of different tanks. And I always try to, like, take what I'm learning from other people, combine it with my own personal preferences. And, like, the same way that I looked at, you know, basketball and different sports in my life. I always want to take elements of somebody else's game and combine it with, you know, how it complements mine, while also acknowledging what I can do to keep my own game intact in the way that I want it to be. And ashes in video games, I treat those the same way, man. No matter what I'm playing, I'm like, I see somebody else playing the same thing as me, and I'm wondering what they're doing, and I'm like, how can I take parts of this and become better because of it, right? And I like sharing what I do with a lot of other people because across the way, you see people with their own tendencies, and they pick up on some things that we discuss, and they enjoy it, right? If I have a certain habit, certain aggro thing, certain camera work, whatever it may be, that's different than what other people may do. Like right here in this corner, I'm back to the corner, but I've got my camera flipped out just so it's easier for me to see outward and see what's coming around the LOS. And small things like this, you'd be surprised how many tanks will just play like this and they'll be like, oh man, tanking in a corner sucks, I can't see anything, right? So, I like the fact that this community can share and discuss so much. You're on the tech. You're going to brick your fucking craft. I'm 1,000% convinced that you're going to brick your craft here, Nin. I sold my Birds of Paradise yards for 45. Right. Right. And how much is a Lego Bird of Paradise? Because you're still probably down a good amount of money. And you need 9, right? So what are we looking at this point? Because it seems as though you full sent. 67 gold. Okay. That's not bad. So look, I have no meme. I'm not memeing. I legitimately am worried that you will brick this craft. I say this as a friend. I say this as someone concerned for your well-being. Whenever you start cooking, shit gets burnt. Okay, RIP. Welcome to the nighttime polls, by the way. This is where it gets even more fun. because I'm literally invincible. Actually, I'm not invincible, but I am incredibly easy to heal at this point. Like, way easier than I ever have been in the past. And I get to sit here and block. Oh my fucking god. This shit is satisfying to finally put the build together and have it be performing like this. Just comparatively to like how much damage I used to take on these pulls in the past when we would do these large pulls. This is fucking wild. I feel like a Goliath. That pull used to be like mildly scary, the first night pull. And like, that shit was just easy peasy. I didn't even have to pop those shit buttons. Jesus. Drink cold water, room temp. Like, faucet on cold, fill up the bottle, and then it sits on my desk while I sip it, and then I go fill it up again. So like, slightly cooler than room temp. Like, room temp 70, so I mean, I'd say probably like 65 to 70 degree water. I'm not much of a stickler on my water though. Like, if there's ice water, I'll drink ice water. If there's room temp water, I'll drink room temp water. The only thing I'm really like anal about in terms of like temperature of beverages is Dr. Pepper, because I think Dr. Pepper loses a lot of fizz and loses a lot of flavor the colder it gets. And basically with Dr. Pepper, it's best enjoyed as slightly below room temperature. So like out of a Dr. Pepper fountain or something like that. No ice in the cup whatsoever. Dr. Pepper, no ice from a restaurant. Beautiful, beautiful. Hit warm water after my time in the army.
Calvin Abs is absolutely S tier.
You know, got you. Thank you for the follow. My dad was in the Marines. Also doesn't really like warm water that much. Is it because you guys have like canteens and shit that just get hot as fuck? Because that sounds absolutely terrible. Now that you mention it, I like think about it. And my dad always specifies, can you grab me a cold X, Y, or Z? Huh. I just thought it was because he was old and sweaty. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind warm water. Like, if it's warm, I'm not gonna like turn it down, bro. Somebody dying somewhere and I'd love a sip of water right now. So, but then on the contrary, there's also somebody drowning right now that probably wishes they had way less water. So we should probably pour one out for them. It's a constant contrast in the world. Somebody's wasting water. Somebody's wishing they had more. Somebody fell asleep in the shower and is just letting that shit run. So, it is what it is. Imagine how you felt that one time you gave him a warm beverage. It just fucking puts me up for adoption. Water in the tanks just heats up, and when you're 100-degree temps or higher walking for hours and people shooting at you, the last thing you want is hot water going down your throat. Well, I feel like that's the second to last thing you want. I feel like the last thing that you want is to probably get blasted there. But maybe the water might be worse, but you whispered me? Wait, did you? Uh-oh. Whisper me again real quick. I lost your whisper. We've talked about overseas most of the time you drink bottled water. Oh, to stop yourself from getting the poopies. So, real question. Norkita, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Real question. As someone that wasn't in the military, and like my dad's kind of like, you know, cryptic about his military stuff because he was a sniper, so he probably like did some shit. But like, I have a very sensitive tummy, right? So like most of this morning TMI, I had a bellyache, right? And I was dealing with the ramifications of that. That's why I was slightly late to stream. So like what happens like if you're about to roll out and like you really got the shits? Like just straight up like you're going on a march and like you really are like, I can't make it 30 minutes without a poop ski. Did you poop yourself? No, but if I was on like a 2-hour march, I probably would have. You drop where you can and suck it up. Oh god. Is it like the long walk levels where like you gotta keep moving a certain amount? If you're like guys, I gotta shit, like people will wait for you. I'd be scared as hell shitting in a war zone. I shit in the woods once and like that was scary enough because I was like, damn, if a bear comes up, I'm kind of cooked right now. Like, how am I about to get away? I'm about to like do a fucking, they aren't gonna do a short halt for you. Why? That's so inconsiderate. No man gets left behind and no man shits alone, boys. I don't understand why the ladies are going to the bathroom together, but our fucking soldiers won't stop and shit for each other. Fucking Christ. Drop and go. Can go back to the social step. What? Friends list? Which one? I don't know. People just send me friend requests. I don't know why. But the ignore list is the only one that matters. I think we got ribbons fresh off the pallet. Social tab at the bottom. What? Stomps? Oh. Social tab. Oh. Okay, you did not say your social chat tab, by the way. This is the social tab. This is literally the social tab. I want you to know this is the social tab. This is the canonically accurate social tab. Dusty has a point. Thank you. Also, this is also the social tab. The social chat tab denomination would have cleared this up early on. Early on. 5-piece Rosarium on my rogue. Should I grab 3 pieces from Blood Runner? Should I full Rosarium? I mean, can you get 3 pieces of Blood Runner? Because 3 pieces of Blood Runner goes hard as fuck. Personally. Like, 3 pieces of Blood Runner goes really good. How are you taking aggro from the mobs that are chasing the ones pulling the mobs? Intimora has a build up on aggro, doesn't it? Intimora, no. Intimora ticks for 5% of your max HP per tick, every single tick. And it's 8 ticks before the, before the duration's done. So, basically, when I pop Intimora, it goes up and the cooldown starts immediately. So it's technically a 12-second cooldown where it's not active, even though it says a 20-second, which means that the cooldown, the uptime percentage is actually really good, right? So with Intimora, anytime that I see Glow or Vix starting to come back up, hey, yo, Mattis, what up, dude? I have a summoner about to come in. When somebody drops, I will absolutely get y'all in. I can rotate many more people in, and I'll be here for the night. So I'm gonna just chill and make me some money. I have to sneeze. Hold on. So anyways. Yeah, I can get you in at some point. Oh, God. Well done. Oh, thank you. That one came in hot. That one was like a spicy sneeze. It was like pepper was in my nose or something. Oh. Oh, goodness me. Wow. So anyways. Yeah, anytime the mobs are starting to come around, right? I try to get full courage up so that way I can get like a big damage burst off. And then as soon as Intim is up, I always pop my Intim, get full courage, and then Slam is 200% weapon damage and 300% additional threat when I use that. So, oh goodness gracious. If you come in from this side, then you'll be good. One sec, are we repopping food? Because I'm down. We have our last one coming over right now as well. So if we pop food now, then we'll be good to just turbo pull. I don't want to take too long a break because we're getting nighttime spawns right now. But also first hour so far like 33-ish on the emblems. So if we get a couple more, we'd be just solid 35 emblems an hour, which I'm very happy with that pace. 35 emblems an hour is beautiful. And 4 golden glint because a smaller group. Back. I gotta re-up my food so we can take quick sec. I'm okay with that. How much are elixirs of con? Like, are greens expensive as shit? Because I might pop one just to flex some HP on the fools. Can I get German Elk drops besides Alchemy Elixir? Just got German Elk. Yeah. I should have some for you as well. I think I had some elixirs that were saved up. All right, hold on. I'm repopping a food buff. And then I will be right back. Food memento. Yes, of course, my friend. Of course. All right. Hold on. Oh. Just for Rogue, don't know how long I'm going to last on Ranger. I'm falling asleep. But it's too good. Elixir Con is 1.2 gold each. All right, I'm not popping that. Be right back. Good day. Good day. Why so dark? I don't know. Blame Intrepid, not me, dog. I'm just trying to live my life. I'm just trying to exist. The bushes are very. What the hell? King Bonk Bonk. Who'd that be? Who'd that be? Hi. Oh wait, is that my summoner? Oh my god, that's my summoner. Holy shit. What the goddamn helly? All right, well, we finally got a summoner. Objective for the summoner: live. Do not die. Any idea where I raised my mining cert in the north? Up in the anvils? I don't know what buildings they have up here, actually. They do not have a stonemasonry. They do not have a stonemasonry. You can do them up here at the neutral areas, but I don't know where their stonemasonry is up in the anvils, if I'm being completely honest. I haven't paid attention to their buildings. I can give it a look-see. Hold on. Uh-oh. Glow, don't die. That would be incredibly tragic. I feel like we take no damage. At least I feel like I take no damage. I feel like you take a little bit of damage. But like me personally, I'm huge. Also, Glow, is it just like... Is it because Ranger is so good without doing anything that you're getting like bored of it already? Because it truly is fucking disgusting how like... how good Ranger is in every regard, if I'm being honest. Like, it is probably... It's probably too goddamn strong. Ranger's a very boring class IMO. Yes. But it's also extremely replicatable in PvP. And it is so good and you can't really go without it. Dude, it's disgusting. Like, if you really like being able to do the same thing over and over and over again and just like win off of that, excuse me, then you will really like Ranger. Which I'm gonna share gear. Yeah, just get yourself 2 gear sets though. You already said you got Petal Shard on your Rogue again. Once you have your first gear set, it's not bad, man. The trick to having 2 gear sets is getting your first gear set. And then use that first gear set to make you your second gear set. And with a humble loan of 1 gear set, I was able to get started. Then I could do everyday stuff on the Rogue, one with a Ranger for Guild TVZ. Yeah, that makes sense. So you just like, you enjoy the Rogue on a baseline of like more fun to play, more moving pieces, more active. What server you on? We play on Shoal. Pretty much everybody does at this point, honestly. I would say unofficially every server except Shoal is like declarably dead. I think Lilith has finally hit its point of Lilith people realizing that, you know, the player fall off has happened. Lilith was holding strong despite being the content creator server of choice. But like Shoal has just been this entire time the highest pop, the most consistent, the one that's been around. So it's been good to see. That's what I'm on and looking at moving. Lilith? Yeah. Lilith has died out rather hard. When's the last time you were on Lilith? I saw Lilith quite recently. I also see the population every single day when I log in. And personally, I also see that Shoal is the only one that is moving up at all. Most major guilds have left Lilith, and the only ones that are left over there that are actively playing are... That's it. I think it's like Fed, but like... And then whoever Fed's fighting, that they're in their like log off beef right now. But Vibra, new player server, started a few days after the launch. That never had a chance at having as much players as Shoal. Resna had the unfair labor drama. Where taxes may or may not have been raised to 100% because the poor people didn't want to do their buy orders. So the boss made the poor people pay more for everything by raising the taxes to 100%. And then also had the rest of like the, you know, the polarification and stuff like that of the server happen. So like Resna got cooked, and weirdly enough, there were predictions that were made that Shoal would be the most consistent and sustainable server. And it's a little strange how correct those predictions actually were. So, naturally, all servers are temporary. Nothing is going to last forever, especially with Ashes. I would 1000% recommend that everybody keeps in mind, in the past, wipes have been 3 to 5 months in between them. Oh, careful, guys. Wipes have been 3 to 5 months in between. 5 months being on the high end, 3 months being on the, you know, the relatively normal end. So, I would say don't think that it's too far out of the realm of possibility for another round of wipes or something like that, right? It could always happen, and those that think that it won't are usually disappointed. I don't necessarily think that it's going to be like immediate, but I do think inevitably there will be more wipes. So, what game would you compare this game to? It gets a lot of direct comparison to Arcade for its inspiration. Like, I would say that's probably its heaviest inspiration overall. Very social sandboxy, very grindy. It's got some inspiration and some like system pulled directly from Arcade with like the sport fishing system and the trade packs from there. It's got a lot of world building, governance of settlements, which are the player-owned towns, and building those up and putting specific buildings down to make sure that, you know, towns and players have access to the best gathering, processing, and crafting. It's a full player-driven economy as well. No items are buy on pickup or buy on equip. So, like, if I use something for a while, I can then take that thing off and I can trade it to somebody else, sell it to somebody else. So the economy is always like very open, so to say. And there's always a lot of moves that you can make within the economy. So it's, keep in mind, in development. It is far from being like everything that Ashes has always talked about being. It's far from having all of the systems in place, but what up, dude? Couldn't imagine starting the grind over this late, though. Started on Christmas, and I've already been constantly behind. Starting over on a new server, I'd be so behind. See, that's the caveat to it. That's the shitty part about any fresh start servers and wipes for Ashes, is like, they benefit players like me, and they don't benefit players that are casual players. And for that reason alone, like, I'm always very anti-wipe, and I think a player-driven economy... Hold on to your chairs, because this is the best analogy that I could ever think of for a player-driven economy. But a player-driven economy and a true player-driven economy like Ashes, kind of like a butthole. You can stretch it a lot. You can abuse it. You can punish it. But at the end of the day, it always goes back to normal eventually, right? And once the... You know, once the economy gets through the abuse period... Once the servers get through the abuse period, it starts to go, you know, go back to normal, right? And it starts to settle back in. And even coming off of dupes, bugs, exploits, everything like that, the abuse period of that has more or less ended for the last wave. Granted, botting is still incredibly prevalent, but as things are corrected, you see things become more finite. You kind of like turn off the faucet in the sink when the sink's overflowing, and then you slowly watch stuff drain out of the sink and watch the sink get all caught up. So right now we're in the one of many versions of watching the sink get a little caught up. The faucet's still open, and it's still open too much, but they're taking steps to try to empty out the sink a little bit, with the hope that in the long term they can corral it and they can keep it under control. Thoughts and prayers. But it's definitely an interesting time, because to a certain extent their data set gets polluted a little bit more and more anytime something is, you know, thrown off, anytime something is exploited, anytime something in the economy is like, you know, thrown into jank, right? And there's a certain, I guess, expected loss would be like the business term that I'd throw to it, where like there's a certain extent of, you know, we expect these things to be abused this much, we expect some tolerance for the economy being janky, botted, whatever, right? But there's also a certain point where they look at it, and I'm sure they're just like, this is beyond saving, this is beyond recovering, and it would probably be, you know, a larger net gain to shut everything down, sacrifice the players that they're going to sacrifice along the way, and oh shit, I fell. I can't see jack shit. Somebody call Planet Orphan. I need more fucking lights in this bitch. I can't see a goddamn fucking thing. Excuse me. Can I get a lantern, like, right here? Like a little, like just a little like torchlight over here or something, or maybe like on this side. Like un lanterno, please. I would love that shit. Speaking of sacrifice, what? Don't sacrifice me. What do you want? What do you want? Do you think there are enough PvP zones in the game? I mean, but I also don't necessarily think that you need a forced PvP zone to get people PvPing. I don't think there's enough reason to PvP over zones in the game right now. Whether it's a PvP zone, whether it's a PvE zone, I think there needs to be more reason for somebody to want to kick the shit out of me over this spot instead of just saying, oh, well, that's okay. We'll just go kill something elsewhere, or, oh, we'll just stop killing. Like, I want there to be an actual, you know, incentivization for the mob grind as much as there is everything else. And I think that's the biggest thing that lacks for me right now is just, you know, why would I want to smack somebody up over this when I can just go to the building right next door? Oh, why would I be worried about this when I can just go carf and farm carf instead? And there's always that certain element of right now the friction is pretty low, right? I just love brain dead mob grinding. Oh, I also love brain dead mob grinding. Especially the fact that this is helping the guild because there are people power leveling. I'm making money off of it. Other people are making money off of it. Oh yeah, I actually love brain dead mob grinding. Even if I was playing WoW, I would be doing dungeon content over and over and over and over and over again, especially with it being TBC. I would have a prop pally ready to go. I would probably have ground out like GM weps to get set up, and then as soon as we started, I would go to Hellfire Citadel, and I would just start pumping ramparts over and over and over and over and over again, and start trying to optimize the pulls out there, and then I would just move on. I would keep pumping like crazy. I don't know, I love dungeons. I love smacking shit. I think it's fun. Used to power level people on Classic for 18 straight for months on end. God damn. Yeah, I mean, I would do a lot of stockades runs for people. Like, I would sell stocks runs on my pally because I could basically like 3-pull it. It would just be, it'd be decent gold per hour. Like, nothing remarkable, but also it was so chill. And at the time that I was playing WoW, I was like 5-10 viewer Andy, so I didn't have many people to talk to, but I'd still talk to whoever showed up. Yo, Blotto.
What?
It is indeed, brother. Thank you for the 10 months. Here's so many more, dog. Much love, much love, much love. With XP and scroll, XP buffs and altar buffs, not bad to catch up. In Mira, I'm getting 30% XP. Oh, that's not bad at all. And I mean, this is still probably faster at level 16 than what you were getting before. And keep in mind, it goes up like double essentially once you hit level 17. So I don't know like how far into 16 you already are. Excuse me. But we're gonna get you pumped up. What's a magic defense? Magic defense with grit up. Well, this is with flare buff up as well. But 52.8. And then the thing is, my magic block mitt that I really like is 41. I like that side a lot. %. Oh wait, you're 25% already? Jesus, yeah, that's fast as hell. That's extremely fast. Perfectly fine with me. I'm here for it, man. I like getting the emblems, and then I like undercutting the market, and then just blasting myself a little bit of gold to play with. Because like, I am very I'm very close to having double +6 weapons. And then I start focusing on like my hyper endgame stuff. And like, yes, this is kind of endgame. This, yes. This, yes. But like, then I'm starting to focus on my item level 29 stuff. I'm starting to focus on my Forge Guard stuff. I'm starting to focus on my my Blood Runner stuff. So, this works my brain out since you're full heavy. Well, this is also with Divine Flare. Divine Flare protection is also giving like a 30% with mitigation, with diminishing returns. But yeah, I mean, I just popped my Fortify there. And I go up to 62.2, and that wasn't even a full Fortify, so like, this is what it's looking like in combat. And then on top of that, the block, I have 53.4 on my Fizz, so like, I am huge, to say the very least. I am very large. Interesting without buffs. Oh god. Magic wise, I want to say I'm like 30.8% with grit and nothing else. I want to say 30.8. And then my fizz is disgusting. My fizz is abhorrent. And then from there, I factor in another off of the block itself. 20% chance at 40% when I'm blocking, 37.5 when I'm not blocking, right? So take that 1/5 of it, and then you're looking at like 8 basically, just factored in on top of that. So that doesn't make any couldn't happen like mages, meta cannons or bards. No, I feel disgustingly strong. People hit me for a laughable amount of damage, but shield is also insane, right? If anybody's looking at me and they're pumping damage into me, Blotto, then you have to understand, like, I block, and then it takes all of my mitigation. Like, I press block, I have mit, and then I have this coming off on top of it, right? So it's not like this is diminishing returns. This goes through the block mit, and then the magic mit, and then it goes through, right? So I'm beefy. But no, even when mit was lower, like, I've always felt fine against magic users because, again, we have so much additive, right? 30% with, like, 31% with grit has been more than enough for me, considering we also have fortitude at any point in time, right? So with fortitude, this gives 20-20. So if I'm at 65.9 and 52.8 and I full fort, I'll go full fort and then I'll go into a grit, 72.7 and 62.2. So like that's with everything oh shit popped. So I have, with the additive mit that we have, no shortage of just being an absolute mobile tank, which honestly is great. I do enough damage to get by, and my biggest thing is again being like disruptory, and I get to play very offensively because of that. Last phase, I remember the one before I felt I was getting slaughtered by anything doing magic. I mean, it depends, right? It really do depend. Like in group stuff, if you don't have support, then yes. Like mages can hit hard, bards can hit hard. Granted, bards are one of our hardest matchups in general. But like I feel very good in this setup. Would I feel better overall if I was in medium in most matchups? Yes. Because I would also be pushing less into diminishing returns overall. But like Rosarium Guard is so beefy in the first place, and tank just generates passively as much mitigation as other classes have with their full gear set, right? So just keep that in mind too. We are beefy as shit just by proxy, and then our gear is effectively an additive on top of our guaranteed bit from our abilities. So I try to think of it that way. Like our gear is the flexible part, and so when I'm looking at the amount of mit that I need, I'm thinking about like I have all of my I have all of my oh shits. I have my buffs up, I've got defensives up, I've got support behind me. Where am I going to be at, and what am I going to be taking a lot of damage from? And like mages are definitely huge. Bards can be big pop damage as well. But this meta, I feel like rangers are a huge pop. Huge pop. There are a lot of rogues that are doing absurd amounts of damage. Uh-oh. Alright, Piccolo. There are a lot of rangers that are doing huge amounts of damage. Rogues, even some fighters, but fighters are kind of... Just pick up the game, trying on Mage. How's that class doing? Mage is good. I think some people will try to tell you that it's not, but I think Mage is very group-based through and through. In group PvP, Mage is basically, still in my opinion, the king of like AoE damage, but puts a lot on the line to actually execute it, and they have a couple of awkward abilities right now. Their movement ability is also their CC break, which is also an offensive utility. So they have like a huge implication on just one ability, which is their teleport. They have to put themselves in pseudo melee range to actually get anything off that's meaningful in terms of a full sustain combo, and they have to stay in melee range for a decent amount of time. So Mage feels, from most players' perspectives that I've talked to, a little awkward in certain aspects, but also you can definitely tell when a mage gets a combo off and it just shreds every single thing in the immediate vicinity. because mage can do a disgusting amount of damage. It still can, no matter how bad anybody wants to say it is, no matter how bad people want to pretend. Mage can still fucking destroy people through and through. And you can get good opportunities, you can play patient, you can find your way in. And like, if you get the angles, it's the same thing as a ranger, right? Same thing as any DPS. You get your angles, you play safe, and you're good. Just had a situation where on my screen, someone was flagged, but they actually weren't. So I got corrupted and lost my heroic bow. Really easy to recover the money for it, but feeling really dejected and debating whether I want to continue this phase. That's weird. Wait, so someone on your screen was flagged, but they actually weren't. Where were you when that happened? I would bug report that. I would definitely peep that. Flag probably dropped before they died, but it should be with the flashing indicator at that point, going like purple gray. And that's usually noticeable. Tunnel vision? Fair, fair. Blood rage. Sounds like a toggle maybe rather than option selected. Doesn't that bug occasionally? Could be a toggle thing as well in terms of somebody not being flagged. Like if you're using toggle for your PvP and you're just turning it on and leaving it on, then you are going to be more liable to corrupt, simply because toggle is like your safety on the gun when you go to attack a non-combatant. They literally fought back and I got corrupted. Weird. Is there any chance you might have tab targeted to somebody else or like cleave somebody else? Killed Mount? Well, if they fought back, then it wouldn't have mattered. Because the Mount would flag up the second they flag up. Did you kill their Mount before they fought back? Because, like, if that's the case, then yeah, you'd corrupt and then they would kick the shit out of you, but... Sup, does Mage? It's me, I'm Mage. That's what they call me in the streets. They flagged off stealing loot. Weird. The mount should have been flagged. You can pull out the mount after you flag, and the mount won't be flagged. You're fucking kidding me. How long has that been a thing? Bro, that's so fucked. Oh, that's actually so cooked. That's not supposed to be a thing. You're... Run, buddy! Run! I got you. I got you. Don't let the hole get you down. We make it together. Look, Chloe just jumped directly down that fucking hole at 2 HP. The greatest pull of the century, but almost Chloe's undoing. Jesus fucking Christ. Twice? Well, now you know how I feel. Whenever I go to intercept you and I get cooked by that thing, I'm pissed. Bro, it ruins my goddamn day. I plop myself down through it. I'm the perfect size. It's so tragic. The run around is like, it's so demeaning. It's like a walk of shame almost. It's fucking tragic. Also, I don't think we're at any like risk of dying, if I'm being honest. This feels almost like too secure. I don't know if my health has dropped below 50% since we came out here with this. This has been insane. Please get your ashes, whoever died. Friendly reminder, or I will eat them. And I will enjoy them. We're at 55 emblems right now, by the way. An hour and a half in. So, doing pretty well. Seems like we're a little north of 30 an hour. Recoil, get your shit. Next time I touch it, it's mine. God damn. Ooh. Metal horns aren't the worst. They're not good, but they're not the worst. I think the big thing that we have going right now is that we have a ranger pulling, so he's just blasting through. I'm able to sit here on my full AoE build. Oh my god, I have heartburn. I get to sit here on a full AoE build, and since I'm so tanky right now, things are hitting me for like 110, and it is genuinely no problem at all for me to just get everything pulled on top of me and then hold all the threat and then tank it all. So this is going to be like the most efficient I think we could possibly do this at this point in time, which is great. We just got to keep pumping it out. So it's a little bit more on the RNG side in terms of blessing us, but keep in mind this is also nighttime. Nighttime, there are more spawns, so we'll be getting probably more now than we will during the day, but again, just depends on the RG. Fucking red board shit would melt. Yeah, the dream. The dream. It's okay, though. It's okay. We're still killing on respawn. Like, if we were killing any faster, then we would physically run out of mobs to kill. So, I'm not too concerned. As long as everything's dying and we're literally like, this is all that Glow has to pull right now. And he usually pulls from upstairs, downstairs, and the courtyard outside just so we can get every single mob in here as much as possible. Is my Discord link cooked? I'll see if we need boosts for it. And then I'll grift people for boosts. Do the guild Discord, exclamation guild for the Ashes stuff. My community Discord, I don't know why, but that link gets fucking cooked like 3 times a month. I swear to God, the number of boosts needed to upkeep that thing, I would be better off investing in a fucking meme coin than doing that. Goodness fucking gracious. The community one? Blessings. Blessings. Everything is cooked. Wait, dinner time? DM'd me an AOC GeoGuessr. Squall's End. I feel like high ground crystals in the back. I feel like it's like over here. I don't know where that picture was taken, but I got DM'd a picture and I'm pretty sure I know roughly where it is, but I might be off. Obviously, it's like I got the biome right, but desert's being invaded like people are swarming the sands. Wait, how many people are out there? Are there actually a lot of people out there? What's going on in the desert? Also, Harbinger expansion when? Wait, did our Harbinger turn off? Is our Harbinger event done now? People are now deciding it's time to farm for Sand Bastion. Oh no. Wait, so are we about to see the Great Ascension of Sand Bastion emblems? Because I feel like... Just ended? Oh, okay, that makes sense. I feel like we are about to see Carfin emblems and Sand Bastion emblems go up tremendous. They're 3 gold a pop. I mean, Stomps, you think that's crazy until you realize certain emblems were 10 gold plus per emblem last phase. Like, there's a reason why item level 29 weapons and shit were going for over gold cap. And they were worth it. It was like gold cap plus Mac considerations and shit. And people would pull up with like multiple people to grab the gold and shit. Like, dude, there were huge trades that were going down. Huge fucking trades. So, the emblems are massive. Keep in mind, everybody needs emblems, but nobody wants to farm emblems because quote unquote mob grinding isn't worth it. Depending on who you ask. There's gold cap? Yeah, 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold. One of the many reasons why you don't want to keep a ton of liquid and you always want to be investing shit. Bought 20 MBs to 80 silver 2 weeks ago. Hell yeah. No, it's 1,000. It goes to 1,000. 1K even. They're up to over 4 on average. Oh yeah, Stone Glen emblems are going up. We're gonna see Carfin emblems start to go up too. People are gonna start to want to target Cognizant, Blood Runner, shit like that. So we'll see it. We'll see it. Carfin emblems liquidity was looking very low, very manipulatable, very ooh-woo. So I'm gonna take a look at that market and see what's up a little bit later tonight. I want to see what people post throughout the day. Also, I need some clams. Glass Valor, 5 gold a pop. Oh yeah, they're still gonna come up. Also, Blotto, you asked what rarity split I used for this. I did Epic Riv, and then I did Common Otter and Common Armor Plating. I want to say it was Epic Common, with some Uncommon that I just procced. I'm pretty sure. Double check the qual on it, but I'm pretty sure I did Epic Common with like some Uncommon just like sprinkled in as a bonus. I don't think it was anything too crazy. Deep Weld emblems are 5 to 10 gold each. Oh my god, it's ascending. Alright, so what I'm gathering is that we must start our voyage into item level 29 emblem farming glow. We move on to a higher priority target. Item level 29 emblems are bigly. Yes, I do love trades indeed. I'm gonna have an Iconoblast. So, where would we... Carve won't go up too much. You shut your horn mouth. Because they drop like candy? Yeah, but what if nobody farms them because everybody's getting murdered? And what if I buy all of them and then increase the price on them? Hadn't found a new power level spot? Nah, I mean, Steel Bloom emblems still drop like fucking mad. That's the thing about it. Like, Steel Bloom emblems are such a high drop rate. We are getting all of our power levelers like 10 of these emblems per hour, which is just an immediate super safe like 7 gold per hour. Granted, you could probably per hour wise get more doing item level 29 farm in a small group, especially if there's a good spot to AoE pull. I think that's definitely in the realm of possibility to surpass, but this is just, it's so consistent. I mean, we got glint, we got gear drops if people really need that shit, but it's mostly cats I see in the desert though. Well, it's mostly cats that you see fucking everywhere. It's either a cat's ally or some person upset that cats are trying to get a farm spot. My bad. But it's all cats. Always has been. No real way to avoid it. So we're up to 65 emblems at this point before second food buff wears out. We got 26 minutes on second food and we got 12 minutes until dawn. And then we'll probably lose a little bit in terms of our emblems per hour. But we're pushing probably like 35, 40 an hour right now. Keeping all of the mobs on respawn. So this is good. Anything above 30 is great because that's the 10 emblems per hour per pumper. Like, standpoint where we're all making, you know, a decent amount. I would say market right now when I go back is probably going to be like 60 silver. It has started to decline a little bit. But I also think it might be a good buyer's market if I'm being real. I got you, Mr. McCracken. I think it might be a very good time for us to get active there. Excuse you all. Please come over and say hello to moi. Thank you. Boop. I love just being able to sit in this corner and then watch damage numbers come up. This is the most efficient way that anybody has ever made money ever. I'm basically like slash leaning on this corner and then just smacking mobs whenever they come around. It's fucking beautiful. This is peak optimal pumpage. When you stop power leveling, they'll go up to a gold each. Nah, people come farm this now when I'm not here because, like, nobody was farming this shit in excess. Like, there were people, but it wasn't a lot at all. And we came over here and had this uncon for so fucking long. And a lot of people started to realize that you could actually make good money and that we were getting Rosarium Guard and Rose Thorn and Bloom Warden and Petal Shard drops over here, albeit infrequently. And then out of nowhere, you started seeing a lot of people come on over. So, you know, they'll still be inflated. And Steel Bloom, like bears, you can get some over there. Like you can get these pretty much anywhere in Steel Bloom. And Steel Bloom's gonna be a really highly farmed area in general. It's got a lot of good drops, got a lot of good general shit here. So I don't expect them to necessarily be like low liquidity. It's honestly just a matter of like how many people are crafting the Steel Bloom drops at the time. And something tells me if the market's down and I let it crash, buy while it's down, and then resell very soon, there are going to be a whole lot of people that need to buy Steel Bloom emblems. Something tells me. But it's hard saying. Could also just dollar cost average all the way down and like sell off a little bit, let out the small farts along the way, and then avoid shitting myself, right? So I don't get caught holding the bag on a bunch of emblems that I don't need. Saved your life. Did I just give you a shield for your entire HP? I just shielded you for 100% of your HP, I think. Huh. God damn. We're still good. You get on farmer group of 3. What you pumping, Stompington? Yeah, the gearing is wonderful. I feel like this is the most geared you've ever been, yeah? Cause you got big pumps early. Are you in the desert? Oh yeah. Does it feel good? Coke out here robbing level 10s. Well, maybe you should give him the money you owe him, and there won't be a problem. If he gave you Coke in the past and he comes to collect, be happy you have your kneecaps. If you paid him in the first place, then it wouldn't have been an incident. Coke is just out here trying to make an honest goddamn living. I was just running around Steel Bloom last night. Not dying. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful. How was you were there for the PvP last night, right? How'd it feel in the PvP? Also, is this your like I didn't know once. How were your healing numbers? Like who were you just pumping? Cause I love hearing that. I love hearing that. It's 7K. Oh my fucking god, what? That's absurd. I like that very, very, very much. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's fucking great. So, is this your vision of the Clank build, or is this less clanky and more true cleric-y? Like, where does this align? Because if this is what you were thinking for a Clank build, then this is beautiful. Because this is exactly what was supposed to happen. This is more cleric. Yeah, you want a sword and board, don't you? You want to get that shield block chance. Bro, the Clank goes crazy. No. Ooh, wait. Just caught armor. It's just like more max HP scaling. What are you using for food in PvP? Because you could just pop a sausage roll. HP? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Edge trying to beef up. You must get more sausage. More sausage. I don't even pop sausage rolls, bro. I pop my bruschetta. Granted, it's giving me block defense as well. And the block defense scales up insanely well with the rest of my build. I'm fucking loving that. To the point where I need more healing and I need to survive. Yeah, no, exactly. I think that's a big thing, especially with multiple clerics being in the raid. As long as all of our clerics are able to sustain a little bit, and if there's like an oh shit moment, somebody else will be there to heal you as well in a group standpoint. And if you're able to just get through that oh shit burst, right? We get caught out. It's inevitable that we'll get vines at some point. We'll get caught in a bad one. But if everybody can survive, if we get Aegis is out in the back line, if we get, you know, all of our clerics that are self-healing, if we're getting everybody set up and good to go in the spot that they need to, then we're not going to just get run through immediately. We'll have a little bit of a counter push, right? And if we get a big dump and then if we get, you know, hit with a really big combo, right? And after that really big combo comes in, we're still standing and we have our abilities and they don't, well, then we just counter and then we win that fight. So it's beautiful what happens when all we do is survive. One of the simplest things in gaming, one of the simplest concepts of don't be dead. Don't be dead. On road / quick roller build, like 9k HP. Keep in mind, those lads are also probably gonna be the ones getting protects in PvP. Actually, it might be our DPS, this meta, man. I've been switching my protect around like a motherfucker. I always send mine depending on like who's getting hit, so. Wait. Oh no, quick strides at BB1. That's absolutely tragic. It's absolutely tragic. Also, Reverger, what up, dog? If I were to switch server and try to join you guys, what class do you need most for PvP? Oh god, what do we need right now most? We just got through a big bard, a big cleric push. Mages? Yeah, that is true. We got like 4 mages, huh? I think we got more tanks than mages. Yeah, we need a big mage push. Very big mage push. If you hate mages... Probably tanks and bards, yeah. Yeah, same thoughts up. Although, like, we're doing okay on tanks, but yeah, we'll need a couple more tanks and probably a few more bards overall. A lot of our bards, for whatever, or a lot of our groups have been like one bard groups lately for whatever reason, so we definitely need to execute our rogues and fighters and make them roll tank. I made some of them reroll ranger. I'm doing what I can. What server you guys on? We're on Shoal. And you will see very quickly that as the population continues to like dwindle, pretty much everybody will be coming over to Shoal, especially those that want consistent PvP. It is going to be the last server standing by all means and measures. Mark my words, if I'm wrong, but I don't think I'll be wrong. Shoal is going to be and remain the most active server until these servers are eventually, until these servers are eventually wiped. And they inevitably will be. But I think Shoal is, bar none, going to be the most active. Lenneth is dying. Everything is, in all fairness. The thing with Shoal is that we are not going anywhere as a community. And a lot of people are understanding that, you know, we're incredibly consistent, and Shoal has been incredibly consistent because there are some more communities that haven't gone anywhere as well over here. So, with consistency comes content. Now you have very competitive guilds that are coming over here to PvP against us because they know that we are going to be always active and we're always going to be PvPing. And there's going to be a lot of content over here, right? We have casual communities that are re-rolling over here to A, exist in a populated world, B, to get more PvP reps in a server where they know that people can come over and learn and new communities can still get active and have fun. So Shoal is, and honestly has been this entire time, every single thing that I wanted our server to be. And I feel like this has been a good display of like what can happen with a successful Ashes server. When it's not just a matter of, you know, pillage the server. Run! Run! Do you need pot pie? Also, Roach, what up, my boy? I hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. What I'm hearing is I should be leveling my mage, not my fighter. I mean, yeah, I think that's pretty straightforward. I think I could have told you that myself, if I'm being honest. He has that, but it's worth. Okay, word. Well, I like that. Because we have some other recipes that are worthwhile as well that we shall be selling off and shipping off. Also, Roach, thank you for the 40-day, dog. I appreciate you. Rerolled my board on Shoal too. As you should. As you should. I genuinely do believe Shoal is going to show, like, you know, despite the population dropping, that there is some consistency here. And Shoal, I think, has had less of a pop drop because there has been so much content over here. But Shoal's also not immune to the population drop. Jova now is far from what Jova was at the peak of the server. It's just we have a very active core community over here. And with cats being so large, so new player friendly, and so consistent, where we're not really going away at any point in time, there's always the element of, you know, that on the server, which will be very, very appealing for a lot of people that both want to play with us and against us. So obviously play what you want to play, but things aren't super balanced right now. I mean, it's also like play what you want to play 1000% so you don't force yourself to hate what you're playing, right? But also we're at the point with our recruitment now where, especially in main guild, our largest constraint is not players, but the infrastructure at which the game allows us to set players in. And we can't afford with slots to be like, play what you want to play, because we just had to upgrade to 170 players today in main guild, so that way we can have even more power, even more numbers, even more of the roles that we need in the classes that we need for our raids. So we're just trying to keep pumping that as much as possible. And with that comes an element of like, yes, play what you want to play, but also play what we need you to play. What do you need roll-wise? Mages as number 1, tanks as number 2, bards as number 3. I would say probably mages and then bards and then tanks. But yeah, mages, tanks, and bards, all 3 of those are our like 3 prios right now. Any tanks, obviously. Hi, happy to help answer anything in terms of like prog, in terms of gearing, anything like that. But the BMT, oh, an Italian BMT with mayo and honey mustard. Oh, goodness gracious. Zob got me wanting Subway tonight. Ooh, I haven't had Subway in a while, but about to make me act up, brother. Uh-oh. You almost killed Glow there. I missed the cleric charge. I mean, we still need clerics. We always need clerics. But like, the cleric charge is already in effect. So we understand how many clerics we have because of like the wait list, because of the, you know, the Discord census that we run basically. Clerics is 1A. Yeah, exactly. We always need clerics. And like, it's very known that we always need clerics. But realistically speaking, we have also a need for those other 3. And since we put such a charge into the clerics already, then, you know, we gotta start getting the charge on the mage side. I would say our largest prio is we need mages that are comfortable on mage and that are very PvP minded on mage. We need a lot of AoE pump. 25 bard and 23 fighter. I like that bard if you re-roll it over to Shoal. Also, Reverger. It's not too late to re-roll. Polar just came over here, so all of Polar is going to be leveling. We constantly have new players that are re-rolling to level as well, so if we want to win Sieges, we need mages without people re-rolling to be mages. Yeah. We need to add in more mages. Exactly. We can't, like, tear apart all of the infrastructure that we have, but we need more mages and we need more bards. It's locked in there? No. You can roll over here. Even when they said that the server was full, you could re-roll over here, so. But yeah, we had a 40-man with 3 mages. Yeah, we'll get a couple more. But yes, if we do actually want that large scale presence, we need mages, we need rangers. Oh, the guild code locked in. Oh, I don't know, I haven't seen them, if I'm being honest. I know they were like over on Lilith, because that's where like Arrow was playing, but no, I haven't seen much of them, honestly. Between Kex and I, we have a lot of power on our mages. Yeah, not Nin. Fuck Nin. Dusty, amazing news. What? You're coming back to play Cleric? If you say something League related, I'll decapitate your Lububus. If you're a Legoland annual pass holder, oh, okay, word. Right. I'm fucking with it. This is much better than League. I saw the LE and I was like, no. You get 10% off all store purchases. Oh my god, are you shaking? Wait, so what's the Legoland annual pass holder? What, do we have to go to Legoland once a year? It's $60. So you would have to spend $600 a year on Legos at the Lego store to have that, like, pay off? Do you get other benefits? Damn, even Lego got a sub. Literally even Lego got a sub at this point. That's an easy task. Okay, hold on. Well, I don't think you need more motivation to spend. You get into Legoland for free and SeaWorld. Wait, what? Why SeaWorld? That actually sounds kind of fun. But isn't SeaWorld, like, really depressing? Like, I guess SeaWorld's, like, cute, but, like, isn't SeaWorld, like, inhumane type shit? Same company. Do we know if the Legos at Legoland are forced to be there or if they want to be there? Like, what's the ethicality behind Legoland? Is it fine if I support Legoland, chat? Are we good there? Because I think all the Legos choose to be there, from what I've been told. I don't think they're in captivity. I think they're having fun. It's a very humane attraction. Okay. Okay, Legos are fine then. Cool. Way better than SeaWorld. Yeah, don't bring your children into SeaWorld. It's all depression and misery. and they don't want to be there. Bring your kids to Legoland. They're all paid above the state minimum wage, and dental and vision within the benefits package. All of the good things. I feel like they live a very busy life, and a 401k. Oh, with employer match. Oh, sorry. Gonna make me have a moment. Jesus Christ. I haven't heard those words in so long. I'm a little sensitive to them. Chat. Anybody just want to, for whatever reason, you know, match a percentage of what I make on stream every single month and let me put it away in a retirement? Cause like, if you do, I'm so down. I'm so down. I ain't had an employer match in a while, so you tell me. You tell me. What is that about SeaWorld? Well, cause SeaWorld, it's a bunch of big fish kept in very small tanks. And the conditions that they're kept in are not always necessarily the best. So it's a very depressing thing because essentially the larger mammals and like the large fish are not I'll match your subs right now. No balls. Anyways, it's propaganda. I don't really know that it's propaganda. Like, it's pretty apparent that there's not like a lot of space there. Like, you can see the attractions for yourself and know that there's like not a whole lot of space in those areas. Now, I don't think it's necessarily much worse than keeping fish in a tank, but I also don't have like, I don't have a dog right now. Because I don't live in a space where I could have a dog actually like run around and like enjoy the space and have a yard and shit. So I don't have a dog because I wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't want to have a whale if I didn't have a goddamn ocean for the whale to swim in. But do stray dogs find it depressing being adopted and kept inside a home? I mean, I think there's a difference between a stray dog and an like animal from the ocean that lives in the ocean that's yoinked out of it. I think some animals are domesticated with the intent that they are more dependent on humans and have evolved as such. And I think that things like orcas are much less domesticated. I think owning a dog is probably much more common than like owning an orca. And your average orca is probably a little bit, you know, well acclimated. But it definitely, like, I understand what you're putting down. But also to a certain extent, as the world does rescue work, but it still makes it a little sad seeing animals in tank. I mean, yeah, I'd rather see animals in tank than animals getting fucking killed by, like, propellers and stuff on boats. But also, we ain't gotta yoink those motherfuckers. We ain't gotta yoink them. We could ask their consent. I feel like there's certainly a way with all of the technology we have where we could figure out which animals wanted to go to SeaWorld. Just download the game and it says servers are down, Alpha 2 are up, and it is letting me in. Oh, did you download the private test round by Oopsie Daisy? Because you might have downloaded the private test round by Oopsie Daisy. If you knew how the attractions at SeaWorld were brought there, it's disgusting. Oh yeah, no, they tie them up more than I want to tie Zop up. I mean, oh yeah, it's terribly inhumane. And sad. How'd you like to take an orca for a walk? Oh, that'd be terrible. That would be absolutely terrible. And you imagine if you got to take that orca to war while it has a bellyache, the poop bag that you're going to need to clean up after that orca when you're getting shot at and none of your allies and your comrades are actually stopping a fucking march for you. Bro, they wouldn't even do a fucking quick halt if your orca had to take a shit. Like, this is ridiculous to think about how subjected these fish are to inhumane conditions. And realistically speaking, I think the army's at fault. If they were to halt when people had to take a shit and maybe take days off from war when soldiers had tummy aches, the world would be a better place. I think the world would be a lot better place. SeaWorld rescues and rehabilitates animals, makes society appreciate them, so they're hunted in the ocean. Yeah, SeaWorld does rescue work, 1000%. There are also a lot of preserves that do rescue work, but there are also a lot of conditions that haven't always been the greatest. And I don't really think there's also, it's possible for there to be A and B. I think it's also possible for good things to also have bad within them. Charities that rich people start up are great until you also realize that every donation that someone makes to one of those charities is a tax write-off, and most of the rich people that donate to those charities are just doing it simply for the tax write-off. And then those charities always kick back a portion to somewhere mysterious, and it finds a way. But, you know, it is what it is. It's just the world we live in, man. I think there's a lot of good and bad, and that's why I play video games. I think in video games there can always be good and bad as well, but I try to focus on the good side of things. That definitely happens. Yeah, I gotta start myself a charity. I gotta get myself all squared away, man. Dusty Corp LLC coming in hot. Oh. Excuse you, sir. Sorry, I can't see shit over there. That's my blind spot. I literally, like, I can't hit that camera angle while I'm standing in the corner like this. It's fucking tragic. All right, another hour, almost down. Almost down. And we're sitting at a cool, calm, collected, extremely humble, extremely handsome 87. Oh my god. 87 emblems. So we've ascended over the 40 an hour threshold. Glow, are you just pulling physically everything you can see? Because I feel like that's the only thing to do. Like, I'm not even close to taking damage here. This is probably a little too strong for the AoE pulls. I think we broke Steel Bloom. Oh, I can't keep up with loot. Gonna break my goddamn scroll wheel. Everything's bad. So realistically, can you only use 5 crafting? Exclamation crafting for a little graphic on that. So you can raise 4 to journeyman effectively right now, or higher. Journeyman's the highest impactful one, unless you're doing fishing. And then from there, you can have 1 at apprentice. But in total, it's 2 grandmaster, 1 master, 1 journeyman, 1 apprentice. So 2, 1, 1, 1, and then you have your 5 total. You can have alts that are also doing that. In terms of like other skills, so some people will have like a crafting alt or a processing alt or something like that. But what are the biggest issues with Ashes right now that you want to address? I think there are a lot. I mean, I think personally, just starting very like straightforward on it, the length at which dupes, exploits, and shit like that are willing to influence and act on the economy before they're dealt with oftentimes leaves a lot of players in a state of, well, I have to take advantage of this or I'm gonna be behind anyways. So people that want to play in like a very, you know, like an ethical way, so to say, not that it's like unethical to do other shit, kind of is, but like people that want to, you know, play in a way where they're not abusing dupes, bugs, and exploits are very frequently left feeling like there's no other choice if they want to play the game on a relatively high level, and that they're kind of like pigeonholed into that, right? So I think dealing with those in a more optimal way, dealing with those in a swift manner is a big thing ongoing. In terms of like system issues and stuff, personally, I think that friction is kind of low right now. A lot of people, though, I feel like buy into the propaganda. Funny enough, we're talking about propa. But I think a lot of people buy into the propaganda that like mob grinding isn't good for anything and like isn't worth doing and is only bad and is never good. And I don't really buy that, if I'm being completely honest. I think that most of the money that I've made, outside of course flipping the market, but like the money that I got to flip the market with in the first place was primarily from mob grinding. I gathered a little bit, but you know, the best, most consistent money that I have made so far this phase has bar none been mob grinding. Fubo, what up, my friend? So I think a lot of people just kind of like blindly believe that there is no reason to get out here and hit mobs, when realistically there's a lot of a reason to get out here and hit mobs, especially if you're doing it on this level. We're taking a whole lot of emblems, we're sending a whole lot into the economy, and we're using that gold to buy whatever. Is it worth me trying to farm 1400 rare slash heroic or is my time better spent doing a money-making activity? Money-making activity. So what I would recommend is trying to figure out what you can inflow like per day. Do both? Yeah. You can passively make money while you hit rocks as well, right? So like, that's the thing. I make money because I invest in materials. I have rubies right now that are influencing the ruby economy, where I bought up a bunch of rubies for 3 gold earlier today, and the economy, because I listed at 750, people are like, oh, I'm gonna undercut Dusty at 6 gold and show him what's what, and then I undercut them at 550, sell instantly, and I'm making a 2.5 gold profit, right? So while I'm doing that, I'm waiting for that market to settle up, and I'm coming out here to power level. While I'm out here power leveling, I have the benefit of helping the guild, A, but B, also being able to get these emblems, get these essences, get, you know, whatever I need to econ myself and make myself some more gold actively. So there's always a mix of like what's available and what you can be doing. You can always be balancing multiple things at once. The market is a great passive generator. Yo, Code, congrats on 22, my boy. The market is a great passive generator where you can just list things as you go throughout your day. And then whether you're doing like the Sergeant Stomps and you're hitting rocks and shit, whether you are doing what I do and you're trying to get out here and mob grind any chance you can, whether it's out at Forge, whether it's Steel Bloom, whether it's Carfin, whether it's some obscure area that you like to mob grind, like there are so many things that you can do to complement your loop that will also be generating you money. And I think at that point, once you know how much you make or can make on a daily and what your faucets are, what generates you money, you then start investing in the things that you need. So I have taken a lot of money and like I'm down right now to 4 gold. Yesterday I was above 100, I'm pretty sure. But I made 5 pieces of jewelry, 4 epic, and then 1 heroic item level 29. So I made a full new jewelry set, recycled my old jewelry set into the guild at a low cost. So that way, you know, guildies were able to get some Steel Bloom, some Petal Shard heroic. And then from there, I invested in a lot more stuff than I had before. So while I'm making my money, I'm trying to buy materials that are like outliers that are low. Watch the market. If it starts to dip, I'll buy up and I'll try to kind of like nurture the market and float the market at a certain point, control where some price points are. And when I'm super low like this, I just say, all right, let's go to Steel Bloom, take a little bit of time. We get emblems to sell. I get glint to sell. So, I mean, even already in just 2 hours, I've got 7 gold worth of glint, almost 8 gold. So the more that we do, you know, actively while I'm making those passive investment gains, right? I've got emeralds, I've got sapphires, I got rubies, I got iron, I got June's Kosh, I got bear hides. Really the only thing I'm not invested in is flowers right now. And I'm setting myself up for a very successful long term because a lot of those mats, I'm buying them not just to build my own wealth, but I'm also buying them for my own crafts in the future, right? So if I need iron for Forge Guard stuff, then I can just slap an iron in that bad boy, and that's something that I can have on hand that I don't have to worry about, so my realized cost is a lot lower for these crafts too, right? So, I got Shoal. Shoal's beautiful. Shoal's beautiful. Excuse me, I'm dying. Every other realm is crumbling, and Shoal is having more people and more communities roll into it, all alike. And it is just going to remain consistent. Shoal obviously is going to have players that fall off, will have numbers that drop off, but Shoal is fucking blasting comparatively to a lot of other servers. And I'm having people, OZ, literally every single day that are coming over and re-rolling from other servers. It is kind of crazy. But I think we're at the point where population will fall off and will dwindle as a whole. I mean, if we look at pop right now, granted, just do consider we missed a lot of the EU peak today. But if we look at Ashes right now, pop is 11.1k, which is the lowest peak that we've had in a minute for a 24-hour. But we also didn't get the EU peak. But EU peak yesterday was under 15k. So, you know, it's getting lower. And as it gets lower, I think people are going to gravitate towards hello slut butt. I think people are going to gravitate towards the most consistent servers. And in those servers, you'll see a lot. People are going there, that'll shake things up a bit. Everybody's coming here. So literally every guild that isn't quitting the game is coming over this way, which is absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. Another patch to the rollback. Yeah. We didn't have an EU peak today, which is very important because EU peak is our, like, the highest part of the game in terms of the peak right now. We peak around 4 p.m. EST every single day, which is like the start of NA time, but it's also 10 p.m., you know, EU prime time. So that's been pretty consistent. I don't know why, but the EU player base goes crazy, I guess. So that was cut out today. Pretty much all of the day was for EU. So that's not going to help it, but I think we're on our way to 10K within the next, I'd say within the next 2 weeks. If not by the end of February, we'll probably be looking at 10K-ish, if not a little bit lower, depending on the dev stream. Like, I have no idea what's going to happen on the dev stream, but, like, if they just come out and they're like, yeah, it's all fucked, like, you know, servers are cooked, bro, it's chopped, like, server's going to go down, the population's going to go down like crazy. If they come out and they're like, these servers are in a recoverable state, here are the steps that we're taking to maintain the integrity of these servers, then that'll be good. That'll be great. Dev stream will increase the player base. Man, I hope so. I really hope so. If it's a nice breath of fresh air and a breath of life for what people can look towards, then I think that'll be a huge hype moment. And I think the community needs that hype moment to look forward to at this point in time, because there are bumps in the road, there are plenty of issues, but there's always that element with Ashes where it's like the carrot on the stick, the what's coming next. And the Harbingers were the big what's coming next, and for a lot of people that was like a dud in terms of how it dropped. It's like you go to fireworks and then the fireworks just don't go off, right? So I'm hoping that whatever they give us during the dev stream, whatever they announce, whatever they bring out, man, it's just, it's in a spot where it's actually gonna land. Because at a certain point, no matter how many times I say I'm gonna give you the best dick of your life, if I show up and I dick you down for a minute and a half and then leave crying, then you're not gonna call me back, right? So they can promise the world, but at a certain point you gotta deliver. You gotta crack that back. So I think the community just wants their back cracked, realistically. Rest is still plenty of people, but like all realms slow down. That's where we are at the moment. Yep. 1000%. All realms will definitely be slowing down a bit. And I think while selling power leveling, I think while Shoal will remain very active and very consistent, it is by no means immune to the player fall off, right? Like, just not at all. So, put a video of the North Korea Warriors smushing cats. It was probably from the 3 a.m. fights where I wasn't there. It's not cats propaganda if DustyWhy wasn't there. That's like me going and finding a couple of starving children and murdering them in the streets. It's not true validity. And I blame Oof. I saw you flying on your mount. No, that's zombie. You think I'm selfless enough to be a mayor? No, God, no. God, no. I make zombie do the mayor stuff. Very exciting news. Very exciting news. What's very exciting news, Fupo? Wait. Is there very exciting news? Is it the dev stream time? Fubo's gonna say he has a fish or something. Fubo delivering cookies. Fubo has a fish. The Cosmere universe was picked up by Apple for Apple TV, and Brandon Sanderson has full creative control and will also be writing it. What is the Cosmere universe? Sell me on this. That is very exciting news. That is very exciting news. Mistborn movie and Stormlight Archives TV series. Chat, is Fubo old? Is Fubo aging Fubo self with this? Yes. Nice. Nice. Are you an audiobook listener? I don't really have a lot of like time, you know? Cause I'm on stream 8 to 10 hours a day, and then outside of that, like I usually try to hang out with Carla, try to do some stuff around the house. I could do audiobooks potentially like before stream, but I also like to unplug. like I have a morning routine that I'm very particular about going through. I'm in a bad mood if my morning routine gets interrupted, to where I'll leave my phones in a different room, and I make sure it's nice and quiet, and I make sure it is, you know, just, you know, blissful. And I take like 30 minutes and I just sit, like preferably outside, like on my porch area, and I just chill. And I try not to do too much. I try not to think about too much. And I get like a little blissful meditation period. So, I mean, I'm down for anything that helps, you know, the relaxation aspect. I used to live a very, like, go, go, go all the time type life, and never took time for myself. And, like, I was working very stressful positions. Granted, not as stressful as, like, getting shot at and stuff. But I was working like stressful retail positions and shit like that. Retail management, admin level at a college, directly out of college. And so like, I was going to physicals and checkups, and they were like, Dusty, you have high blood pressure, dog. And they're like, you should not be doing this. How high is your stress? And I'm like, yeah, it is. Because I would be working like 50, 60 hour weeks, and then I was coming home and I was still trying to like stream because I wasn't full-time stream at the time. And I was doing it just like in my, you know, in my free time. And so I wanted stream to work really badly, and I really believed in the whole streaming thing even when I had 5 viewers. And so I never really like allowed myself any time to just unplug and relax. And when I went full-time on stream, it took me honestly like 2 years really before I started to understand that like this was something that, you know, it could go away at any point in time. But as of right now, it's not going away, right? And that was a huge thing that, for me, was immediately just like, you know, when it clicked in, that streaming is, for me, obviously, I'm not like a multi-millionaire or anything like that, right? I, you know, got very lucky with stream. I'm still very dependent on this going well on a month-to-month basis, and it could always fall apart. But I'm very comfortable now, like, you know, Carla and I are going to be going to Phoenix at the end of next month to visit her family. So I'll be down there for, I think it's like four days or like 5 days or something like that. So streams will be a little bit different that week. And like previously, I would be super stressed out about taking any time. Like, not that I'm off stream, I'm still going to stream those days. But like time out of my chair, time doing like the main stream thing, because I would just be like, oh shit, my viewership's gonna go down, I'm gonna fall off. And I have this like obsessive thing about streaming and about constantly being here, so I can build this to a point where it is sustainable, to where maybe someday I'm confident saying, okay, I can let the streak ride, and maybe I take a day off and go up for a family day on the weekend every weekend or something, right? But right now, I still live a pretty go life, but I'm also like, I take at least 2 hours before stream. And I go through, and like Carla's usually at work. If she's not at work, I'll stiff arm a hoe. No, I'm kidding. We spend a lot of time together. But she's usually at work because she goes to work early in the mornings, most mornings. If she doesn't, then we spend the morning together. Usually try to go for a walk, get active, maybe go to the store, do you know, do our Wordle, have some coffee and shit. But the days where I'm just chilling, I try to clean something in the apartment, get myself in like a, you know, a positive headspace, productive headspace for the day. Because, you know, believe it or not, like I do exert a fair amount of energy maintaining this much yap for this long throughout the day. And, you know, once I'm in a good headspace for the day and I'm feeling productive, I'm feeling like I got stuff going on, I do try to always, like I said, hit that little unplug period where I go feed the birds. I don't have my phone with me when I'm doing that. I go out, I take my time. I'm not looking at the clock. I'll hang out with the birds. If they're in a not social mood, then I'll just go back inside and I'll chill and I'll smoke a bowl and I'll watch them eat. And I just, you know, I sit there, I'll drink my coffee, I'll hang out, I'll think about, you know, what I'm doing on stream today a little bit, and I'll just get myself in the right mind space, right? I like to be appreciative for things, like just chill. And it's been a big part of my like routine, and it's honestly been very beneficial for me. Like I'm someone that, I'll yap my yap, I'll talk my shit, like all that stuff, right? But I used to be someone who got genuinely mad a lot because I was going, you know, just 100 miles an hour, and I could never take time to actually like breathe and think for a second. So it was this instant response. And like, I know I might be a shit talker, I might yap and stuff like that, but like the last time I was genuinely mad at something, I don't really remember, if I'm being honest. And a lot of it I attribute to A, being appreciative for what I really have, but B, just like taking some time and breathing every day, realizing that like shit happens and it's okay for shit to happen. You can always get through it, and something that's an obstacle isn't really the end of the world. So, you know, I just kind of vibe out. I try to. And that's been a huge part of it for me. Don't think it's the wrong way. Do you always have the gift of gab, or was a skill you developed because of streaming? I have always been like a very social person. I've always, like, when I was in classes growing up, I'd always be the one talking to my friends and shit. I was always playing video games since I was a young lad and socializing because I have 2 older brothers that I would always game with, and I always wanted to play what they were playing and yap to their friends and stuff. But I will say on the streaming side, like, I, as a streamer, am far better and more entertaining now than I was 3-5 years ago, right? I fully recognize, like, you know, there was a reason why I wasn't a full-time streamer before I was a full-time streamer. And I think it's because, like, I wasn't ready to be a full-time streamer at that point. I wasn't ready to manage a chat in the way that you have to manage a chat when things are going fast. Tholair over on YouTube. Hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. So, like, I wasn't at that point entertaining enough. So I've always been a yapper, but yapping on stream is a different level than yapping in real life. Because, like, yapping on stream, I'm reading my chat right now, and, like, I scan my chat and I'll look over and I'll play the game and I'll see if anybody's typing. I'll see if there are any questions while I'm talking. If I talked this much IRL, I would be intolerable to talk to, right? If we were hanging out in person and it was 10 hours a day of me not shutting the fuck up and you not being able to actually talk but having to, like, write down your messages, no one would want to interact with me. I'd be the fucking worst. So, like, there's definitely a difference in communication this way than there is in real person-to-person comms, right? And I think I'm a very big conversationalist, but I also think there's an element, like in real life, to conversation through listening that I don't really get to embrace on stream as much. I like to read your guys' chats, I like to respond to your guys' chats, but, like, this is the most outward communication that's possible for me. I don't have people talking over me. I don't even go in Discord too much, man, because I'm always yapping with chat. But if we did, like, a huge community meetup and shit, right? I wouldn't just be screaming over everybody else and you guys are a bunch of parrots, like, blah, 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 like, posting questions and shit. Like, it'd just be normal conversation, right? So this is, like, not that this is like a performative level of communication to a certain extent, where it's like, you know, fake or put on just for stream or anything, but there's definitely an element of, like, you know, this is like an on stage, so to say. I yap a lot. I'll yap your ear off about something if you get me passionate about shit, but I'm also, like, in an actual conversation, I'm gonna, you know, you'll ask me something, I'll give you my opinion, I'll ask you something, and then I'll just sit there and I'll listen to you forever, right? So, Glorybound Shortbow Epic is good for tank. I'm not a big shortbow enjoyer, but don't let that stop you. I personally just think shortbow is kind of less than ideal. It's got 5 meters less range, which is going to put you and your DPS in a weirder spot when you're trying to push up. It also doesn't have any wound, which is the anti-heal in Ashes. So, in my opinion, wound is absolutely massive to upkeep, but it's some personal preference. I think you can run short bows. I mean, shit, you could even run a book if you really wanted to. But I am a pretty live or die by the longbow person, very traditionalist in that sense. I'm an old-fashioned PvPer. I like anti-heals. I like having clerics have to work harder to keep somebody's health sustained. I think that that is all very good to scale off of and to build off of from a baseline. And Ashes, I always try to say, is one of the most, if not the most, status effect heavy combat systems that I have ever played in my life. It is incredibly status effect heavy. If you don't have anti-heals up, if you don't have proper buffs up, debuffs up, then your fight is going to be entirely different. If you're trying to fight a cleric and you have them constantly wound capped at 50% anti-heal, then that's going to be a night and day different fight than trying to fight them with no wound on them whatsoever, because they have to heal twice as much if you have them wound capped. So it's small differences like that. And over the course of, you know, an entire raid, having a lot of people that are putting out the proper and the complementary status effects is very huge. Yo, Vadu, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Having to cleanse anti-heal is annoying. Oh, yeah. Because keep in mind, if we're fighting, and like especially in a 1v1 sense, right, against a cleric, if you have to cleanse an anti-heal, then during your cleanse cast, you might be cleansing an anti-heal, but I'm working towards more anti-heal and I'm doing damage to you. So then I'm going to have a reapplication ready even after you cleanse that, and you're going to be taking damage that you're going to have to try to heal off when I'm reapplying the cleanse, and you're not doing damage to me to try to force out any pressure or to force out an advantageous trade to you. So there's an element of like, even if you're cleansing, I got the upper hand there because I got the tempo and I got the pressure in place. It's very intriguing how like strong anti-heal truly is. And that's also part of why I look at like playing a melee and playing a disruptory type archetype in PvP the way that I do. If I go on a cleric or on a bard and I don't kill that cleric or that bard, but that cleric or that bard has to have another cleric or bard look at them and burn an ability on them, and they stop casting their abilities along the way as well to survive, then I've taken two people out of the fight the same way that, you know, killing them would. I've effectively put them on a respawn timer where they're ineffective. So when I look at anything like that, if I'm able to disable you as a cleric, that can be anything from your hard trip to I can't cast this because I have to cleanse anti-heals, because I have to play my life, because I have to go over to another cleric to ask them to save my life. If you get a bard gambit, that means somebody on your front line or one of your DPS cannot get a gambit, which is the HP swap that a bard gives. So disrupting is just as important as killing, in my opinion. Why do I have an Aegis buff? Wait a minute. But disrupting is just as important as killing, in my opinion. Is Aegis buff not wearing off? Because I haven't had a tank near me in a minute. Surely that's just visual. But if somebody's getting hit across the world, then we know what's up. We know entirely what's up. But that wouldn't make any sense whatsoever, because that's a proc space thing. Sometimes the crowd control is death. Sometimes it's death. Sometimes it's you actively getting tripped and being physically unable to cast. Sometimes it's you just running around casting shit on yourself instead of somebody else. Disrupting is beautiful. Just AFK fishing nearby and kiss spot opens. I got you, Mr. Jiggles. What level you at? You're near 20, right? Or are you 20? Because we should have plenty of spots. 20. All right, beautiful, beautiful. Let's see. We got 2 22s for our DPS that are getting power leveled. And then a 16. The 16 will probably be leeching, but when the 21 or the 22 dip out for the night, I'll get you in on that. Oh, I have fucking hiccups. I'm gonna go have to take the Tums. Is it basalt or granite the tendonite comes from when mining into the north? Where are my miners at? No Diddy, no Drake, no Dr. Disrespect. Who are the king of the north miners? Stomps. You're a wizard? No, I don't want to be a wizard. I don't want to be a wizard. Dude, all I could get on leveling was wads. I don't want to be a wizard. It's both. Okay, tendies just come from everything. Beautiful. That Thorn Stride Axe might be good to grab. Maybe. Maybe. But I will not say one way or the other. I'm full of shit, though. I'm so overstuffed with recipes already. It's all falling down. How slow is weapon leveling? Depends. I mean, weapon leveling is kind of like tied to experience gain from monsters. So if you're doing something like this, that's a really high XP per hour output, then leveling your weapons will be much faster than if you're, you know, solo pulling one at a time, right? It's not by any means like an unattainable thing. I can level 1 to 25 in this spot with a weapon in probably a few hours at most. I was impressed you had space in your inventory earlier. The space is all gone now. Yeah, I'll be selling a lot of recipes. Don't you worry. Don't you worry a single bit. We'll be clearing all this out at some point. God damn, we're getting bad luck on emblems right now. I feel like we need a good luck emblem reset. Do you need Tums? I'm gonna come grab one. Because it's also a good luck bowl ski time. And I have to pee. But yeah, I'm gonna come get one. I have heartburn. I don't know why. I'm weak. Thinking of starting tank with a one-hand shield and get two-hand. Yeah. I mean, you can always switch between stuff. And it's not like, I'm pretty sure it was TNL where you like lost all of your weapon progress if you switched or something like that. Nothing like that in Ashes. So as a tank, if you're like really geared out and you're really rich, I actually had a one-hander and a two-hander for a while that I was switching back and forth between situationally. But then I just decided I like the one-hander and the shield so much more this patch and really just embrace the one-hander as a whole. So hold off on pulls 1 sec, and then we'll take quick 2-minute reset, quick Grupinski, quick fill up of the water, and then we bowl. But yeah, I really like the one-hander and the shield, but you can level every weapon in the game and then just switch it out however you want to. You'll never lose weapon XP or anything like that. And there's no limit on like how many you could level either. All right, I'll be right back. 1 sec. Order is restored. Order is restored. What about beam bender? Wait, you want Shoal? And how much are you paying? If so. Because we may have some. I don't know if we exactly do or not, but I want to know the gear to obtain for summoner. Oh, anyone know the gear to obtain for summoner at 23? I would say, as Ivan said, like a lot of casters will just go Great Plate early on. Just to start out as your first set. It's pretty economical, pretty affordable. Don't really have to worry about too much, and since it's heavy, it's a lot of mining for it, which mining tends to be your most available form of, you know, gathering. Pretty much just everywhere all around the world you can find that shit, so. Been watching lots of and stuff, but $70 is cheap for me at the moment, especially seeing all the complaints. Kind of makes me wonder if there's a way to take advantage of the opportunity to learn the game. I mean, I would say that depends heavily on your personal preferences and your expectations for things right now. Like, it is most definitely meta rocket. Yeah, you're a good cat. You're a good cat. But in terms of like spending money on it or not, it's all just a personal preference thing, right? I have over 3,500 hours at this point that I have played, and my community and myself have, you know, had a ton of people that have come through, some of whom have refunded, some of whom fell off the ladder on the way, some of whom said they'd never be back, and some who took breaks and came back, some who said they wouldn't be back and they are. So we've had everything, right, that you could possibly imagine at this point. And I still think that there is a lot left in terms of what Ashes will offer. Now, realistic side is that there's not really a guarantee in any way, shape, or form that Ashes makes it to launch, right? Just to acknowledge that right off rip. This isn't something that's guaranteed to happen from a AAA titan of gaming that is, you know, all set in stone, all put together, all laid out Destiny-wise, right? Still a lot of unknowns with Ashes. And there's still a lot of up in the air shit, right? So my personal thought on it is I came into Ashes when I was playing New World. I was a full-time New World content creator. I came over in December of 2024. And that was, you know, well before the New World dying announcement happened, all that shit. A lot of people called me crazy for leaving New World for Ashes. And a lot of people were like, Dusty, you'll be back soon. We'll see you very soon. And I came over to Ashes, and I was very fed up with how New World was linearizing everything, and how a lot of the social implications that it was originally supposed to have were just gone. I think it had a fair share of problems. I think the combat system still, in my opinion, it's an absolutely amazing MMO combat system that to this day holds a very special place in my heart, man. Melee and New World felt fucking unbelievable. They really did something right with the combat over there. But you know, I had played 7,000 hours in New World, well over at that point. And for me, it had reached a point where I didn't have the passion anymore. I didn't see the same vision that they clearly saw for the game. And it was to the point where I was getting like very ornery every stream, like, and it wasn't like a matter of like, oh, Dusty's yapping with chat again, Dusty's talking shit again, right? But like, I was legitimately mad at the game on stream, bro. I'd be playing wars and I'd be bitching about balance changes and fire staff and fucking meteor shower getting anti-heal on it. And you know, I would genuinely just be lacking the fun of the game. So I came over to Ashes and I had my access already for almost a year. I got my pack in January of 2024. This is December now. And I'd followed the project for multiple years before actually starting to play. So I was fully aware of what it was. I was fully aware of what was happening. Like, I knew that there were going to be bugs. I knew shit was going to be janky. I didn't expect it to be fully put together, fully polished, fully finished, fully anything. I also didn't expect to have a large community. I lost like 2/3 of my viewership when I first came over to Ashes. And I was at a spot where, like, by all means and measures, if it stayed at that point, I was going to have to stop streaming full time and like go back to, you know, working and streaming. So when I came over, I was very skeptical. I was very hesitant. Like, I was dipping my toes in the pool extremely cautiously, right? And I started playing and I was immediately like, okay, this combat's kind of fun. This combat's actually really kind of fun. And I didn't even understand much about it at that time, but like, I know this apparently is like the minority in gaming now, but I read my abilities and stuff as soon as I go into a game. Like, I was hovering over everything and I was looking at what my actual like weapon combo was doing, how many hits it was. Strag, I hope you have a beautiful night, brother. I appreciate you. Is class tomorrow? Because that sounds lame. That sounds lame. But another day, another Tumok kill, my boy. Soon. Soon. 8:30 a.m. Oh, that's gross. That's so gross. Soon we get Firebrand, and then we work on hobbies too. I remember when Dusty almost stepped away. Me? From Ashes? I have legitimately, since I came into Ashes, never been close to stepping away from Ashes. I can say that wholeheartedly. I played one night of OPR in New World, but that was just because I wanted to go back and play a night of OPR in New World. That was like you have a song that's stuck in your head and you don't really like, you don't want to hear the song, but you listen to the song just to get it out. Like, that was the scariest thing. But nuclear sub will be 16 in 15 minutes. All right, massive. So I have a 20 cleric that I'm gonna pop in. So we have, who was dipping out? Someone said they were dipping out. Hold on. It was, oh wait, we're down one. Our summoner's gone and Jiggles is in. All right, cool. Big, next person that drops out, you're in for them. Or no, Rompt is ahead. Sorry. It's romped, it's jiggles, and then it's romped, and then it's baked. So next person that drops out, it's romp. There's so many. I'm glad there are still this many, which is fucking great. This is beautiful. Gonna get a line level 4 tank. Motherfucker, you gotta be level 16. 17 preferred. This is 17 to like 22 hyperthum. This is what Elon wanted to do with that, like, that underground little hyperloop system, but in game. 4 times 4 equals 16, close enough, yeah. Shut the fuck up, Lakari. Go level. I don't want to hear that shit. So anyways, I think the people that are going to enjoy Ashes the most are the people that are getting into it fully aware that, like, you know, there's a lot left. And along the way, everyone that is a member of the community does get to provide some form of feedback, good, bad, and different, about the journey from here to there. There being, you know, someday maybe the eventual launch of Ashes. And if it doesn't make it, then I can say that I came over and, you know, coming from New World, where my passion literally died and I saw the vision of the game change so much, and it always felt like, you know, the actual community side was so cooked, you know, trying to build over there because of the limitations of the game and, you know, just what was provided. It feels very good to come over here and build a community that wants to do good for the game. And, like, I think the game needs, like, good and bad, right, to a certain extent. We don't need people, like, exploiting and duping and shit. But, like, the game needs assholes and the game needs not so assholes. But overall, this community is built on primarily the very, very simple mission statement of we're going to be the best that we can be within the confines of what's intended in the game. And we are, by all means, a sweaty community that takes it as sweaty as every other comm in this game does, and there's a reason why the big bads want to fight us, because we're one of the few that will put up a fight. And we do it with a very huge emphasis to our players of we're here to play the game, not to win the game, right? And we're here to try to get as good as we can while also enjoying it along the way. And our priority is building a community that we all want to play with and not destroying everything along the way and leaving this war-torn path, because that's not what builds MMOs. And we want to be builders, not conquerors, right? Some people want to be conquerors and they want to lay waste and pillage and say we're the last people standing. We'd rather be one of many people standing among a million. And if we can help build towards that someday, then that's what we're going to try to do. Same thing, though. You know, there are a lot of different motives, a lot of different communities, a lot of different everything in this game right now. But I have a lot of fun building not only, like, the aspect of, you know, the future of Ashes in that corny sense where we're providing feedback on shit, but also every single day, this community, Cats with Abs, brings in more players, gets our core more geared, we get our new players more acclimated to the systems, understanding the game, we answer questions for people, we do content that people have never done in the game before, and it's huge, the amount of learning and knowledge that goes out. So I also say here, you know, we have a lot to look forward to because I play, and this community plays for 3 to 5 years from now instead of 3 to 5 months from now, and that's always our mentality. How can we set up our infrastructure in the long term to be the best that it could possibly be, the most organized it could possibly be? And we're trying to extrapolate where we'll be at based on our wait list, based on our community demand, you know, 6 months down the road, and bring in leadership accordingly, so it's not a matter of, oh shit, we're behind, but we're ahead, and everything functions so smooth that people don't even know who's in their little role of, well, everyone knows, like, in leadership, who's in their role, but, like, the members don't see the chaos of, like, this person's doing this exclusively. Everyone just has their own little spot, and ideally everything functions smooth and peachy as a result of that. So that's our big goal, and it's just to keep building. So we have a lot in this community that helps keep our people motivated. Like, right now, my gear is great. Realistically, I could be extremely happy with this gear, and I could just say, I could kick back and say, well, servers are going to be wiped eventually. Might as well just chill for now. But I'm coming out here, and I'm power leveling because we have a lot of people that are trying to get characters up to level 25. Whether it's a brand new player, whether it's somebody that started leveling late, whether it's somebody that's re-rolling to an archetype that we actively need for the guild, whatever combination of that we may have, all of those people are now able to, you know, benefit from this. And on the side, I'm able to get more gold through these emblems that we're getting, through farming the glint, and all of the, you know, all the monetary kickback that I get is just gonna be like, oh, okay, well, let me get more gear. So then we look at how my gear is impacting the rest of the community. I make something that's epic, I replace one of my pieces, and then I sell that piece to my guild because there's no bind on pickup, bind on equip. And when I sell that other piece to my guild, I'm selling it for like cheap. So they can get their hands on it and somebody else cannot have to pay as much as I did to craft something good. So then we have an entire, like, you know, waterfall economy within the guild where we have many people who are benefiting from, you know, I just replaced 5 pieces of jewelry. I had 5 pieces of jewelry immediately get resold into the guild. And Selv needs another jewelry set as well, so I'm gonna help Selv get set up with jewelry too. So that way we can get more jewelry out to people because now I have some extra mats after crafting my shit. So I feel like there's always this level of like double back and help everybody along the way. Re-rolling new tunes now, Bard, Cleric, and Mage. Wait, that's the big 3 of beautiful vodka. We are on Shoal and like, technically, I'm NA, but we have people globally. We have EU players that play on an earlier time schedule, and this is far from a... Oh, what town? Oh, Miraleth. Miraleth over here. But yeah, in terms of the community as a whole, for people that are looking at it, we're active pretty much 24 hours a day. We have people from around the fucking world that play over here. And like, this is far from a streamer comm, which is, I think, a really cool thing. Operates entirely independently of old DustyWhy. I just play my old role in this. Are you not on the Ashes official creator list? Yeah, I am. Why? I don't know. Did they kick me off? I still got perms in that bitch. No, yeah, why? What's up? Are you wondering why I don't display? I just see all of them have the badge on their stream. Yeah, like... I love Intrepid very much, but I also kind of have like a minimalist stream design. Say less, I get it. Listen. If I got like a 10 ski an hour for having that badge on display, I'd have that badge on display. But I like a minimalist stream design. I'm actually like, Carl and I are slowly working towards a rebrand that's gonna be, you know, just a full rebrand of stream. You'll see new starting soon screens and shit. You'll see a whole lot coming into it. But I really like non-invasive like stream layouts without too much pizzazz, too much hoopla, too much hullabaloo. As you guys can literally make infinite copies of my ass bounce around on the screen. But I think there's a time and a place for it, right? So, I don't know, like, out of place things are interesting. Now, I will say, what I am likely to do is take that badge and put it underneath the player and link that picture when you click it to, like, an Ashes referral link if people want to support the stream and use the referral link and do, like, the exclamation Ashes there. But I'd also like to get that... linked up to a code DustyWhy. So that way I can have my badge say like use code DustyWhy and then you can click on that bad boy and then my creator code goes in. I feel like that would be fucking fuego. That would make me so happy. The vape commercial with all the vapes clanking together at the end is ASMR. Why can there be vaping commercials but if I say bong rip on stream I'm a brand risk? Bong rip, bong rip, bong rip. Bong rip! God, sorry, I'm not gonna get sponsored anymore. Someone get Snoop up in this bitch. I need like Snoop and Wiz to sponsor the stream, bro. Just send me Budski on a monthly and then let me come hang out. You won't take a rip? No, I just took a rip. Not because, like, I've taken a bong rip before on stream. It was for my day 420 in a row, actually. I still remember that. That was... the only time during my streak that I've smoked on stream anything other than a Benjamin. Now, I will say, I will haul the fuck out of a Benjamin. I'll take blinkers on stream. Because, like, I can always pull the Pat McAfee and be like, yeah, that's CBD and vitamins. If any sponsor people ever ask me, they're like, Dusty, what's this? But if I'm holding a 1.5 foot piece of glass, packing it full of flour, and a sponsor's like, yes, Dusty, we have this clip of you with this exuberant bong. And I'm like, yes, indeed, I torched that shit. That's not gonna look the best, and it's probably not the most marketable. Also, I don't really like to smoke inside. It's stinky, A, and B, I'm right near my PCs. And a lot of people think that smoke is just air, but smoke is technically a solid particle in the air itself that can turn into dust if you're smoking a lot. And like, I don't really want to smoke inside. So like, I smoke out on an enclosed porch when it's nice out and not absolutely Brickington. I like to actually go outside. Pat Mac to be talking about weed in such a roundabout way is too funny. I feel like I need to have a one-on-one with him. Smoke a little bit of medicinally improved CBD products and share thoughts about how I can be more brand friendly while also being a very clear stony baloney man. Because like, I got nothing to hide about it. It's the way that I always describe it is like, I have people in my family who were like, you know, beer people who like IPAs. Like my brothers were IPA guys. Technically, AMC was a stout guy over an IPA. He always corrects me. And then from there, like my aunt and uncle, like they're wine people. So like my aunt and uncle used to invite my brothers out to wine tastings and stuff. And they'd get dinner and they'd get wine tastings. And then I didn't drink. And like, I don't drink for any like, you know, reason or anything. I got Liddy out at TwitchCon and stuff. I drank when I went to New York. But like, I'm not like a very frequent drinker at all. So for me, my form of that is like, I like to get different strains. I like to learn the effects of the strain. I like to, you know, I like to discuss that side of it. So I like the connoisseur side of weed. And like, that's always been my element of like, all right, well, I can yap to my friends. Like, when I was at my last place and like, before I was streaming so much and I used to have a lot of friends that would come over and hang out for a little bit, right? I had this old like weed journal and we would like write down what strains we were smoking. And then we like document that shit and we'd chill down there and we'd like talk about like what we were feeling, what the effects were, like who the grower was, what the price was. And we had like a weed catalog and like rankings of like different dispensaries and different strains and different like growers that we were just sorting out. And it was like, I don't know, it was this little social thing where it'd always give us something to chill and do. And then we'd also just go play basketball and normal shit. But it was nice. It was very nice. Forgive for not knowing. New and playing Vira. Is Polar on your server coming? Is Polar on your server going? They released a video saying they're coming for cats. I thought it was funny, but could you explain the drama? Oh, it's all just lighthearted fun. So Polar and us have been on the same server for a very long time. Every phase except this one, and this was the first phase that Cat, since joining the game, has actually like gone through a different server. So when we announced that we were going to this server instead of Resna, the big PvP stack server at the start of this phase, it was a big like shock to a lot of the community and caused a big like drama and rift. And we were basically all just like, we'll link up anyways. This is the best opportunity for our community. Our alliance did vote in favor of Shoal pretty overwhelmingly. So, you know, all of the leaders got together and did the big vote ski, and that's where it led us. And honestly, like, we don't regret anything, despite a couple of us in leadership feeling like Resident would have been the better option. This has worked out better than I think anything else could have, right? And so, it's less like a drama. Like, I'm a big shit talker, but like, we've known each other for so long at this point. I'm very outspoken against like, you know, exploiting to get ahead and like abusing dupes and bugs and shit just for a personal advantage. And like, I'm a very outspoken person, but all in all, I think it's much more that we've always been a very consistent community, whether we were small or whether we had numbers to actually fight. And so they're coming over here because honestly, at this point, Resna's other competitive communities have all died, and we are basically the next option for content, and they know that we're not going anywhere. So like, I love me a good propaganda, if I'm being completely honest. So there's been some fun back and forth. Some people are kind of weird, but there's been a ton of like fun back and forth about it. And our new players, I think, are like gearing up and are excited for the content because like there's great competition over here on Shoal. But like Polar coming over provides a level of numbers and organization and experience that like we haven't fought with a lot of our new players. So it's a huge opportunity for people to actually get developed in this very competitive echo chamber. Have they already rerolled? Oh yeah. I mean, they've had alts slowly working up. Like the word of Polar first coming over here was in like December. So I've known for a while that it was going to happen. I mean, everyone kind of figured, if I'm being completely honest. Like, the communities that were over on Resna, I don't necessarily think, like, yes, they put up a fight and everything, but I didn't expect them to hang out the entire time and, like, wait it out the long term. Cats has been a very consistent community, whether we're winning, losing, or anything in between. And, like, not a matter of, you know, we're out here okay with taking losses and it doesn't matter at all if we're losing. But we very much understand the road to winning is typically paved with a lot of losses and lessons and learning from that, right? The many L's of it. And we embrace that side of it, where any win that we have, we're going to try to learn from. Any loss that we have, we're going to try to learn from. And I think that's part of the reason why we are now on the level where, you know, we're even worth noting within that conversation, right? If we weren't on the level of this, you know, being fucking historic content, then it wouldn't even be a conversation in the first place. They'd be bored as shit. They'd look at Shoal, they'd see nothing over here, and they'd just go elsewhere, right? So I like, oh, there's always like trauma depending on who you ask. There are some people that just genuinely don't like me because I yap too much. Fair. I got a pretty punchable face. I get that. But in my opinion, I don't really think there's that much drama other than like want to like beat the heck out of each other. But that's also all in like good content desire, right? Because there's not a ton of it. So you do? I do have a punchable face. It's just, I think it's that you can tell I'm very self-confident. And like, I totally get that. But it's also like, I have a punchable face, but not like a punchable personality type thing. I feel like once you get to know me, the punchability kind of goes down a little bit. But yeah, even some of my friends have told me I'm a very boppable person. I'm surprised I haven't got punched more in life. Pretty good, you know, good existence, all things considered. Very, very few square ones have ever landed. Some emoji, my monitor sometimes when I opened your stream. Brother, that's one of those like the inflatable punching things that like boom and then come back up and it's just a dusty face. I fucking hate you, DustyWhy. I mean, hey, honestly, do it, bro. Maybe I just got my first merch idea. Do what you gotta do. I'm a big fan of getting the stresses out one way or the other. And I feel like you can't get caught in the goon chamber to rely on that. So, like, if I can help motivate that in a healthy way, not the gooning, the stress relief, then hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, happy to fucking inspire it. Good fucking gravy. Rosarium versus Forge Guard for tanks that can do DPS also. I like the Forge Guard set. Keep in mind, Forge Guard is exponentially more expensive to craft than Rosarium. Like, it's really, really, really expensive comparatively. Rosarium is going to be your budget set. I have Rosarium because item level 26. So, yeah, same thing. Stone Glen, very good, but also extremely expensive. My endgame set that I really, like, if I could just poof in gear with a GM client, I would be ideally in 5-piece Blood Runner and 3-piece Forge Guard. And then from there, like, there are some evolutions, but that's where I'd square up with to start. I think that's a combination of like the effectiveness of the actual, you know, pieces themselves having optimal stat rolls. Blood Runner is a really well-rolled set, despite, you know, I like Siphon. I don't think Siphon's like a make or break part of it. I really like the fact that Blood Runner is medium fortitude and is also just, like I said, really well rolled. A lot of pieces that are fizz power, fizz speed, max HP, just the general god rolls for a tank and most fizz in general. But very likely what you'll see me transition in a real world scenario is starting 5 Forge Guard as I do work towards item level 29 here eventually, time dependent. Starting 5 Forge Guard, and then from there, working in 3 Blood Runner to start, selling off 2 Forge Guard, and then bringing in 2 more Blood Runner when I'm ready to make those, and then eventually transitioning. Because, well, Forge Guard is expensive. Forge Guard is going to be a lot more readily available than Blood Runner is, especially considering the material scarcity and the process of hunting. And, you know, medium sets are just ungodly crazy. So, like, last server before the wipe, I spent about 3 weeks gathering for 5-piece Heroic. It was 3 pieces of Blood Runner because it was 2 pieces of Blood Runner because I already had 3 pieces that were drops, one of which I got, 2 of which were traded for. And then I needed 2 more pieces of Blood Runner for my 5-piece. And then I was doing 3 pieces of, 3 pieces of the Torn Scout set that comes from Forge, the medium finesse set. So I gathered and hunted specifically for, whoops, a very, very, very long time. 3 weeks non-fucking stop. And found out the servers were getting wiped. That was kind of cooked. But at that point, I was also like, yeah, maybe next time I embrace the heavy a little bit more. Like, the mitigation is far better in medium because you're not pushing as hard into diminishing returns. But also, if I can get item level 29 heavy for a fraction of the cost of medium, then maybe it is worth it. But there's also a reason why you see me still sitting in Rosarium Guard and kind of like building everything around that. I got my Stone Glen cape, which is what I wanted to get for my endgame cape. I could make this in epic, but epic is way more expensive than heroic, not the best value overall. I've got my epic Thistleborn. This is amazing. Could make it in Lego, but again, meh on terms of value. I have my epic Petal Shard 3-piece. I have a heroic Tide Raw earring. I can make this in epic reasonably at some point in time and probably will upgrade it, but this is an item level 29, so it's expensive enough, you know, to get started with. So I'm really happy with where this is. My Night Reaver Axe and my Glory Bound bow. My Glory Bound needs 1 more enchant. That'll be +6. Night Reaver Axe is sitting pretty at +3. Those are working their way up. Same thing. Could go epic. Don't really feel the need to. Heroic is getting me by just fine. I've got 2 item level 29 armor pieces, both in blue. And while I'm sacrificing, you know, a set bonus off of those bad boys, I am getting a lot of very good raw stats to make up for the lack of set bonus. Those 2 pieces almost giving me 1,000 power between them. So really good overall baseline gear set. And then as I start to switch out, like the first pieces that I switch are probably going to be some of my active Rosarium Guard pieces into Forge Guard. So as I'm switching that out, I'm going to try to probably save up for 3 pieces of Forge Guard at the same time, so then I can get Bulwark, which is an active set bonus. I'll drop a little bit more Fizz power, which will maybe leave me dangerously low, unless I can make some optimal roll choices and get squared away there. But it's all dependent, man. There's so many variables along the way. Filthy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, dog. Welcome in. But there's so many variables and so many game changers along the way that'll come in. I may end up going back on this, and honestly, there's a reason why I don't make tank guides for YouTube and shit, and I just tell everybody to come here instead. And I know, Dusty, you'd get so many views, blah, 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 blah. I get it, but also the content would have to go back, like, it would have to be fixed within a fucking week, if I'm being honest. I would have to re-record, and I would have to audit that guide so fucking much, because I'd post the tank build, and then somebody would come out, and they would be like, what the fuck, Dusty? What the hell? They put out a call to guilds to give them hand-me-down gear and mounts, otherwise they wouldn't have their protection, as they put it. Yo, that's fire. That's fire. I love that. Wait, is it the framing of cats as bad guys? That's so fucking huge. Are we the villains? Because that'd be so funny. Best weapon to pair with shield is tanks. I personally really love the one-handed axe. I think the axe tree is unequivocally the best in the game. You get these keystones up at the top. Those notables give you 4 different buffs, basically 2, but 4 different effects. So you get in total 15% fizz attack speed, 15% fizz penetration, 15% base damage, and 15% base damage. So like, when you have all of those buffs up, and you'll notice I'm auto-attacking a lot and going through my weapon combo a lot, so I pretty much always have those buffs up, I'm going to have a lot of additional scaling on the offensive end, and that's only exclusive to axe. So other than that, I would say sword is my personal second choice. The sword itself is faster than an axe in the baseline sense. Instead of having a crit scaling roll on the axe, in terms of like that stat roll, that's a fizz crit chance, that comes as a fizz attack speed roll instead. So sword starts out and finishes a little bit faster. Oh shit. Be right back. Hold on. Sword starts and finishes like a faster attack speed than axe does. But axe brings in so much more total damage, and in my opinion, like total, you know, total power output, total everything valuable than sword does. Oh, damn, a green Thistleborn? What the fuck did I make my epic for? The hell? Well, anybody that wants to abuse block scaling, grab one of those for PvE, I'd recommend, because that's not bad at all. But yeah, all this, it really depends on what you are personally looking at for like an auto attack frequency. I have hiccups. So I use manual attack first things first. But also as a tank, I consider tank a builder spender of sorts, where our courage is our lifeline, right? So there I popped the defensive combo because I already have threat, and then my courage is up, so now I'll pop an offensive combo. And during this offensive combo, I'm spending courage, I'm spending mana, and I'm going through a whole lot of abilities trying to do damage and get threat up, right? So all along that time, I'm trying to manage in a 7.5 second window everything that I can to capitalize on my buffs, because those buffs with the weapon tree that I run, having these 3 nodes, that increases the uptime by 45%, gives me like a 7.4 second, 7.5 second uptime on my buffs. So I get my buffs up, and then I go into basically, you know, that 7.5 second burst period. I do as much damage as possible during that, right? So tank is a little bit peculiar. Some people like more of the attack speed baseline, going into your combo with a little bit more speed, being able to have your longbow out and still see that fizz speed as well can be a big thing for certain people. Some people like two-handers a little bit more. I used to play two-hander, and honestly, like, this phase with block scaling being as disgustingly good as it is, I am far less sold on the two-hander, and I am definitely a believer in the shield at this point in time. Like, a lover of the shield, to say the very least. I think everybody, every class could benefit from a shield, and that's not an exaggeration. Like, power scaling comes so fucking naturally right now, and mitigation, what the fuck? Mitigation is very hard to come by for most archetypes, and people are just getting melted. So, what's the answer to that? Beef up. Put another layer on. If it's cold outside, put a jacket on. Shield is your jacket. Shield gives you an entirely second, you know, another layer of mitigation, where it's your armor mitt and then your shield mitt back to back, and then you're gonna go. So, I like Axe a lot. TLDR. I like Axe. I don't like Mace that much, though. I think Mace is kind of bad. Not as bad, but Mace only gives stagger and daze. We put out stagger so easily anyways, and daze is a cast speed slow. So if you're hitting casters exclusively, then maybe that can be good if you already have a lot of wound up and shit. But I think making sure that wound is up over having stagger and daze is probably a higher priority overall, just in terms of the status effects that are going out. So it really just breaks down to the weapon trees themselves for me. Again, Ash's status effects, incredibly heavy interactions there over anything else. So I would say look at whatever buffs. Oh, excuse you. I'm stunned. Be careful. Okay. Look at whatever buffs in the weapon trees or whatever debuffs are appealing to you the most, and then go from there. But as people are leveling, I also always advocate get whatever has the most power scaling for you early on. That's going to make you hit harder. That's going to make your abilities hit harder. Everything that you do, holding aggro, killing shit, will be just a little bit easier if you embrace the power scaling early and then fine tune later on. I just recently dropped about 20 power off of my build, which is like right around 5%. I'm at like 5%, 6%. But I gained a whole shitload of tankiness. I gained over 10% HP. I gained block mitigation. I gained general defense. So I'm beefy as fuck. If you ever have any questions, like build-wise, please feel free. Like, I can, as you can unfortunately tell, yap your ear off about every decision that I make with this build way too much. It's a combination of I'm here too much, and also there's probably something undiagnosed going on that I should get evaluated. But happy to be here overall, if I'm being completely honest. And so far, wait, did my food wear off? I think my food might have wore off. I don't think I have a bruschetta. Your health doesn't even seem to be moving on these pulls now. already, I'm fucking huge. Like, I am actually massive at this point in time. Even in the PvP that we did yesterday, like, I feel absurdly tanky, and my damage is still so high, and I'm still enchanting shit. Like, I am loving how this is all shaping up, because, like, my block mitt is the MVP, if I'm being honest. I have, of course, like 66% fizz defense, 53% magic defense right now, right? But the block mitt is an additional, if I'm blocking, 50-40. And then if I'm not blocking, it's 47-6 and 37-5. That shit goes absolutely crazy. And the addition of Thistleborn and Tide Rot beefed me so fucking much. So much. What's your end game currently for weapon, shield, and bow? Like, currently, my attainable endgame for most players is Glory Bound Longbow, Glory Bound Shield, Night Reaver Axe. Like, this is all of the checkbox items that I could want in a build put together at this point in time for a, you know, a reasonable set. This is still incredibly expensive, but like, epic, 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 and you're in a really good spot. Stretch goals there, right? If you're talking endgame god tier, like if I could poof in gear, I'm looking at a Dreadwake Shield, sorry. Dreadwake Shield. Honestly, this is the only axe that has an additional power roll, but with scaling, I may also just be better off going a Storm Current axe and embracing the max HP off of that. So just for discussion purposes, we'll say Storm Current axe, Dreadwake Shield, and Dreadwake Bow would be my big three. Dreadwake Shield is down here. It's max HP, max mana. And I think resources are like everything in PvP. I like the con on Glory Bound, but like I really like the max HP, max mana on Dreadwake. That shit provides so much sustain. And just adding up a little bit of max mana along the way can go a long way. Dreadwake Longbow is, in my opinion, unequivocally the best bow in the game. At least for Fizz, I think there is not really anything that matches this. Everybody in the game should probably target this. Thorn Strike is usable, right? But I think is also worse. The thing about Thorn Strike is that it's Riverlands mat, so it's going to be a little bit more replicatably acquirable, so to say. It'll be easier to get comparatively to a Dreadwake. But Dreadwake, if you do get it, man, if I can poof anything in right now, that would be it. That'd be my first thing to poof in as well. I like my shield. I like my one hand. I like most of my gear. And honestly, even my longbow is insane. But I would 1000% just poof in a Dreadwake right off rip. I know where the AoE pull is for Dreadwake emblems. Oh, fucking really? Because that might be a good target. Because a Dreadwake bow, like, dude, it's expensive though. I would need hundreds and hundreds of gold to make this in any reasonable manner. Like, that would be a lot. And keep in mind, I'd probably need to go epic plus to get any benefit out of it. And so that'd be like a way down the road stretch goal. Like, that'd be insane style. Only complaint about the game is that I wish if you want to roll on your item, it would go directly to your inventory. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Ron, how's Butcher Raptor? I'm assuming not the worst, if I'm being honest. Because that seems... It's 3 degrees. Yeah, it is. You want to go for a walk? They actually said they're never going to change that. I mean, I don't mind it. I've gotten used to it. But yeah, they have said that's intended because of the... Yeah, it generates friction. And I will say, just on that element of it, we have had times where we've been PvPing other communities over mobs, like named mobs especially, and something actually drops, and it goes public, and like we've sniped Beast Warden's prods, which are item level 29 weapons and shit like that, through it going public, which is kind of cool. Like, there's some good and bad to it, but it can be a little awkward having to go and grab your stuff, but it is also just another small level of, I think, attentiveness that is separating it from a lot of like the modern quality of life from MMOs that can make modern MMOs like very autopilot. I don't know, some people may just be like, well, Dusty is stupidest quality of life thing ever. Well, then maybe you don't appreciate it in the way I do. But it's something as small as like something drops, I see it and I go, oh shit, that's good. I'm gonna make sure I get this off of the bodies and make sure that I'm not getting hit by the traffic that's on the road coming across with these big pulls, you know? So, there can definitely be some good and some bad to it. I actually have a quarrel with sport fishing that you technically can't steal somebody's sport fish in freshwater unless you corrupt on them, because the fish doesn't turn into a crate until they actually loot it and put it on their back. So they would have to, you know, get the fish, and then they'd have to loot the fish, and then they'd have to drop the fish after looting the fish for you to actually be able to steal the fish. And I want the fish to be a crate as soon as it's actually killed in the water, so that way I can be under the water with a shoal skipper and then I can steal the fish. And then the fish is mine, and then I ride off into the sunset on my shoal skipper. I would personally love that a lot. But in due time, I will air my grievances and I will be heard. For now, I am being suppressed in silence. But I think there are a lot of things that could change. I think they have many small things that they will say are intended to generate friction. And honestly, that was one of the reasons why they said that you were supposed to swim out and get your fish in the water. But that also doesn't really make sense considering nobody else can take your fish until you actually loot it, so that's not really a lot of friction. I mean, maybe if it goes public and you don't get it in time, that could be a thing. I mean, that makes sense. Maybe if you don't, like, get it in time, but that would take so much. PvP Harbor is the best. Man, I just want to be able to yoink a motherfucker's fish. Especially with the new crate things. Like, if somebody's fishing near Carfin, for example, in the freshwater area, and they get a fish, and they kill the fish, and then I steal the fish because it becomes a crate immediately, flag me up for PvP. Let them decide if they wanna cook me or not. I think that'd be a small change that could go a long way, a very long way. How are we on emblems? Because I am doing exquisitely on many things right now, if I'm being honest. I do need to get a quick bruschetta up, so don't go too crazy on shit. Don't go too sicko mode. If this fucks up, I'm a sad panda, but I don't think it will. All right, we're so up. We're so up. We're blessed on this fine day. Boys, I'm huge. I didn't even have food up that entire time. I got 20 minutes. All right, beautiful. We'll do 20 more minutes then. That's absolutely perfect for me. Because Carla and I gotta watch Fallout tonight. I appreciate you healing, my go. So, 20 minutes. We'll stop pulls at 11. We'll go tally up. We'll divvy up. And we don't even have to go to Winstead tonight. It'll be a nice quick one. So, we'll get everybody out of here all blessed up for the evening. And honestly, tomorrow, I think tomorrow, since Tumong's dead, unless Firebrand's around at the start of stream, it's going to be a get on and get this power leveling going. So, hey, Cat, congrats. So, tomorrow, if you guys are going to have this farmer go corrupt on me, if you'll want to take his gear. Wait, where is he? Because I would definitely be down to send somebody over for that. Let me know when he corrupts. Because that might be very intriguing. What does he have for gear? Like anything good? Because I can definitely have somebody over there. I'll try to have my mage at 16. Yes. If you can be 16 and you can have strolls up, then I can get you in. That is bare minimum, and honestly, like, it's gonna go super smooth. I don't know how fast Lion's Summoner was going at 16, but once you hit 17, it doubles your XP effectively. So it's fast as fuck. But if you can be 16 by tomorrow at the start of stream, I will log out in Jova. I will get on tomorrow, and providing something else pops up and prevents this, I will immediately come over here with the group and we will just get more emblems, because people are always going to need emblems. People are going to be crafting shit. People are going to be getting their pedal shard jewelry still. People are going to be making epics. People will be making higher rarity Rosarium Guard, Bloom Ward, and Rosethorn, everything along the way. So it's not like it's completely out of Not like it's completely out of the realm of use yet. But I will say we don't have long until these start to depreciate quite hard. So we will want to make sure that we're capitalizing before everything finally trickles down to nothing. And selling off what we can, and then moving on to like Carfin emblems and shit like that. But I think there's still so many players over here that are going to be crafting as they go that still don't have their Rosarium guard. They're 26. When we consider the rerolls too, along the bridges, east side. All right, hold on. Is he corrupting right now? And are you talking like up at the top slot butt? Like on the rampart areas? Because if we hold pulls for a second, I'll come over. Because I can just run down and then run up the stairs beside me and then come up as soon as he corrupts. I get 1000% to come do that. He's not corrupt yet, but he's trying. All right, word. And are you up at the ramparts? Like if I go up on the top of Steel Bloom, right? Or are you talking like outside the POI by the bridges? Because if he goes corrupt, I'll yoink that gear. I'll immediately do that shit. All right, hold on. Let's go come up on a gear set real quick. Up top, inside, on the ramparts. All right, hold on. Be careful on pulls real quick. Papa's gonna get a couple pieces of gear. So when I come down, just let him corrupt on you. It is dark in that bitch, huh? All right, I'm coming up right now. I'll reset these mobs when I'm up. And then let him corrupt on that shit. And then we ball. Excuse me. Pardon me. Did they put up fencing here to stop us from getting up? Nope. Still up. All right, everything's beautiful. All right. Hold on, I see it. Where is he? Okay, he's over there. He saw me come up. All right, let him corrupt on you. Look him off duty in there. Wait, but bake, it's tuna mixed rice. Don't you want to kill tuna mixed rice? Already slammed that guy? Right, but what if he corrupts? I think he stopped attacking. Yeah, he stopped attacking. All right, we'll go back down. I don't think he's gonna actually corrupt. I'm going back down and then we'll resume pulse. I'm here. If anybody wants to come over, I don't think he's actually going to do too much. I'm pretty sure Slutbutt's just like farming in his face too. I'm pretty sure. So I wouldn't be too worried. But we can always have someone come over and dunk on him if it's an absolute necessity. But we got, at this point, 15 more minutes of farm. And in that time, I'd like to see if we can... we'd have to run real hot. We'd have to get 32 emblems to get 2 stacks, huh? Fuck, this isn't worth it at all. We're scamming ourselves. But in the 15 more minutes of farm, I am hoping that we can have a hot emblem streak. And then just call it a beautiful night on top of that. Chat, does anybody need Steel Bloom emblems before I sell them at market prices, which are going to be way higher than what I would sell them to chat at? Because if you guys need them and you guys want to kill tuna guy, nice. If you guys need them, I will provide them. I need 4. Please sell for me. All right. I need a few. How many is a few? We talking like a less than 10 or are we talking like a set? I need 2. All right, I got 4. I got 2. I got a few from Jiggles. So overall, oh my God, hold on. Oh, I can see again. Holy shit. It is glorious. I'm telling you, Global Illumination, if they took out the ability to cut out the shadows, it would be a completely different game. Global Loom is a fucking game changer, boys. Uh-oh. I can't be fucking around. I got all our shit. Help me! Help me, Tom Cruise! So anyways, just your pedal shard rings? Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'll probably set aside like 20 for the guild and then list some. Because the market's already kind of flooded out. So I don't want to go too crazy on the market and just provide shit that isn't needed in the first place. But Yeah, I'll set aside like 20 so people can get scored away, and then if Jiggles needs more, I can always set aside more for that. Because I'd rather keep them in guild and sell them to you guys at a discount than sell them to other communities. My money is set at this point. I could just flip materials for the rest of my life and then just be perfectly fine. I've already got such low profit margin, or such high profit margins established that like I could make money on any of my shit. So I'm just happy to try to get people all set up with what they need as much as I can. 19, but I'm so far from having the rest of the mats. You might say, no, it's okay. I'll get you 19. Also, what do you need for the rest of the mats? Because like, we can also probably help with that. Set is gonna sell Carson in if you want to hold that many. How many's that? Like 40, 44 type shit? Around there. Because off of the split right now for tonight, I'm gonna have over 50. Like if we were to stop right now, my goal is to try to get like 60 plus per person. So we'll have a lot. Keep in mind, Glow and McCracken will also probably sell in guild if people need that shit. I'm assuming we're all just trying to make some coin along the way. So like, we can get everything taken care of. I'll have plenty to set aside. Y'all be good. I think it's 56, but I'll double check. Okay, cool. If it is 56, double check because I'll be able to cover that already tonight, providing we don't have any unfortunate deaths. I got a good split coming my way at this point. And we got 10 minutes until the bell. And then we'll run outside. We'll reset. Uh-oh, boys. Careful. Careful back there. Careful. I don't want you guys to get hurt. God damn. We'll go outside. We'll divvy everything up. And then we list. But honestly, I might not even need to list stuff. I might just sell to the guild. That's the best feeling too, man. Like, coming over here, power leveling guild, getting emblems, and then having emblems be needed by the guild, and still being able to benefit a little bit, undercut the market like crazy, give people a discount, and then, you know, just everybody scales up and everybody benefits from stuff that's generated from nothing, right? It's not like we're buying these emblems from other players. We're literally just, we're popping these into the economy, and it instantly gets consumed by our guild. I call it our insulated economy, right? We can operate basically internally for every facet of the game at this point. It's nice. Shit game Metroid Prime is better. Hello Kitty Island Adventure fucking waxes Metroid Prime, you dog shit opinionated troglodyte. What the fuck do you mean? 48, I need 2 for rings. Alright, word, I got you. Wait, 48 or 58? I'm just fucking around. I know. No, I actually think you're a dog shit, opinionated troglodyte or whatever I said. God damn, Sauce. Fuck you. I'll be having a good night, broski. God damn. I will say, I do love calling people troglodytes. That shit just rolls off the tongue, man. I feel like there's so many insults that just aren't utilized in the proper way at this point in time, and so many words that have like slipped out of our grasp. And I feel like troglodyte is one that should be reclaimed by the people. You get a little bit of a tongue bounce when you're hitting it just right. Wait. Oh, dude, it's so good. It's so good. Look at my chocolate knight. Brother, I said troglodyte. But I mean, shit. Feel free. Nicknames come in various fashions. And I guess, listen, I guess that's how you've earned yours. So, like, am I supposed to knight you? Or is that, like, is that killing racism or is that facilitating racism if I knight you as my chocolate knight at that point? Like, am I gonna get canceled for this? But you brought it up. Listen, we're in. What is a troglodyte? I'm gonna look up the official. So a troglodyte, especially in prehistoric times, is basically a person who lived in a cave, but this is basically what a troglodyte was suspected to look like based on recreations. So this is effectively you anytime you come into this chat. Like, this is what I picture Anytime somebody comes in, they go, "This is dog shit game, scam game." Humans never lived in caves. I lived in your mom's cave. Oof just showed up. Well, good evening, troglodyte. At least no evidence of it. Aren't there like drawings and shit? You wouldn't be only in that one cavern. Well, stop. You say humans never lived in caves and you wouldn't only be in that one cavern? Motherfucker, Asmongold literally does the equivalent of that, except his cave is a modern home. Brother, if you're telling me no humans would have ever lived in caves. Are we talking about your mom? Wait a minute. I was calling my mother a whore. Your mother is a whore. Jesus! Anyways, Soft's mother is not a horse. She's a wonderful lady. It's a wonderful lady. Where do cave drawings come from then? I mean, it could have been where they worked. Like, maybe they worked in the caves. Maybe the caves were bought up by cave lords very early on and then rented out for rocks at exorbitant prices, and it drove the housing crisis where eventually you had the pilgrimage of commutes that turned into almost like an Oregon Trail, right? And it's like, oh, where's Ogthor? Oh, well, he got eaten by a pterodactyl today. He won't be in. And then you have to recruit more people for your cave drawing community, right? Maybe they're selling art. Maybe they're doing window shopping. So, who knows? Who knows? Most use caves as places for ceremonies and gatherings. Or a 9-to-5 job. Who's mine for the huzz? Take you back to the fucking shag cave, baby. And then you pull up and it's an actual cave. Nah, I'm gonna need you to try that. First, find a cave, right? B, find a bar. And then, like, you gotta pull that shit, right? You gotta hit her with the, baby, I'm gonna take you back to the cave. And she's like, ooh, is that what you call your place? It's pretty exclusive. Not a lot of room for many people to fit in except me and you. And then you literally bring her to a cave that has, like, a couple of pillows on the floor, and then that's about it. Just some random cave. I feel like that's Biss. I never busted it open in a cave before. Halfway out the cave like a fucking hockey goalie that made a mistake, brother. That's what I'm saying. Trying to get the puck out the back of the net type shit. It's a recent discovery of some caves where the paintings were thought to be vandalized. I would assume vandalization probably started really early on in life. Like, I'm assuming as soon as there were people, there were vandals. The new cave smell. Somebody walking by the cave later on, they just, ooh, ooh, ooh. If the cave's a rockin', don't come knocking. Humans have with a 99.99999% certainty lived in caves. I know a motherfucker that probably lived in caves in Maine. He was like the North Pond Hermit, I think he was called. There was literally a dude that was known for going around and like pillaging campsites so that way he would get whatever he needed to survive. And then he would just fuck off and live like in the woods and in caves and in like crafted shelters and shit. Kind of legit. Brother was actually playing Valheim. Honestly, more unshrouded than Valheim, I think, because he had to find out new areas and stuff. But yeah, Maine's like, I like Florida to the north. Just more contained, I would say. How do we tell the corruption is spreading? Can we see it on the map? Our corruption is not quite spreading yet. However, the corruption on Resna is spreading like crazy. So Resna's corruption looks like this. No, wait. No, wait. This. Resna's corruption looks like this right now. So, it is expanding. It is spreading. It do be happening. Ours just kind of went away. Just kind of, the event just kind of ended. But corruption is in. I mean, the Harbinger cycle has been on now for a little bit. The Harbingers, very hard fights. They have died. Well, one of them has died. But yeah, the Harbingers are in, and seemingly the corruption spread is actually in now as well, which is wonderful. But we don't have it anywhere over here. So we'll see how that shapes up in the coming days. Because I'm going to be honest, I don't know that we're getting a Harbinger down without some more reps on it. I think we've definitely got the gearing capabilities. It's just a matter of getting all of the repetitions when the Harbingers are in. Uh-oh. And trying to capitalize on any opportunity we have, you know, once those events are actually up. So, you know, a constant drip hollows a stone type shit. And we just got to stay stoned and tripped out and then hollow that Harbinger. And I think it's doable. But probably a good week or so of reps for our people that never saw it on the private test realm. I think some Harbingers are definitely easier than other Harbingers. But then just forcing the phases later and later. We got some people that are still working on their sets. We got a few people that are re-leveling archetypes that we're really in need of for the raid composition. And a few things that we could just generally do better to optimize the fights. So we'll be looking for that. Raid consumes and shit always being brought up. So we got plans. We got plans. Next on the agenda is Firebrand, though, I think. Because Firebrand hasn't spawned over here in well over a fortnight. And I'll be honest, I kind of need that shit. Hope you guys are still recruiting Rangers. Always. Firebrand spawned 2 days ago. Wait, where? When and where? Tuna Rice glitched him on a rock. There's no fucking shot. What time? Because that's some baby back bullshit. I swear to God, mobs should reset as soon as they're bugged out. That's so fucking tragic. I bet it was late night as shit. And they glitched it on top of a fucking rock and got a free kill because of it. Man, I hate those exploiting ass motherfuckers. God damn it. Alright, well, we need a legit kill. 10 p.m. for me. So 7 EST. Wait, you're ahead of EST? Where the fuck are you? I'm Australia, so yeah. Wait, so is that 7 p.m. or a.m.? Which one? 7 a.m. Oh, I'm asleep as fuck. Oh, yeah, I'm passed the fuck out at that point. You would actually have to send somebody to break into my house, get into my room, and slap me awake at that point to get me on for a world boss. Like, my phone is on Do Not Disturb. Like, I'm not picking it up even if you call. Like, all right, one more big pull. And then we work our way out because I believe we're going to be losing our healer very soon. And it's Fallout night. And I have delicious, wonderful food ideas for Fallout night, my boys, that I must execute on. So, we got to work our way back a little bit. This has been an insane farm, though. I don't know what the demand is around these bad boys. But I'm going to see how many we have post-split and probably sell all these in guilds. And I think a lot of them will be claimed ahead of time. I'm assuming market on these is around 60 right now, right? If I had to guess. Because it's been 72 a gold. But I feel like the market has been getting pumped full of Steel Bloom emblems a little bit lately as people have their surplus. And as I may or may not be farming this to my wit's end. But I'll check when I'm over there. I'll store things, and then we'll be squared away. I'll make sure I store enough for everybody. I don't know if I'll list any. Depends on, like, how many I have. But as of right now, it's looking like... Oh, we're so close to another stack. It's looking like we'll have 60-ish. So if I got 46 or 48 already spoken for, then I'll probably keep the rest, give those out, or, like, sell those to guild super cheap, get them all squared away. Get people in the right place, and then we ball. Also, Epic Glint. I like coming out here for a couple hours and then selling 10 gold plus worth of glint. That is also always a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful evolution. Discord DM if you want to get them in trouble. I don't think they'll get in trouble. I'ma be honest. I don't think anything would fucking happen, honestly. Even if I snitched on somebody, you think they'd do anything, brother? Their TOS says people can just rebuy an account after they get banned, so, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Bye-bye. You're not worth. Also able to get me an invite before you roll. What's that, guild invite? Make sure you reach out to officers for that in guild Discord. They go through perms because we have a wait list for everything right now, right? So I don't do that. The logistics team handles all that shit. So I basically just shove as many people as possible to logistics, and then logistics will get everybody all in place. So if you haven't got your perms yet, I would post again, and then just try to get your perms ASAP. Post in the public channel and just post like geared 25 rogue or, you know, some bullshit like that. Let them know that you're actually set up, and then someone should reach out and like get in touch about the waitlisty shit, because we do want to get people filtered in as quickly as possible and keep actives up, especially bonus points if people are good. All right, let's pass on that emblem when you guys can, and then we'll work our way down. All right, follow me. We go out. I'm gonna just go all the way out, and then we'll just bring them out around the front and then kill them there. Glow, you're pulling to me at the bottom. Exactly. Beautiful, beautiful. And then we'll just kill him here. Kill him here real quick. Don't run off on me yet, boys. One more pull. Uh-oh. Base of the stairs. Base of the stairs is fine too. Who the hell? Who that? Chat, which one of you is this? Because I do not know who that is. And I don't have a lot of room for a whole lot of these random friend requesties coming in. That shit gets very full very quickly. I've had to empty my friend list before, because people just throw those shits out all willy-nilly. Hi, Chang. What up, my goat? How are you? All right, we got the hi, bro. He's serious. He's serious, chat. So maybe we do permit this one for a spot on the friends list. I know it's very limited. It's very exclusive. Oh my god, is it gonna be +4 emblems? Wait. +3 emblems, 1 pull? Holy shit. We're up tremendous. Yo, dudes, the group's a little rough. What's going on with puppies? I mean, dude, pub groups are always rough. Pub groups are always rough. And you got to consider pullers over here too. So they're trying to level. Be a little patient with them. If you run into any of those guys, they're trying their best out there, man. Especially with a lot of their new players. They're all doing what they can. Excuse me. All right, so we have. Hold on. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. We have 188 emblems per. Not per, but total. Holy shit. So we have 63. And then we have 63. And then we have 62. That shit's kind of huge. Just 62 from you today. The other 17 I'll worry about after I get the mats. All right, word. Hold on. Let me trade our pumpers real quick. Get them their splits of everything. Are you going to need Riverlands essences as well? Because I can get you the essences, no problem at all. Mr. McCracken, always a pleasure, brother. Always a pleasure. Feels like we've done this before. Mr. Glow, always a pleasure. I need some essence to make a bow. All right, is that enough? If you need more, see me in Jova. But I can get you there too. Have they been testing new features in PTR? Features, not really. Mostly bug fixes and shit like that, but just need experience. Discord.gg/cats with abs. Pop in there and get squared away. I like that guy. He seems chill. He seems very chill. All right, so who needs essences? You're gear 2? Yeah. You calm down there, Loki. You calm down. Put your nippies away. Is it just me or do your pecs look really saggy? It's like the old guy that used to be yoked and is no longer yoked. All right, so Jiggles needs 2. Super saggy. That's what I'm saying. But I mean, I respect it. All right. 2 and then do 40. Do 40 per. I'll do 40 per in guild since price is dropping. If you want to do 45, that's fine. That's fine. I was gonna say 45. You read my mind, but I'll do 40 if you want to do 80. I'll drop the guild price a little bit, but I got more coming your way as well because I think market's headed down a little bit. So, all right, off to Jova we go. Does anybody need any emblems before I go? Like, does anybody want to just like immediately buy any of these from my inventory before I get over there? Yes. Oh, word. Wait, how many do you need, Cat? Hold on. I got you. Honestly, probably on too many. Probably on too many. But Emery, in terms of new features, I would expect new features to be talked about and probably discussed. I just want to like word here. I would expect new features to be discussed during the dev stream that's coming up on Friday. Basically there we're going to be looking at, thank you so much. I appreciate you. We're going to be looking at a look into the future roadmap-y stuff, some more prospective shit. So hopefully maybe a look into, I don't know, some of the pressing, what ifs, maybe information on some information on secondary type stuff, information on archetype abilities coming in. So like, archetype ranks coming into our abilities. Just a lot of shit. Housing, guild castles, arenas, more world boss content, water content. There's so much that they could talk about, right? That is, in my opinion, low-hanging fruit that no matter what they say, some part of the community will be out there going, yeah! And that's great. But they also got to capitalize on that shit. They also got to extract the most hype that they can, right? But they also have to live up to that, right? So generic, good day, my boy. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful one. Also made 10 golden glint, even with a couple deaths. Oh yeah, I made 12 and change. So your deaths didn't hit you too hard at all. Nah, not in the slightest. So everything's beautiful. Gotta milk Steel Bloom dry. When's our next emblem for him to milk dry? Probably Carfin, if I had to guess. But Carfin's also dropping like crazy. But also Carfin is going to require a lot of emblems for Blood Runner, Cognizant, just in general. Granted, how many people are going to be crafting those? That is the ultimate question. Autocorrect is carrying my spelling hard. Hey, sometimes those are the best nights, my boy. Sometimes those are the best ones. Everything on the Ashes side is intriguing. We got Polar coming over to Shoal to play against us. And we're going to get a whole hell of a lot of content for our new players, whether they're ready or not, baby. And I'm excited as fuck. I think it's going to bring a lot of opportunity for people to learn and to develop. And I think this will definitely be a test to our community. Just came from another server. That's all. I just want to learn up with you to gain experience. Oh, that guy's nice. That guy's nice. Very nice. I still can't play? That's okay, brother. I'm here living vicariously for you. I got you. If you're ever wondering, like, what's up with changes, what's up with dev streams and shit like that, I got you. I got you. So the good luck replay. No replays. No replays. I'm always here, brother. Alright, all the updates. You see what happened today with the rollbacks? Cause who? Unfortunate set of circumstances, but at least it's not the worst. Gonna make a bow for my rogue with that essence, probably. If you need more, let me know. Cause I got additional shit kicking around. And the NDA meeting in the monthly stream. Leak the meeting. No, actually don't. That would be very bad. That would be very bad. Alright, keybinds were fucking up. Yeah, keybinds were cooked. I logged on and I went to get on my mount. And I just, like, my mount wasn't summoning. And I'm like, oh, fuck, here we go. Trying to get off my mount. Couldn't get off my goddamn mount. Also, they put on, for whatever reason with that build, a terrible auto run change. Like, we are all friends here. Okay, so basically right now, I can press W, and then I can hit my auto run. If I'm auto running and I need to stop that for whatever reason and swerve, I can do that, and then I can transition to auto run. But on the PTR, you have to be holding W and then depress W and then auto run. And if you try to not do that and you try to do it without depressing your W, it's not gonna let you auto run. Dude, it is cooked over there. Cooked, I tell you, cooked. So I'm hoping they get that all sorted out, squared away. That'll be beautiful. But instructions unclear. If your dick is stuck in your W key sauce, I swear to fucking God, dog. I swear to God. This is the third time this week. I'm starting to think it's not just the instructions being unclear. I think it's something about your W key. I told you to not buy the waifu W key. It was going to be a fucking trap the entire time. Literally and metaphorically. It's annoying. It's so annoying. And I don't want to complain just to complain. You know me. I try not to overstate things. But it's so fucking annoying. Like, it's just such a fluidity issue where I feel like for no reason whatsoever, a change that nobody asked for came in and made the game feel worse. On top of everything else that was in, right? The auto run thing was like the least of my concerns. But also, it was very annoying. I fucking hated that shit. Yo, low-key, we could probably quest and then come here. And then after coming here, go Steel Bloom. I'd say quest and then a level 12 grind. Or like an 11 grind, and then 11 grind into here, and then here into Steel Bloom. And then just don't leave Steel Bloom. I feel like that might be a play. What have we here? Have you more goods? Word. Off I go. Off I go. A little bit of a come up there. I'll leave everything else, but like... Oh, well, I guess I'm taking shit. Never mind, that's fine. I guess I'm coming up on all that shit. I don't even want half this shit. I just wanted the carcass, because that was gonna actually be, like, worth having. I don't wanna spend my inventory space on this bullshit. I'm not worried about that. Everything's fine. Somewhere out there, there's a roaming guard on this road that wants to come Thanos snap me. Very, very, very badly. Like, I got all this shit in my inventory and I flagged up for 10 silver worth of glint and some change. Sometimes you gotta live life on the edge to truly feel something, chat. Sometimes. Oh. R.I.P. my boy. I got you. Don't worry. Okay, never mind. I don't have you. Everything's fine. Kinda glad I haven't been able to play this phase. Mostly been watching small new streamers and getting info about the game this phase. Dude, that's huge. That's huge. When I was a small streamer and I knew nothing, granted I'm still a small streamer, right? But when I was a new streamer in Ashes and I knew nothing about the game, the only reason why I know so much and can yap so much now is because of everything that I knew previously and was, you know, taught by the community. And I knew nothing when I came in, right? And I learned from my own practice. I learned from the community's feedback and the community educating me about things. And it helped so much, so much. No Aries, no Aries, no coming for Dusty. Wait. Okay, you can come for me if you'd like to. Wait, that sounds worse. I don't think there's a way I can make it sound less bad. I don't really think there's any way around that. Chat, please no DustyWhy trips tonight. Please. Just don't. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. No, I've never showed my feet on stream. Stop trying to go through old VODs and find them. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. You guys have not paid good enough money for that. Maybe someday. But up until now, no. Nope. Not at all. Alright, you are not getting sold. You're getting sold. You're not getting sold. You're not getting sold. Everything else is getting sold. Everything else is getting sold. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Alright. Big repair bill. Gonna have to sell off a little bit of glint to compensate for this. Nice little glint haul. Gets me back up into a nice semi-liquid state. I might actually get over 20 after I sell all this dumb bullshit. So that'd be nice. That'd be nice. I like logging off at 20. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, boys. We're so up. We're so up. Alright, let me see real quick. What is the market looking like on this fine day? Ruby. Legendary. My competition is literally Hitler. That's actually crazy. But I'm going to cancel these, remove the listing, and then we're going to sell items. We're going to relist 8 at 7, and I'm going to undercut them for the night. Those may sell. They may not. But those are going to be the lowest on there. And then if I go emeralds, we'll peep this market because it's a very short market. That's fine. Sapphires. 3 gold on the listing fees. Yeah, that's fine. If one of them sells, it pays off. I don't mind. Sometimes you got to spend money to make money. All right, that's all good. What else am I worried about? Iron? Because iron market's been a little strange. Iron market's under 10 and going down. More under 10. I'd expect this to work towards 8. Under 10 here as well. Iron and rubidium are down. Brendan, what am I, dude? It's been going beautifully. It's been going absolutely beautifully. I hope you're having an absolute wonderful night, dude. I have been econing more than I ever have in my life, and it's been an interesting state of affairs, to say the very least. God damn. Shit's expensive. What you been up to, my friend? This shit been pricey as fuck. What else do I need to check? And it's gonna be some... Oh, that's tragic. That's tragic. What's Lego Dragon at? 8? It's not bad. That's not bad. Epic Dragon expensive. Birds expensive. What else would I need to worry about here? In terms of a check. I just ran through so much of the market so quickly. Juneskosh, maybe? Yeah, I'm gonna check Juneskosh and bears. And then probably epic rubies. Juneskosh, bears, and epic rubies. Gear, I have 6-piece blue rosarium guard. Forge guards deflector, item level 29 from Forge. Brinebeard boots, item level 29 from the Tropics. Epic pedal shard 3-piece, 2 rings and an earring. Epic thistleborn neck. Heroic tide rot earring. Heroic stone glen cape, and then heroic night reaver axe, heroic glory bound longbow, heroic glory bound shield. So still working on crafting more, but very happy with how the set is shaping up right now. Juneskosh 16. Oh, fuck. Do I sell my Juneskosh low? Thinking that it's going to keep going down. There are 2 at 16.95. 1 at 17. And 1 at 16.85. They're down what I gold. Well, on the Juneskosh? No, I mean technically I got 1 Juneskosh traded to me. And then the other Juneskosh I bought for like 15. I didn't buy above 20. I bought when it was really low. I bought when it was really, really, really low. So we have to know where to farm mail hold recipes. Sounds armor smithing. Turquoise sea. I don't know if I've seen it, honestly. Might be one of those that are fucked up, if I'm being honest. Can you check deep world emblems? Yeah. 5. Oh my god, what? The fuck? 5 gold, 5 gold, 9 gold, 6 gold, 590. For what? Like for actually what? And why? That's fucking exorbitant. What do you mean? Alright, last checks. Last checks. How many do you have? Bear carks. Because I also have bears over here too. Like I could... I'll probably get bears going easy. 7 and 8 is cheap for epics. What's Lego at? Nothing. Wonderful. Heroic 6, 575. That's not bad. 490 is really cheap on those. Okay. And then the true question. 35 silver. Does it go under 35? 30. Rubies are getting really cheap on the epic side, but they're really scarce in Lego. I don't think it goes into the 20s though. 30 is the floor. Alright, noted. We'll peep these tomorrow. What would be good armor to get for the fighter? In terms of like a starting armor set, if you're just trying to get started out, Rosarium Guard or Briarhold would probably be your two good starting pieces. Briarhold's gonna have a force set bonus on it. So with Briarhold, that's gonna give you a little bit more power. Rosarium Guard gives you a little bit more tankiness along the way. So you can shape those how you want them to. Not necessarily a bad idea to just get 5 or 6 of one or the other, and then just pump from there. But either one, man. Other than that, you're looking into more late game stuff that can be incredibly expensive. But I'd say one of those two for your primary sets to get started out. Boys, I got Fallout to watch, and I got delicious snacks to make. So, if it is your guys' first day here, I appreciate y'all coming through and hanging out today and every single day. For those that are new, my name's Dusty. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. Today is day 944 in a row without missing a single day. So if it's your guys' first day, please make sure you drop the follow so you know when I go live every single day. You don't miss a single stream. If you guys have anything about Ashes that you guys are wondering, always please feel free to ask. Exclamation Guild, hop into the Guild Discord. I have over 3,500 hours of Ashes, and I'm quite literally always here. So tomorrow, we might have a lot of PvP early, depending on how Myth Break levels and scales up. We may have some Steel Bloom grindage to get started out with, but it's probably going to be a very, very, very busy day, if I had to guess. Boys, I appreciate y'all being here constantly and hanging out, spending the days. Genuinely makes them go by so fast. It means the world to me. I will catch y'all tomorrow. I'll update you on my snacks and Fallout. If you guys haven't seen it, go watch it. Chocolate Night, I appreciate you. Yo, I gotta have all of my knights. I gotta have, like, my Knights of the Round Table. And it's just gotta be different, like, different knights. We'll come up with all of them. And then at TwitchCon, we pull up in our knight armor. We'll have Pac make us cosplay shit. Boys, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I appreciate y'all so much. I love y'all. Thank you, guys.